Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're all having a lovely day. And yes, that is why I play so many emotional games. It's because you guys cry gems, and I wish to hoard them. I wish to sell them. This is how I make my true money. This is the full-time job I actually do. It's all about making Pupals cry. Good morning, everyone. What's up? I hope you're all having a lovely day. Welcome to the stream. You don't actually cry gems, from my plan anyway, but if you want a headcanon it, that's cool. I'm pretty sure if you cried gems, it would hurt a lot. With how gems are formed, ooh, God, it would be more like an eye booger kind of thing, where they just kind of grow out of the side of your eye and then eventually pop off. Yeah, let's not put that on you guys. The life of a Pupal is suffering enough already. We cry glitter. That could work. You could definitely cry like opalescent tears, like opal-colored tears. That'd be cute. Sensei, didn't you know Queen don't cry? You still might cry during this one. You're not taking my obsidian, Sensei? I won't take anyone's obsidian. Although if you cried obsidian, you'd end up like with this around your eyes, which would be pretty damn badass. But yeah. Good morning, everybody. We are here to play a new game today. I'm not sure if we're going to be crying our eyes out, but it's going to be dark, so keep that in mind. I don't know what's up with YouTube. For some reason, like, something got broken with this stream. It doesn't seem to be, like, actually notifying many people. And when you actually share the image, it comes up with the image from A Space for the Unbound. So YouTube is doing it dumb, which is unfortunate, because I've been really excited for this game for a while, so it's going to be sad that a lot of people are going to, like, see this a couple hours later and be like, oh wait, that stream happened today. It is what it is. Welcome to the Enrolled Pupals Foxy Glove Tea. I hope you're having a lovely day. And Yoko, thank you so much for the 5 gifted scholarship. I hope you're having a lovely day. We have daughters, right? Yes. We have daughters in the late Ming Dynasty. Okay, so minor content warnings. I'm not going to talk about like any of the content warnings that I've seen. It's just the one thing that I know about the late Ming Dynasty. 7 of the 9 reported like most prolific times where cannibalism occurred in China occurred during the late Ming Dynasty. It was a time when supposedly human flesh was cheaper than animal flesh of some sorts. So yeah, we are playing a bandit who is like transporting a bunch of kids, and I am very terrified about what they are being transported for. Cannibalism, you know, pretty fucking terrible as itself, and there's a lot more that could also be going on, so just keep in mind this is going to be a very dark game. There may be a lot of things in it that you feel uncomfortable with, a bit queasy about. There is definitely going to be some danger. And yeah, keep in mind these kids are being sold. It's not like he's transporting them for good reasons. They have been sold from what I have seen from the storyline. So hopefully, you know, he'll grow a conscience and this story will turn into a good ending. But this is a visual novel. There are multiple endings, so there'll probably be a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, and a lot of horrible things that we could choose to do as well. So yeah, if at any point during this game you feel like you get a little bit uncomfortable with some of the themes, if some of the things feel a bit too daunting for you, if you just need a break, feel free to jump out and just like take a break, chill. So that's why it's called Hungry Lamb. Yeah, I think so. I think the main character's name is also Lamb in Chinese. I might be wrong about that. We'll find out as we get in. But yeah, Hungry Lamb, and yeah, it sounds like there's going to be pain and suffering. Sensei, will you try to get every bad ending? Yeah, that's how I normally do it, because the bad endings normally don't take too long. I'll try to like go for the happy things, but if I very clearly see like, oh, I feel like I'm going to die if I choose this selection, I'll probably click it. I'll probably click it just so I can be like, oh, that was a fun death, and see some fun CGs. Just like we did so many times in, like, I don't know, Road to Empress, Fata Morgana. It's always like a question of, well, if this will end quickly, we get to see, like, something extra. Here's hoping it doesn't pull a Silent Hill F and we see intestines all over the place. So that's one good thing. I know that this doesn't have not graphic violence, but I think it does have, like, some heavily, like, described things. Like, it does not shy away from things, so Yeah, there's been so much cannibalism on this channel in these last 5 months. So, yeah, at this point, we're kind of used to it. Hell's Kitchen Junior Edition with a twist. Hey, you know, least good chef becomes the meat. The strong they eat and the weaker meat. Horrible. No, we're going to try and save our little babies. Maybe, I don't know. We haven't met them yet. Maybe they'll be terrifying little monsters and we'll actually want rid of them. I just realized my window is open. Sorry, I'll be back in 1 second and then we'll actually be starting the game. But yeah, I've been so excited for this one for so long. The art style is so cool. The music is so beautiful. And the story sounds like exactly the type of thing that I like. Also, UK Far, thank you so much for the 5 gifted scholarships. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. And Jin, yeah. What the heck? Why are there so many gifted scholarships all of a sudden? Jin, yeah, thank you so much for the 5 gifted scholarships as well. And Yoko earlier, and Luthir, thank you so much for the gifted. That was so much. I hope you're having a lovely day. I will be posting something in the scholarship soon, but basically there was no membership update last month, unfortunately. So we'll have a double one this month that includes not only the voice recordings that I'm going to be doing, like the audio dramas, but also some more like art as well. But yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Consumption is both horrific and alluring and all that. Horror, romance, foxtrot. Yeah, I doubt it'll be romantic in this scenario. Because yeah, a lot of the times they tie in like cannibalism to other things. In this one, I think it is just going to be horrible. Child suffering, so yeah, let's just hope we can save the babies. BRB! Okay, I am back. What the heck? And Mickey Takagami, thank you so much for the gifted scholarship. And Try Princess, thank you so much for the gifted scholarship. I hope you're all having a lovely day. Sorry, I have one more warning before we start this game. It's not really a warning. It's just like what we're going to be doing, how we're going to be playing it. So this game is voiced. Every character except for the main character has like voice lines. The dialogue has been recorded, but it's in Chinese or Japanese. I'm going to be playing with the Chinese dub rather than the Japanese dub because I just feel it's going to be like more authentic. Plus, you know, I'm whatever the equivalent of like a Chinese weeb is sometimes. Not properly, but I appreciate Chinese culture. I like my danmei, I like my donghua, I like my Chinese movies. So yeah, we're going to be appreciating like the Chinese voice acting that feels more authentic. I've heard it like has different regional dialects in it and stuff like that. So I'm excited for that. But the way that we're going to do this is I'm going to let the characters voice their lines, and then I'm going to voice them in English and do my best to like voice act them. So yeah, we're going to have fun with that. But yeah, just keep in mind, there'll be like every voice but the main character will be voiced, and then I'll just repeat it in English for people that kind of want to be like half watching, not really paying attention all the time so that they can understand it as well. We love the cultural appreciation. Hell yeah, we've been Noon Sensei. Yeah, I'm aware. But I'm excited. I know like the first, like the main girl is voiced by one of the ones who's been in Genshin Impact and a bunch of other Hoyoverse games and some Donghua. Hualin, I think. So yeah, we'll dive into this now. I will shut up. We'll see the story. I'm just so excited. Let's do it. Liang Prologue, Wolf. The year of something that I missed. I often ponder why my father named me Liang. The word Liang indicates Shan, virtue. The character Shan is in the shape of an open-mouthed sheep. Looking at it, you can imagine the sheep's cry. Perhaps if one is as gentle as a lamb, Liang suits him. However, I refuse to see myself as a sheep. I am a wolf.
Liang, 送他回家了。
Liang, send him home. Immediate edgelord dialogue. I love it right away. So it is a lamb? Yeah, okay, so it's a different character that relates to lamb. So immediately. Yeah. A wolf in sheep's clothing? A wolf with sheep's naming. Perfect. This game is awesome already. I'm sure the metaphors are going to keep building up with that. I like that they immediately introduce the name and the meaning. So yeah, he feels like he's a wolf. He feels like he's a predator. From nearby, there came a rough voice inquiring, I glanced sideways and a man approached from the distance. Step by step he made his way, twigs and fallen leaves crunching. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the woods, dappling everything, yet he had deftly hid himself in the shadows. I sized him up. Capped in a bamboo hat, clad in a raincoat, holding a gourd, he seemed more a fisherman than a menace at first glance. Such an appearance made it easy to let one's guard down, hence he was usually tasked with luring the sheep, and then I would do the butcher's job. This fellow was another wolf accompanying me. His name was Xixing, but I preferred calling him Tongue.
喂，问你呢，干嘛不说话？处理干净了吗？
Hey, why the silence? Did you wrap it up? Tongue? Fudanshi brain immediately went to, oh, this is your tongue. Oh, okay. And I know it isn't going that direction, but damn. Maybe he's going to be a sheep in wolf's clothing. I think the opposite. I think he's going to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, no, yeah. Yeah, a sheep in wolf's clothing. Sorry, you got that right. I feel like that's how it's going to be. He's clothed himself in the wool. No, the fur of a wolf to be all strong and defensive, but deep down I bet he's like a sweetheart that just, needs a reason to live again. What that tongue do? He's not very attractive to me. I don't need to know what that tongue do, but good for Liang. Wrapped up. Gave the sheep a stab when he wasn't looking.
现在丢哪儿了？
Where did you dump him? Buried.
埋仔细了没？这里离城可不远，别被野兽刨出来。
Did you bury him cautiously? We're not far from the town. Make sure no beasts dig him up. Buried him tight. No worries.
行，那他身上都有些啥呀？
All right. What was on him? Oh, so yeah, this is a human that they've just murdered. 3,000 coins worth. 5 taels of silver plus 200 coins. Ragged clothes and a pouch. I take 4 taels. You get the ragged clothes. And the pouch is mine.
凭啥？
Why? This time there was just one sheep. I killed and buried him, so I deserve more.
行吧，就这样吧。荷包多少钱？
All right. How much is the pouch worth? Not much. It's just a common item.
我看看。
Let me take a look. Are they bandits or killers for hire? I think they're bandits, because right now they've definitely just murdered a random person. I don't think they're like properly paid assassins. I think they just take on a trafficking job, which is 100% what they're doing. It's interesting already that they just call their targets sheep. So yeah, rather than call them humans, treat them like humans, it's just, they're sheep. They're lambs for the slaughter. Tongue wanted to see the pouch. I reached into my waist bag and pulled it out for Tongue to see. The pouch was small enough to fit in one hand. Common sense would dictate that the sheep's pouch might contain a handkerchief or some checks, but it was empty. The pouch was red, sewn together with patches, yet it looked new and was embroidered with a light-colored word. An. I chuckled softly. How did the pouch end up with this embroidered word? Did the sheep's name contain An, or did he wish safety from the pouch? If it's the latter, the pouch surely failed him.
妈的，确实是破东西，卖不了几个钱，你自个儿收着吧。
Damn, it's really just some junk. You can keep it for yourself.
真不知道你为啥稀罕这些羊毛啊！每宰一只羊都得留点羊毛，小心哪天留了痕迹，把你给害死。
I don't get why you're into this wool. You always take some wool every time you butcher a sheep. Beware. One day you'll find yourself killed for leaving traces. Jesus. Okay, so our main character's a serial killer. He likes to take trophies. Oh my god. Well, immediately. Yeah, we know what kind of character we're dealing with. God damn, that is serial killer behavior. Sensei's doing a fine job of translating the voice tone into the VA. Thank you. I'll keep doing my best and hopefully it'll be okay. I was startled when I clicked into the stream. I thought the streamer was doing Chinese VA as well. No, I don't know Chinese, unfortunately. And thank you, Chewing, for the translation. And the word for safety. Yeah, I actually know that one because of Wan An. That's one of the few ones I know. Yeah, he's kind of worrying. Serial killers like to keep their trophies because they like to remember what they've done. So this man who is a bandit who just kills people also likes to keep his trophies, probably because he likes to remember the people that he's killed. He likes to take pleasure in their suffering. He likes to reminisce about, yeah, the murders. Ew. Good characterization immediately, especially with Tongue straight up telling us, hey, you shouldn't do that. It's dangerous. And our main character is just still like, well, it's fun. I'm going to keep taking them. No big deal. I gave the pouch a squeeze and tossed it into my waist pouch.
趁着天没黑，咱快去华州搞点酒肉。
A pouch in a pouch. That's going to create a problem. Let's go while it's still daylight. We should grab some food and drinks in Huazhou. Tongue patted my shoulder, taking the lead.
梁，这次你分的东西多，可得你请啊。
Yang, since you got the bigger share this time, it's your treat. Okay. I responded casually to Tongue, pressing my hand on my bamboo hat to softly lower it. Following Tongue's footsteps, I walked forward, each step accompanied by the crunch of leaves underfoot. It was fine not to pay attention to these sounds, but if you do, they could become quite loud. It was as if the bird chirps and monkey cries had disappeared, and the whole forest was flooded with the crunch of trodden leaves. We, the two wolves, trod across the desolate mountains and wild ridges. Upon passing a tree with a sturdy, twisted trunk, I couldn't help but look closer. I knew it. Beneath that tree lay the sheep I butchered. Interesting. Liang Chapter 1, Cat. I'm never going to see the year in time. But we're going to a town. Awesome. So it's got chapters in this one as well, which will make it nice and easier. Also, I really like the way that they described that. So basically, he stopped paying attention to everything living around him and instead was paying attention to the crunch of the leaves, the dead, fallen things on the ground that he was trotting over. That's all that really consumed his mind. 1632. Thank you, guys. Kitty cat. Yeah. I wonder, since this is the Hungry Lamb, main character's a sheep, so I wonder if the children are going to be cats then? I guess. You still know a lot of Chinese for someone who doesn't speak it. Same way that I've learned like a decent amount of Japanese just watching a bunch of Chinese stuff. So yeah, I haven't properly learned at any time, but it's been fun. It's useful occasionally. The art is so beautiful. It is. This place looks a little bit too clean, but man, it sets the atmosphere. This is definitely not like a wealthy place because there's things growing out of the cracks and everything, but you get a general idea. Ming Dynasty looked beautiful. Can we take a second to appreciate the art? Always. The backgrounds in this are great. The character designs are amazing. I love the way that they do the faces and the hair. So expressive. The sun hung high, almost blinding, but its rays lacked the slightest trace of warmth. I couldn't shake the memory of the sun from my childhood, so warm and inviting. Now it felt different. Perhaps it was a sign of the fading dynasty, an era gripped by misfortune where even the daylight had grown cold. Perched on a boulder by an inn in Huazhou, I emptied the last drop from my flask. The fiery liquor seared my throat, yet its warmth refreshed my stomach. In bygone days, I deemed myself an unfortunate soul. However, in this year of calamity, savoring the fiery liquor proved to be a rare stroke of luck.
梁，有活儿了，还是个大活儿。
Yang, a job. A big one. I love the way he worded that as well. It sounds like he didn't used to be a bandit. The way he's talking about the fact that he used to think he was like down on his luck. He used to think things were unfortunate. But now as a bandit in a time when everybody else is suffering, he feels like he's thriving. It sounds to me like he used to be an honorable man and yeah, life was painful, life was hard. And yet now as a bandit taking from other people, killing other people that are already down on their luck as well, things have gotten more comfortable for him, even though it's, you know, kind of fucking evil. That Gold Sensei or the main character? That was the main character. That line was voiced, surprisingly. Even though the rest of his lines, they don't get voiced, they did the gulp. Maybe he calls them sheep for following the empire. Cats are mischievous and playful, connects to the kids. Well, cats are perfect for kids in general because, yeah, playful. And especially if they've had, like, rough childhoods, I imagine. Cats always act like they've kind of been through hell. The kids are probably going to be the same kind of thing where it's like tsundere, not trusting any kind of kindness as it is, that kind of thing. You speak Chinese and British. It's wonderful to listen to. Wait, that's actually really cute. I didn't know I had that strong of an accent. Like a British one more than anything, since like my British accent has faded quite a bit after being in America for a decade. But thank you, that's adorable to hear. Also, weirdly, my model's doing the thing again where my tongue keeps sticking out even though I'm not doing that. So sorry, I keep giving a little blem. It's just a little glitch that happens every couple of weeks. Okay. A familiar voice rang in my ears. I glanced over and there was Tongue standing behind me. Same old attire. Bamboo hat, straw raincoat. He seemed like a fisherman. Tongue's eyes gleamed, smiling at me, ready to spell some good news. What's the job? I gave him a quick look, inquiring casually.
城北有间客栈，关了尹三儿留的几只小羊。
Up north at an inn. Got a few lambs locked up. Yinsans.
本来呀，这几只小羊是尹三的人去送的，但他们犯了别的。
Cheap is you. Yay. YouTube glitch. Welcome back, everybody. I didn't drop any frames, so that was YouTube. Yeah, just a fun little disconnect. That's lovely. Welcome back, guys. Sorry that happened, but yeah, that was on YouTube's side, not my side. So I know they're having a massive storm in the US, so that could be like the servers are messing around. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. But welcome back. Yeah, no, it was everything. Everything just died for a second. The Mlem was too powerful. Yep. But thank you for donating the allowance. Komori Hidesaka. It's so sweet of you. I hope you're having a lovely day and thank you so much. Hopefully we won't get any more disconnects as time goes on, but aggravating. Anyway, what I was talking about was he just called like, he's saying like, I won't handle lambs. And if he calls like normal victims sheep, I guess, yeah, lambs would be children. So even though this guy is a bandit, even though he's not a great guy, at least he has his limits. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to kill children. No, that's not a job I'm taking care of. So it's something. I won't handle lambs.
哎，你会错意了。当然知道你不杀小羊啊。
You got it wrong. I know you won't harm any lambs.
Then what's the deal?
我们要送几只小羊去洛阳。
We're here to escort some lambs to Luoyang.
Human trafficking? My heart sank. I finally got what Tongue had been hinting at with his mysterious talk. Whenever he sought me out before, it usually meant dark deeds, like robbing and killing. This time, all secretive-like, turned out he wanted us to do trafficking, delivering some acquired lambs to Luoyang for a good price.
诱口？你不能这么说啊！小羊又不是我们逮的，算不得诱口。
Human trafficking? Don't frame it like that. We didn't nab those lambs. It's not human trafficking.
不过你愿意这么想，倒是也好懂一些。
Anyway, if that's how you want to see it, I can understand.
你也知道的，尹三儿那人虽然一直是帮我们介绍劫道的活，但是他的主业其实是人牙子。
You know Yin-san. He helps us spot opportunities in the underworld, but his main hustle is human trafficking.
这单确实是要把他搞到的小羊给送到洛阳，不过不是啥恶事儿，是善事儿。
This deal is about taking the lambs he found and delivering them to Luoyang. But it's not an evil deed. It's a good deed.
Well, you could justify just about anything, my dude. Although maybe, you know, maybe the kids aren't being sold for meat or other nefarious purposes. Maybe they're just being returned to their parents. Maybe somebody just wants to adopt some adorable little kiddo. I get the feeling Tongue doesn't give a fuck, though. Liang has some morals, and Tongue is just like, hey, if it's money, it's money. Oh, my God.
How is human trafficking a good deed? I frowned and almost didn't want to hear Tongue talk anymore.
当然是善事啊！哎，你听我说，先听我说。
Of course it's a good deed. Trust me, just listen.
娘，这几年各地大旱，很多羊都被饿死，所以呀，有快饿死的人家把他家的小羊卖给尹三换钱粮。
Liang, with widespread drought in recent years, many families are on the brink of starvation. So you know, in desperate times, they sell their lambs to Yinsan for some money and food.
洛阳那边呢，有一只大肥羊啊，它有的是钱，就是生不出小羊，便想从穷地方收几只来养。
In Luoyang, there's a fancy sheep with deep pockets but no offspring. He's eyeing a deal to acquire a few from impoverished areas.
你想啊，那些穷人家的小羊们本来就要饿死，我们把它送到富的地方去。
Just think about it. Those lambs from poor families were bound to starve. We're just giving them a chance in wealthier places.
这样，他们的父母不至于饿死，小羊也能吃得饱饱的，所有人都高兴了。咱这是在做善事啊！
So their parents won't starve, the lambs will be well fed, and everyone's satisfied. We're doing a good deed.
不瞒你说，一只小羊100两，4只小羊400两，你我对半分，今后几年都不愁吃穿了。
No secrets here. 1 lamb for 100 taels, 4 for 400 taels. We split it 50-50 and we're set for a few years without worrying about food and clothes.
I don't trust Tongue. No, me neither. To be fair, there is every chance that he believes this as well. Clearly not true, for one thing. I don't think that he even knows or cares. Like, 100%, I think in Tongue's mind, it's just like, he got offered a job and he was like, okay, I need to find a way to sell Liang on this. Liang is the muscle. Liang is the one who cuts people down, and we might meet some other bandits on the road. I need another wolf beside me. So he's like, how do I get this dude who doesn't like to fuck around with children to help human traffic these kids? And it's just like, I'll just make up something. It's like, yeah, they're being adopted. I mean, somebody bought them. Obviously, it's for good reasons. Rich nobility, they never want to do... Oh my god. We're literally the salesman from fucking Fata Morgana. Oh god. We're taking them to the fucking Lord's place. Oh no. God, lovely. That's historically true. China was predominantly rural, 70%-ish, even till the 1940s, so poor families would sell children and girls were betrothed. Yeah, especially at the late Ming Dynasty. The late Ming Dynasty, right before it fell in the Qing Dynasty, correct me if I'm wrong, sorry. Let me make sure that people realize I don't know the full history. I think the Qing followed the Ming, but yeah, the area like at the end of the Ming was really, really rough. Like there was a lot of droughts, there was a lot of famine, there was a lot of cannibalism and other horrible things going on with people just trying to survive, essentially. Ming then Qing. Okay, so it was Ming then Qing. I thought so, but yeah, end of Ming Dynasty was rough. Even the Fata Moro human trafficker didn't like what the Lord was up to. Yeah, even he was like, I don't like this dude, but I kind of have to keep selling the money. Okay, with that said, let's keep going and let's hope these kids make it through alive. But if nothing else, it's nice to know that Liang doesn't want the kids to be hurt. Liang draws the line at like child suffering. He's fine with killing grown-ass adults. They're all just sheep in his eyes. But lambs, they get to survive.
妈的，扭扭捏捏的干啥呀？给个痛快呀！
Damn it, why the fuss? Just spill it.
你要是不做，这么好的活我就找别人做。这不是看你身手好，一个能顶俩。
If you decline, I'll find another guy for such a great deal. No, why I believe it has to be you. You're a veteran who as one can do the job of two. Hold on. I called out to Tongue.
Oh, he straight up walked away. Awesome. Tongue did the hard sell. Tongue was just like,
fine, I'm good. I don't need you. I'll go hire 2 other men to take your place. It's just more expensive that way.
When do the lambs need delivering?
越早越好，我今天就要去看看。
As soon as possible. I'm checking it out today.
Fine. I'll join you. I rose, brushing off dust. Tongue laughed, leading the way. I like that as well. It almost feels like he's worried about somebody more fucked up and nefarious taking the job instead of him. Maybe like a lesser of two evils kind of thing. He's like, well, I get paid and I ensure that the kids are okay, so that could be nice. Also, I have no idea what flower boys are, Momo. That sounds worrying. Thought the hair on the forehead was scars. Nah, it's just hair. We got a raid? Oh, it didn't even load for me yet. Jang Kem Pom, hello. Sorry, oh man. I never get to raid you because we stream at such opposite times. But what is up? I hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome, raiders. We are playing a very dark game. So keep in mind, we try to keep things like nice and comfy around here, but today we're doing the opposite end of our streaming style. So we are playing a game called The Hungry Lamb, traveling in the late Ming Dynasty. This one involves... This guy, our main character, Liang, is a murdering bandit who just sees other humans as sheep that he kills and slaughters and takes their items. We're about to take on a job trafficking children across the country. But the only reason he's accepted the job, he doesn't hurt children, thankfully. That's where he draws the line, which is why for now I'm like, okay, you're evil, but you're not like incredibly evil. You're not like, oh, you know, you're fucked up, but you're something. Yeah, he has some redeeming qualities, but yeah, basically, they're apparently being sold to somebody rich who just wants to adopt children. So we'll see if that's true. This game is dark, it's messed up, but the art is beautiful. The music is lovely. I bet it's going to be full of tragedy and suffering. So if this seems a bit too deep for you, feel free to head out. That's all good. But thank you guys so much for the raid. Jang Kim Pom, I hope you're having a lovely day. Please do settle in if you want to, or head out if you want to disappear as well. The yeah, I know. It was like, oh, maybe I should have raided someone else. Sorry. Yeah, not a super comfy day. But if you guys do want to stick around and enjoy the suffering, I want to see, I love the kind of stories where it is somebody fucked up who's done some horrific things, but then gets healed by like a child or another, like they find love, they find like just kindness inside themselves. So yeah, I'm hoping for a Last of Us kind of story, like with Joel and Ellie, but with this bandit and his 4 adopted daughters. But yeah, settle in if you want to, or head out if you want to. It's also Chinese, so I'm voicing the lines, but they'll also be delivered in Chinese, so enjoy if you want, or disappear. It's all good. Have a lovely day, and thank you again for the raid. I hope you guys had a fun stream. Hoping for some found family? Exactly. Although, considering your name is Mars in Pain, the pain may be coming too. Tongue said a few words, managing to convince me. Maybe it was the promise of no worries about food and clothing, or perhaps the idea of doing good deeds that swayed me. Anyway, I'm going along with Tongue's plan to see what's up. Hell yeah. What's a little human trafficking? Oh my god.
哎呦，我的二位爷，我总算把你们给盼来了！哎，快坐，快坐！
Did he say, hey you?
哎呦，我的二位爷，我总算把你们给盼来了！哎，快坐，快坐！
Villain 2.0, yeah, this guy looks like a rat. Those teeth are unfortunate. I know you shouldn't judge a guy by appearances, but I mean, this is Yin San, so this is a guy whose primary job is human trafficking. I think it's fair to be like, oh, you are some horrible looking rat little bitch. But also, is that just hey you in English? Or, okay, it sounds like hey you. It's a completely different term. That's amazing. I genuinely thought that was just English. Hey you!
Hey you! 我的二位爷，我总算把你们给盼来了！哎，快坐，快坐！
It's like an exclamation word. I've never heard that before, and I now love it. Hey you! Well. Wait, no. I have to get hey you. Let me hear it one more time.
嘿呦，我的二位爷，我总算把你们给盼来了！哎，快坐，快坐！
Okay.
Wow, my esteemed guests. You're here at last. Please take a seat.
妈的狗子，没个眼力劲儿！快给二位爷上热酒！
Damn it, stupid mutt. Fetch hot wine for our 2 guests now.
Just arrived at the inn with Tongue, and Yin-san greeted us with flattery. Guiding us to our seats at the inn, he scolded his workers to bring us drinks. The sudden shift in behavior made me wonder if he was just acting. Oh yeah, he's definitely just acting. He's a horrible person who just pretends to flatter people he can get things out of. Does not treat his, property very well. Oof.
I stayed standing, eyes fixed on Yin-san, my mind wandering into some interesting scenarios. Possibly from my childhood love for shadow plays, whenever I meet someone, their animal form pops into my head.
Definitely a rat, right? Like I called it?
Most are sheep, Tongue and I are wolves. Yin-san, though, comes across as a fox.
Really? Okay. I would not say fox, but if you say so.
This fox's lair was the inn in North Huazhou. No guests came and it's closed all year. The inn was a cover. He used it for his business dealings. There's a higher up he answered to. The big boss handed down missions and he passed them on to us. Back then, the jobs we pulled for him were all about hitting caravans. He'd tip us off on Sweet Hall and we'd go in. This time it's a bit different. A job involving human trafficking. Whatever the job, we meet up at the inn most of the time.
林三儿，我们来了。梁说他可以接。
As Les? Yeah, so he used to watch shadow plays as a child. And I guess they probably had some, yeah, I'm sure they did actually have some, like, for free in the streets. I was thinking, like, oh, maybe that shows that he actually had a decent childhood. He actually got to go to theaters and stuff. But yeah, no, I imagine shadow plays, they would probably just have them in, like, the town center sometimes as well. But we're adding cuteness. We're adding, like, he enjoyed his childhood. He liked, like, yeah, shadow plays. He's got that Peter Pettigrew aesthetic. He does. Rumpelstiltskin looking. Amazing. Foxes are elegant and smart. He's not that. Yeah, I think nowadays we think of foxes as being like cunning, smart, like wily, and you know, normally if we see like a humanized fox, we get like the Silent Hill F kind of thing where it's like, damn. They fine as fuck because they're like lithe, they're silky smooth, they look cool. But yeah, this is back when there was like famine, there was droughts, there was people fighting to survive. So I imagine the foxes are like underfed as well. They're more like ugly and they steal the little food, like the hens and stuff that people have. So they're more associated with like evil, dirty, nasty animals, little like scavengers. So yeah, I guess that makes sense for Yin-san as well. The wolves go out and actually eat meat, whereas the foxes sneak into like hen houses and steal things. But yeah. I like foxes. Rude. Rude. This guy is a rat. He's no fox.
Yin-san, we're here. Liang's in for the job.
Who said I'm in? I haven't committed.
啊，没定！哎呦，梁爷，你可不能没定啊！
Huh? Haven't made up your mind? Oh, Master Liang, you can't be uncertain now.
哎，你身手好，又和星爷熟，这活可不能缺了你。
You're skilled, and you're buddies with Master Xing. We can't do this without you.
哎，我知道您之前没做过右口的事儿，也不愿意做。
I know you've never been in the line of human trafficking before and don't want to.
是，真的不用担心。你们这次的活只是运送小羊，小羊是怎么来的，要送给谁，都和你们没关系。
Just relax. Your job this time is just delivering lambs. How they got here and who they're for, none of your business.
See, that worries me. Because again, I've been told that they're being given to like a happy future by Tongue. This suddenly feels like I'm being lied to.
哎，而且我也不怕跟你们交个底儿。这次啊，收小羊的人全是头天，哪怕出了什么事儿，官府也查不下去。
What's more, I'll be straight with you. The person getting the lambs wields serious power. Even if things go south, the government won't be able to dig into it.
Yeah, see, no, that's not, hey, they're going to a happy home. That's, the guy is rich so he can buy his way out of problems. Nobody's going to look the way of these children when they disappear. Oh, fuck me.
哎，再说了，现在兵荒马乱，官府哪能管得上啊？嘿，哎，星爷，您说是吧？
And in this chaos, the government can't keep up anyway. Master Xing, you agree, right?
是啊，去他娘的官府！闪地好多地方造反，他们要么在贪钱，要么在藏钱，哪能顾得上我们？
Exactly. Forget the officials. Many spots in Shan are in rebellion. They're either chasing money or hoarding it. They won't hassle us.
Yin-san explained to me, relying on Tongue backing him up at the same time. Tongue chugged half a cup of hot wine, backing Yin-san and shooting me winks.
Oof. No worries about food and clothes, doing good deeds, and times are chaotic. They kept echoing in my mind, challenging my principles. Now, do I dive into this job or think twice?
Can I save real quick? How do you even... Aha, save data. Okay, we've got 3 save slots. Oh no, we've got tons of save slots. Awesome. I'm going to save scum the crap out of this game. I mean, I want to scope out the lambs first. I'm going to ask them, like, kiddos, are you okay? Are they torturing you? That might get me killed immediately, though. But yeah, I'm gonna go for the good options unless I can choose the option that obviously dies. This is the option that possibly dies and is the good option. If the buyer is that rich and powerful, that doesn't bode well for our chances of getting the kiddos out of this situation. No, and especially since they did the whole, like, ugh, he's just gonna make them disappear, essentially. Like, if he's that rich, he should be able to adopt children nearby him, probably from wealthier backgrounds rather than just grabbing random ones off the street. This isn't somebody who wants children to adopt. This is probably somebody who wants to, yeah, do something horrific. Ugh. To be fair, foxes weren't seen positively back in that part of the world. If you're interested, check out The Fox Bride by Yang Tzu. I do not know that one, but I do know some of the stories about, like, oh god, what is the name for them? Huling something? The fox spirits that would, like, sneak in, pretend to be, like, brides, and then, like, yeah, ruin a lot of things. Oof. Bloody rich nobles do mean silencing the justice. Exactly. Huling Jing, thank you, that one. Yeah, fox spirits were mischievous and sometimes outwardly, like, evil, malevolent, wicked. Okay. Let's scope out the lambs first. Let's go see these babies.
I'll take a look at the lambs first and decide after, I said slowly to Yin-san and Tang.
行，梁爷愿意看小羊，那就有戏。
All right. If you're interested in checking out the lambs, I might have a chance.
猴子，去，把小羊带上来。
But go! Bring the lambs up here!
That voice acting. This guy is committing. I love this voice actor. He sounds evil and disgusting, and I love it.
The Yin-san shouted, his voice echoing. The inn's waiter nodded, hurrying towards the back door.
I also like how Liang keeps putting, like, both... Oh god, it disappeared again? I'm not even seeing these disconnects. Every time you guys say it disconnects, like, nothing happens on my end, so that's just YouTube being a butt. So I'm sorry, guys. I cannot do anything on my side. I'm not sure if it's just a regional thing or if it's... Okay, so it didn't lag for me. It's only happening in certain regions as well. So I'm sorry, guys. It just seems like YouTube are dealing with an issue. I know, like I said, I think the East Coast US is dealing with, like, a big storm again, like they had, like, 2 weeks ago. So it could be that. But yeah, we're just gonna... It's gonna keep disconnecting bit by bit. Hopefully it reconnects quickly. It's been fine mostly, so yeah, sorry guys. Fuck, what was I saying? Yeah, he really committed to that voice acting. He sounds disgusting. He sounds like so creepy. Oh, that's where I was going. Liang, putting like both in and like waiter in quotation marks. Same way that he would like call other people like lambs and sheep. It's like, this place isn't really an inn. This place is an inn as its front. Like 100% he's saying like, oh yeah, no, this place is all about the human trafficking. It just disguises itself as an inn. Just like that waiter isn't really a waiter, he's a slave. He's a slave and probably like serves the operation as well. Oof. There is a blizzard going on? Okay, yeah, I figured. So yeah, that's probably, I think the US, like the YouTube servers are in the US for the most part, so could be.
The lambs were brought up, tied with hemp ropes around their waists, linked together to stop any escape. Some softly cried, others trembled, nudged into a line by the inn's waiter, standing in front of me. I kept quiet, scanning the lambs.
Oh my god, they're so baby. This one looks like she's about 11. This one looks like she's about 6. God damn.
The leftmost lamb and the second one. They must know each other, staying close, the elder guarding the younger. Probably sisters, both pretty young. I figured the older sister was 9 and the younger one was 6.
Oh, I was close on the younger one, quite off on the older one.
Both sported worn-out clothes, dark complexions, and rugged, disheveled faces. Their slender frames hinted at a poor background. Glancing at them, the older sister, scared yet putting on a brave front, defiantly locked eyes with me, while the younger one shied away, too frightened to speak. Maybe the older sister aimed to protect the younger one and viewed me as a threat.
Cool. Definitely adopt that one. That one's badass. Their clothes, I know it's patchwork, but they look cute. I know, right? Like the little like patches on them actually look like way too pretty. Because I know it's supposed to be like probably little bits of like burlap from sacks that have just been sewed in. But I mean, it's cute little puzzle pieces. But yeah, defending the younger sister. Oh, she's so adorable. Good instincts. Yeah, she's like, creepy man, stay away from the baby. Which is also horrific that she's trying to put herself in danger. Ugh. Viewed me as a threat. Well, aren't you? I know, right? It's like, oh, you know that I'm a threat and you're defending your sister against me. I like you. You're my favorite so far. It's like, you I can train. Oh, she looks like she comes from a noble background. Those, I mean, even though they're dirty and tattered, like that used to be a beautiful dress. It looks like the type of thing a young noble lady would wear if like she was going to school and stuff. I know, from my donghua. The third lamb stood out from the first two. Probably of school age, she wore old clothes, was small, but had much fairer skin than the first two lambs. She bowed her head in fear, hesitant to speak, yet her upright stance hinted at an unusual background. That's actually, I didn't even notice that as well, the paler skin. In these kind of times, and I mean, it's still kind of unfortunately believed in parts of Asia nowadays, but it's always been believed like, oh, if you had like darker skin, it was because you would be out working the farmland, working the fields. You would have the sun on you at all times. So it was seen as a sign of like being slightly lower class, slightly less well off, whereas the rich people could afford to be inside buildings all the time, studying, doing other kinds of work rather than having to work the fields. So I like that they pulled attention to that as well. This is sick. Noble background for sure. Yeah, which means how the heck did... Oh, is it like an ex-noble family that fell into disarray, or has she been kidnapped or something? Because, oh, and Liang's even saying it. I should just shut up and read the story. I was going to say, maybe she was kidnapped rather than just sold. Or yeah, maybe her family fell into something bad.
Bought the two on the left, the third snatched. I casually asked Yin-san, laying out my judgment.
哟，梁爷眼力真准，不瞒您说，确实如此啊。
Well, what sharp eyes! To be honest, Master Liang, it's true.
Oh, so she was kidnapped. Oh.
左边啊，这俩小杨是姐妹，她们是附近穷山沟的。
Over there, these two lambs are sisters. They're from a nearby poor hamlet.
哎呀，现在各处闹饥荒，他家养不起这么多娃子，便先把女娃卖了，给小儿子换粮吃。
With famine everywhere now, her family couldn't feed all those kids, so they sold the girls to feed their youngest son.
Oh, fuck me. Lovely. Sell both of the girls to feed the boy. Jesus. Oof. We're hitting like all of the horrible societal norms. All in one go.
Yin-san spoke slowly, and as he did, I shifted my attention to the two lambs, keeping an eye on their reactions. After hearing that, the younger sister stood there, seeming a bit lost. The older sister, with teary eyes, looked on the verge of crying. It seemed what Yin-san said was true.
啊，至于第三只嘛，出身不错，确实是我们拐来的。
About the third one, she's from a good family, was indeed snatched by us.
Snatched? Is it safe?
肯定安全，不安全我哪敢往外送啊？
Absolutely safe. Do you think I'd risk sending her out otherwise?
No way snatched ones are safe, especially when this lamb seems from a decent family.
I hushed my tone and spoke icily to Yin-san.
情况特殊，梁爷，别急，别急呀！
Unusual situation, Master Liang. Easy, take it easy.
Yin-san chuckled awkwardly in response to my words.
来这边说话。
Let's talk over here.
Sounds about right. Still damn. Yeah. It's fun to be a girl at the time. I mean, the horrible thing is in certain families, it's not... It's better, but yeah, in the wrong situations, it's not much fucking worse. Not much fucking better. It's still very much a case of like, oh, women are part of the family to take care of the greater family, to take care of the adults when they grow old, and then the boys are there to actually inherit the name and pass on the bloodline and everything else. And yeah, that's very much how it was back there for sure, where it was the daughters were going to be married off and go into other families, so they weren't going to carry on your family name. At best case scenario, the parents would maybe move in with them if like they didn't find a son, but yeah, for the most case, it was like, we need to find a son. He's got to be the heir to the actual family. So them just selling both of the children that are female, to provide for the younger boy is horrible. Further, in the past, some wealthy people would take orphans into their homes and treat them like objects for amusement. There are also things like this, which was pretty messed up practice. I cannot read that, so I do not know what that is, but rich people, doesn't matter what part of the world you're in, if you're rich enough, you can just choose to ignore morality and buy your way out of it. It's freaking horrible. We have a saying, gonna pronounce this terribly, I'm very sorry, I don't know Vietnamese even slightly. Trong Nam King Nu, as an old saying that they prioritize men in the family while women got looked down on. Yeah, which sucks. It's stupid. In Singapore and Malaysia with Nyonya Peranakans, the matriarchs had power, but it was still highly misogynistic. In certain parts of the world, there are times that they've actually had matriarchal societies where like the wise women were the ones who actually made the decisions. Also, I just noticed all the wine in the background that I'm blocking. Ah. Delicious. There's so much wine back there. Is that Vietnamese for this? I know that final one is Nha. That final character. How do you know so much about the bad customs of Asian regions? I know about bad customs from all over the world, but again, mostly from media. Like, China has so many interesting stories, so many beautiful things. And I mean, it's not just China, it's Asia in general, it's the world in general. Honestly, we talk about it so much on the channel, it comes up so many times because it's in every freaking story. Women always tend to get the short end of the stick. It's always like women who have to settle down and marry, women who have to give up their dreams for their families, women who have to bend over backwards to serve, and it's not how it should be, but it is how things happen. Unless we actually break the generational trauma and let it move forward and realize, hey, we're all just fucking humans doing our best, especially nowadays that women are expected to actually have full-time jobs and then somehow be caretakers and housekeepers. And take care of their parents once they get to an old age, even though they get kind of thrown under the bus by their parents, if they have shitty parents who are more looking after the boys than the girls. But again, I live like in the West, so I don't know how true it is. I just know I've heard horrible things still go on in places like Korea, from all of like the feminist movements that are trying to get more equal rights and trying to shine light on some of the horrific things that happen to women in their families. So yeah, it's just more that you hear it a lot. Yeah. Yin-san pulled me aside a bit, trying to steer clear of that land.
梁爷啊，这只小羊情况特殊，我们查过的。虽然它是贵家出身，但运它没有风险。
Master Liang, this lamb is in a unique situation. We've looked into it. Despite her noble background, trafficking her is risk-free.
Why? When does trafficking a noble young lady become risk-free? Aren't you worried her family might report this to the government?
报官？哎呀，不怕。
Report to the government? No chance.
他家现在自顾不暇，怎么可能来找他呀？
Her family is too occupied right now. No way they'd come looking for her.
What happened?
他家呀，曾与原都师交往甚密，好像还沾点亲戚。
Her family had close connections with Inspector General Yuan. Seemed to be distant relatives.
哎，原都师你知道吧？哎，就是那个得罪了万岁爷被切片的，被诛了3族啊。
You know Inspector General Yuan, right? The one who offended the Emperor, got sliced up and had 3 generations of his family wiped out.
都师死后，他家遭受株连，杀的杀，流放的流放，遭贬的遭贬，早就家不成家了。
After Inspector General Yuan's death, her family suffered consequences. Some were killed, some banished, and others demoted. Their household has already fallen apart.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so, yeah, he offended the emperor, so 3 generations of his family were wiped out, which I assume means like any children he had gone, any grandchildren he possibly already had gone, plus like his elder generation gone. Jesus fucking Christ. But more than that, this is like some distant relative of the family. They're already suffering problems, and this guy just realized like, oh,
they're too busy trying to escape the emperor. They're trying to run away with their lives. I can kidnap that young noble girl and sell her.
What an evil opportunistic bastard to just be like,
yeah, they're fighting for their lives. They might die at any minute. So I'm going to kidnap their child as well because they're going through too much to actually save her.
Oh my god. Wait, what the fuck just... Oh, I think when I scroll down, even when I'm out of the game, it just speeds through things. I'm sorry. I've never scrolled down like that before. I was trying to scroll down in the chat and it moved through the game. Oh, we missed some lines. I kept quiet.
If Yin-san's words held true, no one would bother about the lamb this family lost. Even in times of peace and prosperity, the offspring of condemned officials were disregarded, let alone in times of turmoil. Fine. I'll give the last lamb a look. I nodded, leaving the matter of the 3rd lamb behind, and turned my attention to the last one.
He's a baby boy! I didn't expect that. So we actually have a 4th boy. Oh, you're not in the synopsis. 4th lamb is not going to make it very far. Oh, baby.
The 4th lamb's a young boy. He looks like the oldest. Tall, only a head shorter than me.
Really? I thought he looked like a toddler. He looks so baby. Snotty? I know, right? And drooling. I thought he was like 3.
Hunched awkwardly tilting his head. He anxiously looked around. His gaze dodgy and elusive. Oh, he... Okay.
I
was gonna say. Yeah, he's not all there.
Yin-san, this lamb looks off. Is he sick?
Maybe disabled? Yeah, I think special needs. I think, yeah.
Tongue frowned, studying the 4th lamb before him. True. He's a bit slow.
Oh, the poor baby.
Did he get a childhood fever that fried his brain?
不是，似乎他就是天生傻。这小羊从小就这样，家里一开始觉得他是弥勒佛转世，就一直养到大。
No, he's naturally slow. This lamb's been like this since childhood. His family initially thought he was the reincarnation of the Maitreya Buddha, so they kept raising him.
I don't know what that is. Gonna be honest.
后来闹了饥荒，家里穷了些，不想养这佛了。他妈就把这小羊卖给我们了。
Later, when famine hit and the family became poor, not wanting to keep the Buddha anymore, his mother sold this lamb to us.
Oh, baby. Mom! Mom! Oh, he misses his mommy so much as well. And he probably can't even understand that she was the one who sold him. He just wants to go back. Upon hearing the word mom, the 4th lamb got agitated, staring intently and yelling mom loudly.
Seeing this, the other lambs seemed to think of their own moms too. Eyes teared up, quietly sobbing. Maybe for these lambs, feelings spread like laughter.
尹三儿，你确定肥羊会想要这种小羊？
Yin-san, you think the fancy sheep would want a lamb like this? Tongue asked with a mocking tone, a hint of anger emerging in his voice.
哎呦，谁知道呢？也许哪家也觉得他是弥勒佛转世，想要养呢。
Well, who knows? Say he believes the reincarnation thing and wants to keep him. Not that impossible.
洛阳那家说尽量是女娃子，但或许也能看下男娃子。能收的男娃比女娃少多了，也就只能搞到这种的了。
The family in Luoyang said they prefer girls, but might consider boys as well. It's tough to find boys, so we had to settle for this one.
不行，这种绝对不行。
No, this one's definitely a no-go.
哎，星爷为何不行啊？
Why not, Master Xing?
先不说我要是肥羊，绝对不想要这种小羊。你给我们运也运不了啊。
Even if I were the buyer, I wouldn't want such a lamb. Besides, we can't handle escorting
这弥
him.
勒佛带着太麻烦，我和你梁爷在路上被他惹急了，一冲动便可能把他宰了。
This Buddha is too much trouble. If Master Liang and I get annoyed with him on the road, we might just end up getting rid of him.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so yeah, Tong is fucking evil as shit. Just straight up saying like, hey, if he annoys us too much, we may end up just killing him when we get pissed off.
哎呦，星爷呀，你就不能收收脾气？这是肥羊要的羊，少一只就少一份钱，丢一只可能都要你们倒给钱的。
Master Xing, ease up. These are the lambs the fancy sheep wants. Lose one, lose money. Lose two, you pay up extra.
那我更不能要了，我最管不来这种有呆病的。
Then count me out. Can't handle the slow one.
我们管不了他，若是他一路喊喊叫叫，难免会引来官兵盗匪，到时候所有人都要完蛋。
We can't handle him. If he keeps yelling, he'll draw attention from soldiers and bandits. Everyone will be in trouble.
Agreed. I sided with Tong. This lamb was too hard to handle and might stir up troubles.
哎，行，我早知道你会不愿意。
All right. Figured you wouldn't be too keen on this one.
哎，正好，也罢。其实我也担心那肥羊会不喜欢男娃，哪怕这种肥点的也不行，大概率会退货。
That's fine. Honestly, I was worried the fancy sheep wouldn't like a boy, even a plump one. There's a high chance of a return.
Okay, the phrase even a plump one, I know that's possibly connected to the idea of like, oh, the more meat they have, the better they were taken care of, the better their chances of survival and growing up big and strong. But yeah, that more sounds like he's selling them for meat to me. They're going to execute him, aren't they? I'm kind of worried about that. It sounds like nobody's going to want to buy him. That kid is not going to have a good life. Fucking poor kid. The Maitreya Buddha is the Buddha that's widely believed to be the next incarnation of Buddha. The current one is Siddhartha. Oh, I do know Siddhartha. That's the one I do know. It's a belief popular in China. Okay, thank you. The choice of words is disturbing. Yeah, they're treating him like meat or just... Yeah, like an object. It's not a fun conversation. It's disgusting. Realistic and upsetting? Yeah, exactly. I know that that's what they're doing. They're making us feel uncomfortable, but it's horrible to hear a child who is, yeah, just trying to live, going through this kind of shit.
哎呀，哎，狗子，那你还是把那小羊也带上来吧。
Mutt, might as well bring in that lamb.
That lamb? I furrowed my brow, puzzled by Yin-san's words. Okay, she looks like she once had like really fancy robes as well, but they are way the fuck more torn. Which worries me, and this is the main character. Yeah, okay, I recognize her from the art. God, she's all wrapped up in bandages already. It looks like she's been through hell. It looks like there's been a fire involved. Her dress is torn all over the place. Jesus. Before long, the waiter returned with another lamb. The lamb stepped out from the backyard, immediately catching my eye. Appeared to be around 10 in the early years of schooling. Donned in worn-out clothes, her skin neither dark nor particularly fair. Quite slender, my first takeaway from observing her. She had a small frame, clothes tightly wrapped around her, revealing protruding bones at her wrists. The thin fabric outlined her bones. Her hair was pitch black, while her eyes had an unusual deep blue hue. This lamb appeared delicate. If she were a bit plumper, perhaps she'd be a beauty in the making.
哟，这小羊看着还不错。你这儿的几只小羊，说实话，除了弥勒佛，都还长得不磕碜。
Hey, this lamb looks all right. Honestly, apart from the Buddha, your other lambs ain't bad.
Really don't like that wording. What so fucking... oh.
那是，我的货源肯定正。梁爷觉得如何呢？
That's right. My lambs are top notch. What do you think, Master Liang?
I don't mind how the lamb looks, but I'm curious why she isn't tied up like the others. I noticed the last lamb wasn't tied with a rope around her waist. Curiously, I asked Yin-san.
啊，它和其他小羊不一样，它不用绑带。
She's unique and doesn't need a tie.
Why? You trust her?
放心呢，它不是被卖过来或是拐来的，而是逃荒的时候自己过来的。
Certainly. She came here on her own during the famine, not sold or snatched.
这娃子呀，是上个月刚来的，像是被调教过。 只要给一口饭吃，什么活都愿意做。
This one arrived last month. Trained, obedient, feed her and she'll do any work.
哎呀，虽然我也觉得可惜，但你们若是不想带那弥勒佛，可以让他替着去吧。正好啊，他也愿意去洛阳。
Well, it's a pity. But if you don't want the Buddha, you can let her go instead. She's up for a trip to Luoyang.
哎，他是哑巴，但是很懂事，平常不哭闹。你们跟他说会去一个能吃饱饭的地方。
She's
一
mute,
定愿意跟着去。
but well behaved. Just mention a place with plenty of food and she'll definitely want to come along.
我说尹三儿啊，你这儿的小羊怎么除了傻子就是哑巴？
I gotta ask, Yin-san. Why are all the lambs here either slow or mute? That was a completely different voice, but sure.
Oh, God. Congratulations, Nurhayati. For one thing, you broke one of my rules about not using 3 emotes at a time. For another thing, why would you make a comment like that? I play a fuck ton of visual novels on this channel. Congratulations on being timed out for 24 hours. If you want to come back a different day with an actual decent attitude, you can. But otherwise, go find a channel that's playing horror games. Like, we don't need you here. I'm enjoying this game. Oh, God. The fact that the client prefers girls is disturbing. And the way they mentioned, things about her where it was like, oh, she's just desperate for food. She came here of her own volition. She has been through fucking hell for sure. And she's just happy to do anything. And the phrase, she's well trained and well behaved, willing to do any work for food or money. Yeah, that sounds fucking horrible. Dialogue is on another level with how realistic it feels. In the late Ming Dynasty, it said that emperors even played a game called human chess, where people were used as chess pieces if a piece was captured. Oh, so they would be like on the chessboard, forced to play the game, and then if they died, they actually got executed? Makes me think of like when young people, when people thought they could use young people as ingredients for immortality elixirs and potions. Like Elizabeth Bathory that used to like bathe in the blood of people. She would like have young girls, particularly virgin girls, delivered to her castle and have them bled into a bathtub she could bathe in, thinking that bathing in like young blood would keep her young, which is why like she's widely regarded in fiction as like, oh, that's a good example of a vampire. She's mute. Is her tongue or vocal cords okay? Maybe she's just like too mentally gone. Maybe she's been through so much hell that she's just like shell-shocked by everything and just happy to survive kind of thing. I remember that story? Yeah, Elizabeth Bathory's a wild one.
I gotta ask, Yin-san, why are all the lambs here either slow or mute?
哎呦，这小羊是哑巴又怎样？二位爷呀，说真的，要不是跟肥羊约好了货的数量，我真不打算把它给交出去。
So what if she's mute? You too. If it weren't for the deal with the fancy sheep about quantity, I wouldn't have considered selling her.
你们别不信，哪怕它不会说话，养大后绝对能卖个好价钱。
Trust me, even without words, she'll be worth a good sum once she's grown.
他耳朵没问题吧？
Her ear's good.
哎，没问题的。
No problem.
啊，那倒也方便。
All right. That's convenient.
So she's not deaf if nothing else. It's not that she hasn't learned how to speak because of that. Dude, yeah, I don't like that. Fawn trauma response? Could be. Could be. Sensei, hearing that perfect ayah just added an extra year to my lifespan. I liked doing that. I've never actually tried to do an ayah before. And I was just trying to do the ay. But with that like tone of voice, it came out in the right way. Ayah. I like it though. It's I'm learning like a lot of things like from this one character, this rat-faced shit for brains that I hate. Like the hey you, it's so good. There was another thing he said earlier that was like an expletive as well. It's just like hey, things like that just sound like so good in English or Chinese. The Lord had a child quota. That's beyond disturbing. Yeah, I think he's just like buying as many young girls as he can. He said like he would consider boys as well, which probably means he wants like that's fucking worrying. He's probably looking for a specific type. Feminine children, essentially. Ugh. Disgusting. So yeah, it's not quality, it's quantity at this point. They're just throwing as many children as they can at him and thinking like, oh, he'll pay well for these, and not caring what he's going to do to all these poor kids.
Tung nodded, agreeing with Yin-san's idea. Having this girl along would be easier than dealing with the boys' issues. I agreed with that, but I wanted more details. Yin-san, how old are these lambs and what are their names? I asked Yin-san.
所属的俩姐妹9岁和6岁，叫红儿和翠儿。
Okay, so Liang's really good at guessing children's ages as well, because he got those spot on.
The two sisters on the left are 9 and 6 years old, named Hong'er and Suya.
第三只叫琼华，9岁。
Third one's named Chonghua, 9 years old.
最后一只小羊，它是哑巴，也不识字，所以很难知道名字。你们就叫它小哑巴就可以了。
The last one, she's mute and can't read, so it's tough to know her name. You could just call her Little Mute.
哦，年龄还是知道的。我问她是否9岁的时候，她点过头，估摸着就是9岁。
Oh, I still know her age. Asked if she's 9, she nodded, so she's about 9 years old.
Oof. None of them are over the age of 10. None of them have gotten to double digits yet, and yet they're being sold. Ugh. Xianghua is such an elegant name. It sounds beautiful. And the other ones, I like how the two sisters have like the R at the end of them. They both like share the second character.
No name. 9 years old. Mute. I looked again at the last lamb brought in as a backup.
Ooh, she gets her own theme song. Oh, she has a little mole under her eye. She's so baby.
This time she looked up and met my gaze. Surprisingly, she didn't shy away like the other lambs. She stared at me quietly. Her deep blue eyes reflected my image. A faint moisture seemed to be layered over her eyes, or maybe it was just my imagination. Strangely, during that brief eye contact, a peculiar thought crossed my mind. She stood out as the only one among the children who didn't resemble a lamb. Cat. She appeared to be a cat.
Okay, so that was the cat. Liang Chapter 2, Speak, the year of 1632.
She's so pretty. Yeah, she's so tiny and delicate looking. She looks like a little doll.
R is usually a suffix just thrown on to a name to be simplistic. Can also be used as a term of endearment. Can also simplification, aka their names are rustic and simple. Got you. Like Lanarga. Lanargaga. Calling a little mute feels like a hate crime. Yeah, it really fucking does. These aren't great people. I mean, they're property as far as all these adults consider anyway. They're all just babies. They need to stay away from these people and their nonsense. Yeah, unfortunately, they don't have anyone taking care of them, so... Let's just hope Liang turns out to be a decent person who will help things. She's got to be the one that's got to be pulling Liang's heartstrings and twist them. Oh, definitely. She definitely has an incredibly tragic backstory. I feel like she's going to connect really well with him. She'll probably end up being like surprisingly vicious, actually. Maybe she's going to try to kill me and I'm going to be like, I respect that. You aren't a cat. You're a wolf just like me. No, the R in Lan Argaga is 2 because he's the second son. Oh, right. Lan Arga, Lan's second brother. Yeah. Okay.
I agreed to Yin-san's job. After that, Tung and I spent a night at Yin-san's inn. The next morning, I tidied up my attire, wiped down my sword, and sheathed it. Before we hit the road, Yin-san got us 2 pack horses for the journey. Can't ride them, but they're perfect for carrying stuff. To avoid checks on the main roads, we'll take lots of mountain paths. Those trails aren't good for wagons, but pack horses will work. The inn was in a remote spot, and very few people were around, especially in the early morning. Tung and I stood by the inn, estimating how much time our job would take and planning what things to bring along.
华州到洛阳路途600里，哪怕日行50里，也要走半个月。
Jesus. Well, actually, I think it's going to take even longer than that. Since it keeps telling me the year in the story, I feel like this journey is going to take years. But yeah, 200 miles back before motorized travel.
华州to Luoyang, 200 miles. Even at 15 miles a day, it's still around half a month. Can't reckon it that way. With the lambs, we'll make it most half a dozen miles a day. Taking detours will extend the distance, if anything.
妈的，那就要备30日的干粮和水。现在各处闹饥荒，这么多粮又得花不少钱。
Damn! Gotta pack 30 days worth of food and water. With famine all around, it's gonna dig deep into our pockets. Pack light for now. Buy provisions on the road. Head east. Fewer folks fleeing. Cheaper grub.
行，要是我们到时候困在山里，实在饿极了，就吃个小洋充饥。
Sure. If we're stuck in the mountains and super hungry, we'll munch on little lamb.
Ew, dude, he's already talking cannibalism. Is this part 3? Yeah, we're on to chapter 3 now. Oh, Liang, wait, did I miss something there? No, okay, it was just the ... Tongue grinned and cracked a joke. I just shrugged it off and didn't say anything. Time to roll. I'll fetch them. I tossed a quick word to Tongue, grabbed my blade, and headed straight into the inn to call the lambs. Oh, at least Liang doesn't appreciate the joke. God. Part 2. No, I think this is part 3, unless the first bit was a prologue, but this is the third thing where it's gone like a chapter name. I woke up to the lambs and took them outside. 3 had ropes around their waists tied together. The mute one, without a rope, bounced around strangely.
梁，你说要不要把那个小哑巴也一起绑了？
Liang, should we tie up the mute girl too?
Oh, so it is chapter 2? Okay, so the prequel was just 1. So this is the third part, but it's chapter 2. There we go. Why is she bouncing around? Is she like enjoying the journey? Or
虽然尹三说他是自愿去的，不用担心会逃，可他这样能撒丫子跑，我不放心。
Yin-san says she came willingly, but with her bouncing around, I'm not sure she won't dash off.
yeah, maybe she's just acting like a normal child, just excited to go on a journey.
Yeah, makes sense. I nodded, went to the saddle and found a rope in the bag. I connected the new rope to the third lambs, tied a knot, and then went over to the mute girl with the other end of the new rope.
Maybe she needs to pee? Oh, that would be so sad.
The mute girl surely caught wind of our talk. She peeked at me, then turned away. Though she didn't look at me directly, she stood tall, arms raised on both sides.
She is very well behaved. She's just like, okay, tie me up. You got me. The name Little Mute is written as Shao something in Chinese, but it's actually a disrespectful term when referring to someone who cannot speak. Ugh. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, Little Mute is not something you would call someone either. So yeah, they're just being incredibly disrespectful to her. I wonder if MC has eaten anyone before? I would not be too surprised, but probably not children. I feel like if anything, he's maybe tried human flesh of a different kind. Like he's probably eaten sheep, but not lamb. He doesn't seem happy with the idea of like hurting children. Imagine if Liang has like 4 different child leashes on their backpacks, like a stretched out babysitter. That's basically what he's got. It's like that one meme of the person with 4 children attached to them and like being like taken in 2 different directions at the same time. Except I'd imagine they're actually tied to the horses instead. She comes across as observant. If anyone's going to make it far, it'll probably be her. Yeah, she probably has a knife hidden somewhere on her as well, knowing her. Since he said she was cat-coded, I imagine she's got claws. She's like, you can tie me up. I can cut this off whenever I need to if I see something dangerous happening. I'm here as long as you guys seem safer than the road, I guess.
I didn't say anything, just stood behind her, head down. I took the rope, looped it twice around her waist, and tied a knot at her back. As I wrapped the rope, I could feel how skinny she was. The rope around her waist was only half an arm's length. So thin. Jesus Christ. I just measured that on my own forearm. Yeah, she's tiny, tiny, tiny. At 9? That's like a 4-year-old's waist. After that, I double-checked the ropes on the lamb and then tied the rope's end to the pack horse. These knots were really tight, so unless they had something sharp, it'd be tough for them to untie. Even if they tried to cut the ropes, it would take time. Tongue and I would keep watch, making it tricky for the lambs to get a chance. When I tied the rope around the little mute's waist, She went along with it, didn't put up a fight at all. She did seem as sensible as Yin-san said.
喂，小崽子们，都听好了啊！
Hey,
这就出发。
listen up, brats. We're setting off.
这一路上，你们叫我星爷，叫他梁爷。我们要走1-2个月，为的是把你们送去能吃饱喝足的地方。
On this journey, call me Master Xing and him Master Liang. We're going to be on the road for a month or two, aiming to take you to a place with lots to eat and drink.
我们出城后一直向东走，走的路大多都是山路。
Once we're out of the city, we're heading east, mostly taking mountain paths.
每日走的不多，日行20里便可。
Won't be covering much ground each day, just half a dozen miles.
粮食我都备齐了，今后我们一天吃2顿，50一顿，傍晚1顿。这2顿多吃点儿，别的时候不许喊饿。
Got the food ready. We're eating twice a day now, noon and evening. Eat more during those times. No whining about hunger at other times.
走路时不许交头接耳，不许哭闹，违者罚粮1天。
No crying or fussing on the road. Break the rule, no food for a day.
这一路不要想着逃跑啊！逃者鞭笞数百，打死后还要被我活剥生吃。
No thinking about running away on this journey. Runners get 100 lashes. And if you die, I'll strip your skin and have a feast. Tongue, all red-faced and loud, introduced himself to the lambs and said his rules. While he talked, he pulled out a switch from his bag and waved it in the air, showing it to the lambs. The young lambs couldn't hide their feelings well at that. Ugh, that's disgusting. So already threatening to eat them, telling them if they break any rules, they're not getting any food. And if you don't know what a switch is, I don't know if it's like a proper term. I thought that was a slang term. So excuse me if I'm getting this wrong, but a switch is just like any random object you grab to use basically as a whip, to use to hit people. Like I've heard people refer to something as a switch when they just grab like a branch off a tree. They're like, oh, just let me grab my switch. Where it is like something to smack other people. So yeah, he straight up got something to whip them if he needs be. Oh, you can even see the ropes tying them together. And yeah, big sister, a little bit worried, but still like ready to fight for her little sister. Oh God. Seems like it's not just one hungry lamb. He's not a lamb. This guy's a wolf for sure. Don't want to think about what she's been through for them to be the safer option for her to pick. They all need it. I can't imagine these kids have been eating well beyond the bare minimum. And yeah, I'm sure they're only very much getting the bare minimum for like the foreseeable future too. A flexible rod, which is typically used for corporal punishment, guessing bamboo or something. Yeah. Back when I had one horrifying experience with a parent when I worked in a nursery rather than primary school. When I first was getting into childcare and I was working in a nursery, there was a parent who straight up just like went to a tree and tore down a thing. The other like teachers like got between her and the child and were like, what are you doing? I was just so confused. I was confused as shit. And she was like, what? I'm just getting my switch. I need to like take care of my child. And the other teachers were like in the way. And it took me a moment to realize what she was saying was that she was about to like grab this fucking tree twig and start spanking her children in front of us in public. So yeah, you know, it's something that is horrific. Some families do it at home, but yeah, that was the first time that ever happened like in a school setting, and I was just absolutely broken by that, where it was like I did not understand what was going on. Woman just went over to a tree and grabbed it. Thank God the other like teachers realized what was going on. That's too recent. That was like, I mean, that was like 10, 12 years ago maybe, so it was a while ago, but yeah, no, way too recent to the point where, and it was in London, so I mean, like in London, we haven't allowed like child abuse like that in ages. Shocked they did it publicly. Yeah, no, to them, it just seemed like a normal thing. And I'm sure they still did it at home and stuff. It was just like, yeah, it was explained to them, no, we don't fucking do that here. School in public and saying it like it's normal too. That was a messed up moment. But that was the first time I heard the term switch, where she was just like, well, I'm just grabbing a switch to I forget how she said it, but she was basically saying like to teach my child a lesson. Ugh.
The young lambs couldn't hide their feelings well at that. When they heard about a place with lots to eat and drink, their eyes got big. But then they heard about, I'll strip your skin and have a feast, and they all got scared and huddled up. Especially that refined lamb named Qianghua. When Tung waved the switch, she got so scared her legs shook, almost falling down. I don't know if that means, like, this is her first time being threatened with violence, or the opposite, if that's a trauma response from the fact that even though she lived in a respectable household, her parents were incredibly strict and have already taught her to fear lashings. Baby has trauma? Possibly. Or possibly, that's the thing I mean. It could go either way. It could be that, like, for her, she's, like, traumatized by being, like, whipped or beaten. Or in the opposite direction, like, she's never had this before because she came from a more safe childhood, a more safe upbringing. Oh, but yeah, nursery is, like, before kindergarten. It's before reception, we call it in the UK. So these were children aged 2 to 4. Very, very tiny. Barely able to talk. Oh, good, and he's finding pleasure in it. Tung always liked seeing the lambs scared because of him. He glanced at the frightened Qianghua, a playful smile on his face. Don't dawdle. Time to go. I told Tung not to overdo it and pay attention at the time.
行，出发吧。
Got it. Let's roll.
Tung turned around and yelled at the lambs once more. His shout made the lambs shiver. He chuckled, licked his lips, and led the way forward. Don't like the licking the lips either. This dude is incredibly fucking uncomfortable. YouTube hiccuping again. I'm sorry, guys. It seems like that's got to keep happening all day, unfortunately. Either way, definitely not a good sign. No, it's not a good sign that fucking Tung immediately got interested in it as well. Very happy at the idea of like, oh, this one's easy to scare. She gives good reactions. Yeah. To them, it's just disciplining. Fortunately, I'm not shocked. Family does this at home, but in public, gods, yeah. They just didn't realize it wasn't a thing we did. Kind of thing. Maybe she's seen servants get whipped in her old house. That's possible as well. Either, yeah, she was like held to a very high standard and punished when she did wrong, or she's seen like servants, or she's seen like, come to think of it, since her family was like being persecuted for something that one of her distant relatives did, it's also possible that she saw them go through lashings or torture in some level. We need to get rid of Tung ASAP. Yeah, we do. Love the background. Yeah, no, the art style in this game so far has been gorgeous. I love the characters so much. They're so baby. We followed Yin-san's chosen path to leave the city. Outside, we headed east along the planned route. To steer clear of the main road, we had to go through the foothills of the Tuhua Mountains area. First, we'd cross Shaohua Mountain, then Mount Huashan, and after that, we'd reach Tongguan, where Yin-san had set up a place for us to stay. The mountainous journey would take 4 to 8 days. Tung and I knew this part around the Tuhua Mountains area well enough to avoid bandits. But with wild beasts in the mountains, can't be too careless. Come to think of it, yeah, I guess they do know very well how to avoid bandits because they just know all the areas that they would naturally hide in these mountains. This is pretty much exactly where they've been doing their work this whole time. Children getting smacked for unsteady handwriting during lessons was also very common. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, even though she comes from a good background compared to the other kids, doesn't mean she hasn't been abused in her own way. Could very well mean that instead of having like a rough life where she was working the fields all the time and worked to the bone, she was instead like tortured on a different level where you have to be the perfect little child kind of thing. So, We walked through Shaohua Mountain. We didn't speak along the way. All we saw were endless trees, dirt, and rocks. All we heard were hooves, insects, and footsteps, and birds. After about 2 hours, Tung suddenly started talking to me.
喂，梁，你知道群大虫吗？
Hey, Liang, know about tiger herd?
Tiger herd?
哦，你不知道啊？
Oh, you don't know.
群大虫就是成群的大虫，寻常时候大虫都是独来独往。
The tiger herd are tigers that come together. Usually tigers like to be on their own.
前些年陕北闹饥荒，很多人向东逃难，都逃到了一些山区里，被大虫吃了。
A few years back, during the famine in northern Shan, lots of folks fled east and ended up in the mountains where they got eaten by tigers.
大虫吃人多了，生崽也多，过2年就都是成群的大虫了。
With tigers chowing down on more folks, they had more babies. And after a couple of years, they turned into a herd of tigers.
哎，亮，你说，若来了10几头大虫，我们还有命不？
Liang, what if a dozen tigers show up? Can we survive?
Nope. Nope, I don't think I could fight one tiger. I don't care how badass Liang is, he ain't surviving 12 tigers. Isn't tiger hunting alone, not pack? That's what they're saying. They're saying that, yeah, a tiger herd is just something where there are a bunch of tigers working together, which probably might happen sometimes in nature. I wouldn't be too surprised, honestly. Wolf versus a tiger? Yeah, meanwhile, wolves need packs. Tigers, not so much. So yeah, when they first said tiger herd and they said like a bunch of tigers together, I'm not going to imagine. I imagine like, I'm not going to lie. I imagine like a rat king, but with tigers. I imagine like 12 tigers with their tails all tied together. I was like, that's just such a silly thing. Tiger herd, just like 12 tigers rolling around together, growling. That'd be cute. Doubted.
那不一定。
You never know.
我们手中有刀啊！啊，如果见到大虫，我就挥刀斩了小羊们，放出一堆血来。
We have blades. If we run into tigers, swish! Cut the lamb, spill some blood.
大虫见着血肉，定不会去咬我们这些持刀的啊，会冲上去分食小羊。那时我们便可逃了啊！
When the tigers see blood and meat, they won't go after us with our blades. They'll charge to eat the lambs, and that's when we can escape.
Tongue burst into laughter, cranking up his voice in the last 2 sentences. Yeah, he's doing this to torture the children. This guy fucking sucks. Also, I'm going to turn the SFX down a little bit and the music down a little bit as well. Just because I like hearing the voice is really loud, but sometimes those other things are getting a bit too intense. When does he shut up? Never! He's taking pleasure in bullying the children and making them think they're going to be killed at any second, keeping them terrified at all times. Ugh. I knew he was doing it on purpose, trying to let the lambs behind us hear. You seem to enjoy frightening these lambs, huh? Is that fun? I threw a cold remark at Tongue.
肯定有趣儿啊！
Sure is fun.
Tongue chuckled, dagger slung over his shoulder, moving forward. I glanced back at the lambs. 3 of them were scared white by Tongue's words. The mute one just lowered her head, lost in thought. Was she not afraid of tigers? Oh yeah, she's been through some shit. To not be afraid of tigers and people joking about just bleeding you on the road to let you get eaten by tigers. Jesus, she's been through some shit. Can't wait for Tongue to lose his tongue. Surely his name is foreshadowing. I can imagine it. If we come across the wrong group of people, he will mouth off and they will cut out his tongue. And that would be perfect, actually. That would be thematically amazing, considering all the shit he's been doing. Around noon, after walking for about 4 hours, we took a break for an hour. Tongue had some grub first, then said he wanted a quick nap and dozed off against a tree. After that, I handed out food to the lambs, giving each one a serving of dry ration and half a pot of water. The hungry lambs. Roll credits! The hungry lambs quickly started munching on the food and shared the water. As I munched on my own ration, I kept an eye on them. The 2 darker-skinned lambs, Hong-er and Se-er, if I remember right, ate pretty fast and finished quickly. Hong-er was the older sister, and she looked after her younger sister, giving her more water. She only took a tiny sip herself. Aw, she's so sweet. Considering they've both clearly been starving, the fact that she's still going out of her way to make sure her sister is going to be stronger on the road than her. The well-bred girl who got snatched was still kind of scared. She took the grub really carefully, eyes wide open like she thought I might stab her while she was grabbing a bite. Surprisingly, even though she's a kidnapped miss, she didn't complain about the grub and finished it all. Not sure if Yin-san did a good job training her after the snatch, or she just figured out how things are now.
While eating, her eyes got teary. I figured she's thinking about something. Heard it's easier for poor folks to handle a rich life, but rich folks struggle in poverty. Probably hits lambs like her hard. Yeah. Besides watching those 3 lambs, I also kept an eye on the mute girl. She chowed down on her grub, eating really quick. Look away for a sec and she polished off everything, like she hasn't eaten in forever.
梁爷，
Wait, they speak. Oh my god, baby speaks. Also, sorry, that blew my mind for a little bit. I was gonna say I like how suddenly he's speaking in a more natural way. Like he's speaking in like a more colloquial way now, like grub, and being like, yeah, like he's throwing in colloquialisms as if it's like actually written from his perspective now. They changed that. That wasn't the same in earlier chapters. She protects her sister. This hurts my heart so much. I know. Also, why sometimes my messages not show up live? Did I do something wrong? No, they should show up. It might just be YouTube glitching. We've had YouTube cutting in and out all day, so it could be that some of the messages are getting eaten. I bet little cat knows more about tigers than him. Oh, probably. I love that Lemaire drew her as Saoirse as well, because Saoirse's very cat-coded as well. It's perfect. The name is actually referencing to the color of their outfit. Honger's Hong means red, and Sia's Si means green. Oh, thank you. I didn't know that. So they're literally just named red and green. But that's probably their actual names from their parents as well, I'd imagine. I'd imagine, like, yeah, they were just given the most simple names because it was just like, these are the 2 daughters, and then we have a son. They probably named the son in a more proper way, and for them it was just, these are just the daughters. The girl opened the gates of hell and walked there herself. You can't scare what's already broken. True. Just hiccuped 3 times in the last 2 minutes. My god. My bad. How do you pronounce C? Tsue? Is it Tsue? I don't know. That's... The C in Chinese is one that always blows my mind. I know the Chinese word for vegetable always, like, destroyed me when I was trying to learn Chinese for a bit. For now, I'm reading it as Tsi, but I'm probably completely wrong. Okay, let me hear that line again.
梁爷，
Liang, yeah. Oh, she's so cute. Master Liang? While I was watching the mute girl, a lamb's voice suddenly reached my ears. The sister named Hong lifted her arm, shyly calling me, not quite used to saying my name. What's up? I stood up, furrowing my brow, and asked her.
我们要来抽抽，别的不行了。
Sis needs to go poop. Can't hold it. Honga told me a bit awkwardly. I turned to look at her younger sister.
Oh, she's blushing. She's embarrassed about it as well. And yeah, they're going to need somebody to, like, accompany them so they don't just get fucking carried away by, like, a wolf or a tiger in the woods. She's been holding it so long. Oh, baby. Liang, go protect those kids while they poop. Not Reddy and Greenie. Yeah, pretty much just named Reddy and Greenie. Poor babies.
Suer's face turned really red. She hunched over, holding her legs, just like Honga said.
Oh my god, she's literally about to pop.
Eat, drink, pee, poop were constants of human life. We'd been on the road for a while, so these lambs probably needed a break. Since Tongue didn't catch the rules about leaving themselves, they might have been holding it until now. Sure, if anyone needs to go, just do it on the spot. I looked at them and casually announced my solution.
Yeah, they're little girls, my dude. They would probably like a little bit of privacy and maybe something to wipe with, maybe.
梁爷，不行。
Master Liang? I can't.
That was so cutely said as well. Bullshit, just literally cannot. She's just like, no, I can't do that. Not here, dude.
Why not? The lamb called Xianghua seemed uneasy about my suggestion to do it on the spot. She looked at me awkwardly and then glanced nervously at Tongue, who was resting under a nearby tree. Her eyes showed worry and discomfort. While I wasn't entirely sure of her thoughts, I could guess. Maybe she was concerned that if Tongue woke up and saw them relieving themselves nearby, he might find a reason to punish them. Or she might be hinting that, being a girl among guys, she didn't want to do it in front of men. The worst thing is, I think it's a combination of both. I think it's, he might punish me, and also it might give him ideas, which is terrifying that they're having to worry about that. Oh, God. I leaned more towards the first one. After all, these young kids were still a few years away from being adults, so such concerns shouldn't bother them. Unless horrible piece of shit old men have been saying horrible things to them while they've been slaves. Alright, follow me with the ropes. We'll head to a spot behind those trees. Line up and take care of it there. I shared the plan and went to the pack horse, undoing the tied ropes. Holding the ropes, I guided each lamb. We passed the sleeping Tongue, going toward a cluster of trees a bit away. I led the lambs to relieve themselves. When they came back, Tongue was still asleep. The lambs took a short nap. I stayed awake, keeping an eye on them and the surroundings. Oh, that's cute. He's keeping an eye out for them. And they seem to trust Liang at least a little bit better than Tongue. With Liang, they think they can ask for things. With Tongue, they're like, don't want to talk about that shit. Can confirm that even young things like this were still a concern. Oh, yeah. I mean, more than anything. Yeah. It was just a thing of like, oh, you didn't want to be seen by people as well. Still stuck on Reddy and Greenie. If I had to give them English names, I'd be kinder and give them Scarlet and Olive or something. You could go with that. But yeah, just Little Red and Little Green is kind of adorable. They know at least that Liang isn't constantly threatening them. Yeah, to eat them and do other horrible shit. After lunch, we resumed our journey. We walked for 4 or 5 hours around the foot of Xiaohua Mountain. Thankfully, we didn't run into any beasts or the tiger herd Tongue mentioned. Sira stumbled along the way, almost falling. Luckily, the rope tied around her waist and being close to her sister kept her from hitting the ground. Oh, her sister lifted her up. Ooh, even the sky looks pretty. The silver moon shone bright, and stars scattered across the sky. Soft clouds moved slowly, and insects made a racket. Night made it hard to see, so we decided to find a campsite at dusk, resting until dawn before hitting the world again. We'd been through these mountains a lot, found a good mountain lake for camp as dusk settled in. The lake was good for water and washing, and the conditions were decent. Tongue set up camp and I made a fire. He unloaded tools from the pack horse, gathered some dry straw nearby, and set up makeshift bedding. I grabbed a bundle of firewood and took out the fire-starting tools from the pack. With a fire striker in one hand and a piece of flint in the other, I struck the flint hard, producing sparks. I swiftly brought the flint near the tinder, and after a few attempts, a flame finally caught on the tinder. The flame quickly spread from the tinder to firewood, forming a blazing campfire. Oh, that looks really gorgeous. Looks inviting. They did find a nice spot, like, between a big, like, closed-in area, right next to the trees as well. Not super warm, but a little bit, like, protected from the elements. Very pretty background artwork. Yeah, the colors are gorgeous. The campfire served as a warning for nearby beasts and provided us with light and warmth. Wow, big fire. Oh, she's so baby. She's so excited. I thought that when it like heavily described him like sparking the tinder, I thought one of the kids would be like, wow, it's like fireworks. But yeah, she's just excited by the fire. Oh, God, she's 4 years old. She doesn't fully know all the horrible shit that's happening to her. So to her, this is just like probably the first happy thing since she was sold off. The youngest, Sirar, happily sat down and got close to the blazing fire. She reached out her hands to feel the warmth of the campfire. Seeing Sirar do this, the other lambs first checked our expressions, making sure we weren't mad, and then they also gathered around the campfire.
亮，你还真能搭火呀！我记得你不是怕火吗？
Liang, you're good at making a fire. Weren't you scared of it before? Just done with his work, Tongue joined us by the campfire. He brought up my old story. Well, I used to be scared of fire due to past memories of a disaster. Was scared before, not now.
那是好事儿啊！本来想着你怕火，下次杀人放火，我都不愿带着你。
Good. Thought I'd leave you behind for the next arson and murder if you were still afraid of fire.
Lovely. Arson and murder. The combination. Normally we get like breaking and entering. These guys are on a whole nother level. Scared of fire, tragic backstory. I was going to say, I thought like the fourth girl, the fourth lamb was going to be scared of fire just because it kind of looks like some of her clothing has been burned as well as just like drawn through the mud and like ripped. But yeah, they all seem okay with the fire other than Liang. Liang seems like the lesser evil. How many children are there? There's 4 now. There's 4. We've got 4 little baby girls. One of them is 4. 3 of them are 9, I think. Yeah, all of them are 9. Do not use holy arson in vain. And yeah, the baby is going to fit right in with the Pupals. She likes the fire. Isn't she 6? Oh, sorry, right. She's 6. She's 6, not 4. So she's 6, and the other girls, I think, are all 9. Correct? In Chinese, green, le, is also expressed as zi, emerald, since zi sounds more elegant and poetic. Oh, so she has a cute name, actually. It's not just little green, it's like little emerald. Actually, yeah. Because I should have known that because of Xiao Lan He Xiao Le. The Donghua slash comic about like little blue and little green that was like really cute. I can't believe that Donghua was so beautiful considering the actual like main artwork is more like little tiny chibis. Emerald, Ruby and Emerald would actually be such cute names. That would be adorable. So yeah, all the other 3 are 9. As far as we know. I don't know that though. I think maybe like the angsty one, 4th lamb, is secret, the one that doesn't have a name yet. Secretly might be like 11 or something, and she's just accepted being 9, maybe due to trauma or something, but she's just so underfed that she looks 9 as well. But I think she's going to turn out to be the oldest. Secrets. Tongue scared the lambs with his words again, but I didn't feel like continuing the talk. And honestly, when you have to deal with someone, you don't need to resort to arson.
妈的，累死了！要不是怕这些小羊跑了，就该让他们去给咱们拾柴火、铺床铺。
Damn, so tired. If it weren't for the risk of these lambs running off, I'd have them gather wood and make beds for us.
哎，梁，中午我休息过了啊，你先睡2个时辰吧。2个时辰后，你给我换班。
Young, I've had my rest at noon. You catch a 4-hour nap first, then we'll swap shifts. All right. I nodded and settled down by the campfire. A gentle breeze passed by, making the campfire flames sway like torn red ribbons in the air. The fire's glow revealed the faces of the lambs who remained still, perhaps fearing punishment. Yet their shadows had already adjusted to the surroundings. With the flickering firelight, those shadows danced freely, and the crackling of the burning wood added a lively tune to their performance. The scene in front of me brought back memories of the shadow plays I enjoyed during my childhood.
They keep mentioning the shadow plays as well. I wonder if that's connected to his trauma. Maybe he actually used to tell shadow plays. Maybe his family were like traveling performers at one point. But something horrible happened. They got attacked. Maybe they were burned to death. Because you need like a fire for a shadow play. But like back then they would just do like a fire. And then they'd have like the shadow puppets in front of like a projector screen kind of thing. So yeah, maybe somebody like did not appreciate the shadow play, burned them in front of the kid and then let the kid go. Did the shadow play catch fire? That, you know, is a much more gentle way. It could be something like that. Did he knock over the light source? Yeah, maybe it's something to do with he caused problems. Yeah. Maybe she's like the blind girl from Modao Zishi who faked being blind so people underestimated her. Yeah, maybe. Maybe she's pretending to not be able to speak because that way nobody will expect her to speak. People like say things around her thinking, who's she going to tell? Maybe she'll tell people a lot of things. Maybe he might have been a performer to a noble family. Could be as well. Also, welcome to the scholarships, Aplef. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for re-enrolling in the scholarship. I hope you're having a lovely day. Not enough evidence yet? Nah, for sure. It just seems like with the shadow play being mentioned continuously and just bringing up his fear of fire, maybe those two are connected in some way. It'd be interesting to see. Oh my god. It took me this long to realize that that's like a sideways tree. You can barely see it in the light of the fire, which is actually even more gorgeous. But yeah, that's not just a branch, but a tree growing sideways. So this is actually a really good little campground for them. Between like the rising up road, the tree that's guiding sideways. Ah, looks so comfy. Feeling a bit drowsy while lost in thoughts of shadow play, I ended up dozing off. Guess I'll sleep first. With Tongue watching over the lambs, no need to threat. Slightly on edge, I clutched my blade and fell asleep. My gaze fixed on the dancing flames, I succumbed to the weight of my eyelids, gradually slipping into dreams.
亮，醒醒！
I was going to say, this motherfucker's going to do something horrible right now, isn't he? It's 1632, so there were witchcraft huntings from the Holy Inquisition. Oh, I don't think that happened in China. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. You know, maybe, but I don't remember any of that, at least from what I know. Also, Apple, thank you so much for the 5 gifted scholarships. And Secret Life of Anna, thank you so much for the 5 gifted scholarships. We got so many today. Thank you guys so much. I hope you're enjoying the stream. So far, yeah, as dark and twisted as I was hoping for, so pain, suffering coming in. And Jack Trader, thank you so much for donating the allowance. Cute little black cat. Just like our little baby who doesn't have a name yet. Did they have witches? That would be interesting. They definitely had witches, but I don't think they had like an Inquisition kind of thing. I don't think 1600s were the biggest times for like the Salem witch trials and stuff like that. So that's when the Inquisition was running around just burning women like wild. But in China, like, yeah, no, I don't think they had like a similar thing. But correct me if I'm wrong. If anybody in chat knows, if there was ever a time that they actually like persecuted people that practiced any kind of like holistic traditional medicine kind of thing. Pretty sure China had something different going on. I'm trying to remember the specific dynasty. Well, we talked in the beginning about the Ming Dynasty, the end of the Ming Dynasty, tons of famine close to the end. Like this is late Ming Dynasty. So this is while there's a bunch of different like turmoil going on. The emperor isn't treating people kindly. There's about to be a lot of drama. And there's lots of famines going on and a lot of like cannibalism and stuff going on. So it's a rough time in this period as it is, but different for sure. And also, Noeen, thank you so much for donating the allowance. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you so much for being here. Liang, wake up. Tongue's voice rang in my ears. I slowly opened my eyes. Better not done anything to these babies. Huh? Did 4 hours fly by already? Guess that short nap didn't do much. Honestly, I felt more worn out now. 4 hours already? I asked Tongue as I got up.
对，柴火烧了2捆，差不多2个时辰了。
Yep, burned 2 bundles. Nearly 4 hours.
The lamb's okay.
都睡了。
Yep, all sleeping.
Tongue gestured at the nearby beds. Lambs rested by the fire. Tsu'er and Hong'er together. Xianghua and the mute girl on separate beds. Ropes around their waists kept them in place. Okay, I'll take the next shift. I nodded, gesturing to Tongue, and decided to stand up for a quick stretch to refresh myself. Tongue saw me stand up, then he found a bed and lay down. Damn, that was fast. And that VA, again, really committing to this role. Like, the VAs, I love the voice actors in this. That was such a disgusting snore. Man, that felt like it was inside my ear. That was fast. Yeah, he must have been pooped. And he actually got, like, a nap earlier in the day. How come I had to take watch during the day? He gets a nap during the day, and he gets first, like, the same amount of sleep as me? That's some BS, man. He dozed off fast, and soon enough I heard his snoring. Now it's just waiting for the sun to rise. Quite a chore. 4 hours of sleep daily for several dozen days. In this regard, those lambs probably had it better than us. On the way, they could sleep for 8 hours. Once we reach our destination, they could get sold to fancy sheep. If luck was on their side and they were chosen, they might get adopted as daughters.
Even if luck wasn't on their side, becoming servants or maid in these chaotic times was still better than being refugees and bandits like us, right? Thinking about it that way, this job might actually be a good deed. While lost in my thoughts, a sudden noise caught my attention. I swiftly turned to see its origin. In the dancing firelight, a lamb rose to its feet. It was little Mute. "Why are you up?" I asked little Mute coldly. No words. She couldn't. "Hungry?" I asked again. "Cold?" Shook her head. "Need to pee." That looks like a nod to me. She nodded. "Pee?" I frowned. In the middle of the night, such a bad habit. She needed to pee, but it was tricky. The rope tied her to the other lambs, and going could disturb their sleep or even bother Tongue. Going nearby wouldn't be ideal either. Could get smelly. If I let her once, she'd probably do it again next time. Damn, he really talks about her like he's training an animal. Ugh. Young, she's 9. I know, right? He's like, ugh, if I let her do it close to the campsite, she'll keep doing it. Jesus Christ. I like the idea that she's doing this to get away, though. Like, I do feel like this is how we're going to reveal, like, her true side. I think this is her being like, sure, lead me away from the other girls where I can stab you and they won't hear you scream. All right, I'll untie you for now and lead you to the lakeside to pee. Just be good and don't do anything extra. I told little Mute coldly. She nodded obediently. Rustle. I moved behind her, carefully looking for the knots, and after a bit of effort, I finally undid the rope for her. Follow me. I went to the fire, grabbed an unburnt stick, lit it as a torch, and continued forward. Little Mute followed behind me. She kept a grip on my robe, following closely to stay on track. Wait, that's so cute. Her, like, grabbing onto the robe to, like, be dragged along is so adorable. What if she's secretly a 20-year-old spy? That would be badass. But also, yeah, the idea that, like, a kid is going to sleep through the whole night without peeing. Sometimes, maybe, but they have tiny little bladders. Meanwhile, when you get older, it happens as well. You get, like, past 30 and you have to go to the bathroom at least one time while you sleep. Maybe 2 times. Well, that's so cute. She's just grabbing his robes. Oh, she's going to stab me in the back and I can't wait for it. She kept stumbling onto my back, using it to stay steady. We walked over dry branches and fallen leaves, pushed aside the foliage blocking our way, and finally stepped onto soft soil. We reached the lakeside. Tall reeds bordered the lake. The ground was damp and it seemed like a good spot to take care of business. Here's a good spot to go, I said to Little Mute, pointing to the nearby reeds. Little Mute nodded and went over. She crouched down, tried to untie her belt, but then stood up again. She looked at me, a bit embarrassed. Well, seemed like she's shy. She preferred some privacy. Fair enough. She seemed smart. I respected her wishes. I turned around to give her some privacy. After a bit, I heard a rustling sound. She was undoing her skirt, doing it slowly, maybe a bit hesitant, perhaps worried I might turn around and catch a glimpse. Thinking a lot for a 9-year-old. When I was 9, did I care if there were people around when I peed? Oh. Yeah, that might be true. Suddenly, a chilly breeze swept over my neck. Tap, tap. Quick, rhythmic footsteps came from behind. Someone was running right behind me. Little Mute. Oh, wait, she actually has a fucking knife? That shit I was joking about. I genuinely thought she was going to try and kill him, but my god.
The fucking light in her eyes as well? She ain't a cat, she's a fucking tiger. A big knife. I mean, probably a tiny knife, but since she's so small, yeah, that's huge for her. Bro is discovering male privilege. Yeah, bro is like, man, I peed whenever I wanted when I was 9. I just dropped trow and whipped it out. It's like, yeah, no, you don't get it, my dude. I spun around. The shiny dagger flashed in the moonlight. In her hand, a small dagger glimmered, and she thrust it upwards, aiming at my throat. Her hair flooded in the breeze, and beneath those strands, I saw a pair of eyes filled with deadly intent. Where did she get the dagger? Why did she want me dead? My mind went blank, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Her sudden attack caught me off guard. What should I do? I think neck tackle. I don't think she'll expect us to be ready for the attack. For one thing, I'm going to save. But I think the correct answer is to use our strength, pin her to the ground. That might get us stabbed, but I feel like that's the correct answer because I feel like she's got speed over us, probably. So I'm going to do step back fast and see if I get murdered real quick. Step back. Got to dodge the dagger. In a moment of panic, without time to think, I stepped back sharply to avoid the dagger. But then, a problem. In my rush, I slipped on the wet ground by the lake. Unable to stand firm, my body suddenly lost balance, tilting backwards. Damn it! It's over! I cursed silently and fell backward. Plunge. 2 clear sounds. Me hitting the ground, and her dagger through my throat. I stared at her, my killer, little mute. She put all her strength into the dagger, splitting my throat completely. Couldn't see her expression under her hair, but those gritted teeth told me she gave it her all. Must have used every ounce of strength to take me down. Blood gushed from my neck. Tried to break free, but with my throat like this, it was useless. Little mute. Why did she kill me? No answers. Death's grip spread, draining my strength and warmth. With questions unanswered, I slowly closed my eyes and sank toward death. Ending. Died halfway. And I got an achievement called Killed by the Cat. The achievement's text was, never turn your back on a feline. Yo, let's fucking go. I knew that was going to be the death option. I didn't expect to trip. I thought it was just going to be that she was too fast for me. Oh, yeah, okay, good. I did save, so that's cool. Oh, and there is a flowchart. We have completed 5% of the storyline. So, oh, yeah, that makes sense. It goes far. There is chapter 12, chapter 12, chapter 15. There's a fuck ton of chapters. Let's put it that way. But that was fun. So proud of her, honestly. Go off, queen. I know. I love the fact that he's like, why would she kill me? I don't know. Maybe because you were trying to sell her for reasons that you didn't honestly give a fuck about. Says the guy holding her against her will and leading her along a tragic fate. Exactly. You were just the, you know, the soft touch. You weren't the one who would be more defensive and was trying to actively hurt her, so you were the one that she could trick to taking her into the woods. Good for her. Now let's neck tackle this little baby kitten. An ordinary person might have died from her surprise attack, but my years of bloody experience kicked in. I stayed calm. Faced with the dagger, I didn't try to block with my hand or hastily dodge. I quickly lowered my body, moved aside from the dagger, and then forcefully slammed into her. Thud. My charge threw her off balance and her arm lifted. She missed the stab. The dagger pierced through the air. Relieved, I pressed on, pouncing like a wolf into its prey, and shoved her into the reeds by the lake. Ooh, 6 CG too. He has her by the throat. He has the dagger away. Oh, she looks terrified. Poor baby. So she's not a cat. She is in fact a baby tiger. She just hasn't fully grown yet. She volunteered, right? And we don't know why. True. Maybe she's here for a reason. Maybe she's got something that she needs to do. She just needed to get out of the city. Maybe she wanted to like kill him and then like steal their food. Maybe just abandon the other kids as well. This is the first time we see Liang. This is the first time we see Liang. And he is kind of fine. Not, you know, a great CG to show it, but he's good looking. I pinned her down. Right leg on her belly. Left leg on her arm. Oh shit. Yo, he really does know how to do this. Right hand gripped her dagger hand. Left hand squeezed her throat. After a failed stab, the dagger slipped from her hand. The instant she struggled to snatch it back, I promptly pressed down on her hand. Now she was completely under my control, unable to move.
What the hell are you playing at?
I glared at her, my eyes fierce like a wild wolf, growling at her with a low voice. Meanwhile, I pressed down even harder on her, pulling her arm with increased force, almost crushing her thin forearm. She's so baby. She could hardly bear it when I suddenly pinched her arm and pressed all my weight on her. In particular, her right hand was probably hurt by my knee, and the bone might be broken. The short dagger slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Right after that, something I could never expect happened.
Ow. Spare me. Spare me.
She can speak! She has been faking, holy shit. With slightly red, teary eyes, she begged as she cried. Little mute, she actually spoke. So we're going to get a name. That's good. That's an achievement. Chapter 3, Swine Demon. What's a swine demon? A voice? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I recognize that voice. Because I know she's in like all the Hoyoverse games as multiple characters, but I know that from someone. Don't tell me yet. I want to hear her voice lines a few more times. I want to see if I can actually guess it. How come you're talking? You're not mute. I stared blankly at the little mute pinned beneath me. She actually talked. Tears in her eyes, face red, struggling for breath under my weight. Even so, a moment ago she begged me for mercy, each word crystal clear. Did being frightened by me make her suddenly able to speak? No way. Never heard of a mute being cured. This girl must have had some sinister plan from the start, faking being mute to catch others off guard. Spill it. Why the mute act? And where'd you get that dagger? I snapped at her, eyeing the dagger that had slipped from her hand.
Master Liang, you're cursing me. I can't talk.
She kept begging for mercy. I glanced at her and sighed. Grabbed the dagger she dropped. My left hand held her arm, the dagger against her neck in my right. I rose, eyes fixed on her, pulling her up from the ground.
Oh, legs busted. I can't stand.
Wow, she really sounds like a child. This voice actress is fucking killing it. Is that Klee? Yeah, she actually sounds like a baby. She doesn't even sound 9. She sounds like 6. True enough, iridescent. True, selective mutism does exist. Can't blame her for not wanting to talk to anyone in these circumstances. Yeah. Does feel like she has a plan, though. But yeah, I think that might be Klee from Genshin. But other than that, yeah, whoever the voice actress is, bleh, she really sounds young. It's baby. She got up, wobbling a bit before finding her footing,
like a newborn deer learning to walk. Wait, it isn't Luo Xiao Hei? No, that's Shanxin. That's definitely not. No, I'd see if she was named in this. Spill it, brat. Why the mute act? Why the hell did you play mute? I kept my gaze fixed on her, each word sharp and deliberate. At the same time, I pressed the dagger close to her neck. I was still steaming from her failed sneak attack. This brat was definitely aiming to finish me off just now. If she didn't explain, I might actually cut her throat.
别杀我，我什么都说。
Spare me! I'll talk!
我之前装成哑巴，是怕被尹三认出来。
I faked being mute to dodge Yin-san suspecting me.
尹三他是人牙子，我怕他问的多了会起疑心，便干脆装成哑巴。
Yin-san is the trafficker. I was afraid he'd ask too many questions, so I pulled the mute act. What are you scared he'd figure out?
我想杀豚妖，不能被他怀疑。
I aimed to off the swine demon. Couldn't risk his suspicions. Swine demon? She looked down, and the mention of that term just made me more puzzled. What's a swine demon? Why is she bringing it up all of a sudden?
梁爷，其实尹三骗了你和星爷。
Master Liang, actually, Yin-san lied to you and Master Xing.
你们不是把我们送去富贵人家，而是要送我们去豚妖那里做菜人。
You weren't sending us to fancy homes, but straight to the swine demon as lamb dishes.
你一把我们卖去洛阳，我们就要被豚妖给吃了。
Sell us off to Liu Yang, and we're on the menu for the swine demon. Oh, shit. So they are straight off being... Oh, my God, she's crying. Oh, baby. Oh, God. So, yeah, they are being sold specifically to be eaten by the swine demon. Which is fucked up, because Tongue has been joking about that the entire fucking time. Actual lamb? Yeah, actual sacrificial lambs. And that makes the name Swine Demon make perfect sense. Clevier? I'm still not sure, but I think so. I recognize that voice, and I did not play Genshin for very long. Klee was around when I played Genshin. I think that might be Klee. Whoever it is, they're doing an amazing job. They sound so baby. Sacrificial lamb? Yeah. To a swine demon, which, ugh, disgusting. She's more aware of the situation than some might think. Yeah, I wonder if the other kids know. Maybe that's it. Maybe because she, like, hid everything. But why did she know the swine demon was going to be trying to buy children? She urgently spoke with a teary tone, and I was caught off guard. It isn't the little fairy, is it? No. No, that voice was way more specific. Tongue and I were taking these lambs to become lamb dishes. I knew the meaning of lamb dishes. It meant people who would be eaten. I remember hearing that term for the first time when I was young, back in the peaceful era, and it gave me chills. But in recent years, there was famine in Shan. Heard in some hard-hit areas, folks were selling kids for food. Some even sold concubines for cash, dissecting them to hawk their organs. Sounds brutal, but it doesn't seem made up. The lambs I'm sending are actually going to end up as some swine demon's lamb dishes?
洛阳城里有一头豚妖，它重千斤，生性好食人。
In Luoyang City, there's this swine demon who weighs 1,000 pounds and has a taste for human flesh.
它有1000年修为，能化身人形，在旁人看起来，他是洛阳最富贵的人，但他其实就是个无恶不作的大妖怪。
With 1,000 years of cultivation, it can take on a human form. To onlookers, it looks like the richest person in Luoyang, but it's actually a great demon.
我们全家住在洛阳附近，爹是个屯药种田的佃农。他有一次来我家看地时，
Ew.
看上了我姐姐，便和我爹说，想纳姐姐为妾。
Our whole family lives near Luoyang. Dad's a tenant farmer for the swine demon. One day, when it came to our place to check the land, it took a liking to my sister. Asked my dad to let my sister become its concubine.
爹爹怕他，便同意了。 没多久后，姐姐便失踪了。
Dad feared it, so he gave in. Soon after, my sister vanished.
这之后，爹爹去问姐姐的情况，他们说姐姐偷东西跑了，找不到人了。
Dad went to ask about her, and they claimed she stole something and ran off. Couldn't track her down.
我不信姐姐会偷东西，整天哭闹，说是要见姐姐。
I can't believe my sister would steal. I cried every day, wanting to see my
直
sister.
到有一天，我梦到了姐姐。姐姐说她被豚妖吃了，希望我给她报仇。她还说，豚妖的口味越来越刁，以后不只要吃女人，还要吃小娃子。
Until one day, I dreamed of her. She told me the swine demon devoured her and asked me to seek revenge. She said the swine demon's appetite is getting pickier. Not just women, but also little kids.
姐姐还跟我说，豚妖让化州的尹三做人牙子的活，给他送孩子吃，让我找机会给他报仇。
Sis told me the swine demon made a deal with Yin-san in Huazhou. He's rounding up kids to feed it. She urged me to find a chance for revenge. I listened silently to her, pondering for a moment. Not convincing. What she said about the lamb dishes was morally despicable, even for a bandit like me. And all of this planned by a swine demon with 1,000 years of cultivation. Her knowledge comes from dreams her sister sent her. Certainly hard to buy into.
See, I wouldn't believe this either, but at the same time, at some point you just got to like follow along, right? Like, we've just got to see who they're being sold to and kind of vibe check them. Because I very much doubt they're a 1,000-year-old demon, but what this does ring of is trauma. It sounds like her sister was taken by this man, this lord in this area, possibly eaten or just murdered in some other way. And either way, like, yeah, she's had this prophetic dream, which is really just her dealing with the trauma, wanting revenge, wishing to like avenge her sister. I also wonder how old her sister was, because she said no longer just wanting women, wanting children, so I imagine he was a bit bigger. She was a bit bigger, the Jie, the older sister. Wasn't he 1,000 pounds heavy? Yeah, we'll see if he actually is, but maybe he's just like a big dude and this is like a child's way of processing this trauma, being like, that's not a man, that's a swine demon. And then also having this like nightmare where it's like, oh, it's a swine demon, 1,000-year-old thing that's like cultivated a human body. She sounds vaguely like Clee, but someone from HSRCN. Yeah, I know the voice actors and actresses that do like one of the Hoyoverse games tend to do a bunch of them. Can't find her voice in Chinese, but in JP there are VAs from Honkai Star Rail and Genshin. Gotcha. Oh, well, I know a couple of them do both the Chinese and the Japanese side. I'm not sure if this is one of them. We'll find out. I'll search it later. Clee's VA is Hualing. Yeah, okay, that's Hualing. Hualing is the one who does this girl. I did see that. She's listed in the cast, but I'm not sure if she's playing the little girl. So yeah, this is Clee's VA. And Hualing is one that does do Chinese and Japanese. So she could actually be doing Clee in the Japanese and the Chinese version of Honkai. But I'm not sure. But yeah, for sure, she definitely does the Chinese in this one. So yeah, sounds like it is Clee. Damn, let's go. She's very good at playing like little girls that sound actually like little girls. She sounds vaguely like Silver Wolf in the HSR dub. Okay. She's a capable child, but still a child. I am wondering if she is actually 11 though, because she definitely 11, 12, 13, just tiny. I don't know. But yeah, she's saying big words for a tiny little baby, for a 9-year-old. A Chinese VA is Hansa. Am I wrong? Wait. So I was wrong that whole time? I was sure it said Hualin. Oh my god. The Chinese VA is Hansa. She was popular on Bilibili for imitating Kagura from Gintama. Interestingly, Liang/Tong's VA was also imitating Hijikata from Gintama with her. Liang/Tong's VA. Oh, so the same person who does Tong also does Liang as well when he makes like sounds and stuff. That's cute. So they had done Hijikata and Kagura together and now they're in this game. That's adorable. Okay, thank you guys. I must have reimagined that. She actually voices Silver Wolf. Hualing voices Chuanghua. My mind. Oh. So I was completely wrong. I just so convinced myself of that. Wait, Hualing is Chonghua? I didn't recognize that at all. Okay, ignore me. I know nothing about VA. I was so convinced. I was like, I think that's clear. And then when other people were like, yeah, I think that might be clear, I was like, okay, yeah, no, that's definitely... God damn it! My bad, guys. My bad. Oh, my God. Anyway, okay, let's continue the story. Thank you for letting me know, and thank you for donating to the allowance. Amazing VA regardless. Yeah, no, she's doing an amazing job. The voice acting is on point. Is she in any... Wait, did she do a different role? No, she's just known for doing Kagura on Bilibili. So she isn't even in, like, any of the Hoyoverse? Oh my God, I broke my brain. Okay.
You acted mute. Let Yin-san take you just to get close to the swine demon? I asked, ice in my voice. Little Mute nodded. You think I'll believe your nonsense? Swine demon eating people? Sister sending dreams? Don't bullshit me! Don't get out a kid like you comes up with so many lies. If you really wanted to set off the swine demon, why lay hands on me just now? If I die, who's going to take you to meet the swine demon? How are you going to avenge your sister? Ignoring the mystical talk about the swine demon eating people and her sister sending dreams as I spoke, I quickly spotted the holes in her story. I didn't even think about that. While her tale could explain her choice to act mute and carry a dagger, it couldn't justify why she attacked me earlier. Her reasoning just didn't add up. If I died, who's going to escort her off to the swine demon? Oh no, she's been caught in a lie. She's about to try and murder me again. Man, I believed her. Oh, she's Silver Wolf in Honkai Star Rail. Okay, I never properly played Honkai Star Rail, but I thought I recognized the voice. I'm just dumb. Oh, she's a VTuber now too? Awesome. She was in Virtual Real? That's mind-blowing. Fair enough. Sensei getting hypnotized to going back to Genshin? No, never going back to Genshin. They fucked me over when it came to Old Man Earth Dragon. Never going back. But thank you for donating the allowance. They took enough of my money. I tried to get that old man. I got the wrong pity, and now I'm never going back. Sure enough, the little mute went silent, unable to answer my question. She lowered her head and stopped talking. Seeing her go silent, my suspicion deepened, and I began questioning the truth behind her words. What now? Should I end her? End this lying brat? Or wake up tongue and figure out how to handle her? I pondered, biting my lip, when suddenly I caught sight of bean-sized tears rolling down her face, resembling a snapped string of pearls. I'm real scared. Too scared.
白天的时候不是说了吗？说如果我们不听话，会把我们活剥生吃。我以为你们也是囤药，越想越怕，刚刚都做梦了。
In the day, Master Xing warned us he'd skin and devour us if we misbehaved. Thought you were swine demons too. Got really scared. Had nightmares just now.
方才我把刀藏在巨库里，两眼看着我解手，脱下巨库肯定能看到刀。
I just hid the dagger in my skirt. If you had turned my way and saw me taking off the skirt, you'd definitely spot the dagger.
两眼这次背过身去没看，但若是下次看了，你肯定会变成吞药，把我给吃了。
You looked away this time, didn't catch a glimpse, but if you peek next time, you'll probably turn into a swine demon and gobble me up.
我怕了，不知道怎么做，心狠，就想着要刺两眼。
scared. Didn't know what to do. Got overwhelmed and thought of stabbing you.
梁爷，对不起，对不起，我再也不敢了。
Master Liang, sorry. I won't dare to do it again.
Oh my god, I do not trust her. For one thing, incredible voice acting. That sounds like she's crying her eyes out, and it sounds like a child crying her eyes out. This would 100% work on me. I will say this right now. If you hit me with that kind of crying voice and you're just like, it makes sense. It all makes sense. If you were an actual child, you're like, I got in over my head. I thought I would go to sneak in and kill a swine demon, and then I realized that maybe they were all swine demons, and I just tried to stab my way out. I got scared. I freaked out. So yeah, I'd be like, oh, poor baby. At the same time, I just think she's really good at acting. I think she's really good at lying. And it's true that her story did not line up, and that she got like really like shadowy there for a second, as if it was like, okay, what do I do now? Do I try to kill him again? But he already fucked up my leg. I'm going to have to use the baby card. But again, voice acting really good. And also, whether it is real or fake, the idea of like, if you see me peeing, you're going to turn into a swine demon has horrific connotations to it as well. Where basically she's scared that like, oh, if somebody sees me in a vulnerable position, they are going to consume me. They are going to want me, which is not something that any 9-year-old, 11-year-old, anybody should have to fucking deal with. But that is a thought that's going through her head. Oh, I forgot to read that line too. Little Mute wiped her tears, crying on and off. While crying, she kept saying sorry to me. She cried, gasping for air, body shaking. She looked really scared, asking me to forgive her. But I still wanted to see. You got it right. Since you've got a dagger, no matter what you say, I'll be suspicious. On top of that, you tried to stab me with that dagger. So I should kill you no matter what you say. I snarled quietly, seizing her dagger, lifting my hand, mimicking a move like I was about to stab her. Master Liang, don't kill me! You can't! I won't do it again! I swear! I'm gonna kill you! Okay, now she sounds like an actual child. This is so sad. I get what he's doing. He's like, I'm going to pretend to stab her so that she reveals her true colors if she is an assassin. She's doing a really good job of acting like a child if she's not, you know, well, acting like a scared baby if she's not, because this is such a silly thing to say, but it's exactly what a child would say. Spare me, Master Liang. I'll make you rich when I grow up. I'll be your provider. I'll build shrines for you. I'll make golden statues for you. God, please spare me. She shook in fear, legs giving way, crying with watery eyes and a snotty face, talking nonsense. Terrified, she tried to flee, falling like a scared piglet, kicking her legs while letting out a chilling, non-stop wail. If I hadn't held her, she'd have hit the ground. The night was too dark to see clearly, but her terrified state suggested she might wet herself if pushed any further. Yeah, okay. This girl's gonna kill us. 100% I'd be like, okay, that's a frightened baby. Like, he even tested her, and at that point, like, that feels so realistic. If she's actually lying, damn, she's doing so good. It made sense. Seeing her like this, I felt a bit at ease. She'd been too mature before, and with her smooth talk earlier, it had me on edge. Now she genuinely seemed scared, showing the age-appropriate tears. Considering her clumsy dagger move, she didn't seem skilled. Unless I tripped just now, she couldn't have killed me. After some thought, I eased up on my guard. At the same time, any thoughts of killing her vanished. Get up. I sheathed the dagger and pulled her to her feet. She glanced at me, fear lingering, surprised I spared her suddenly, still sobbing softly. I'll let you live this time, not killing you for now.
谢谢梁爷，我就知道梁爷不是妖怪，而是好人。
Thanks, Master Liang. I knew you weren't some monster. You're a good guy. Bruh, she's playing him like a fucking fiddle. I love this. I'm no good guy. Tonight I can't just pretend nothing happened. Oh, the tears dried pretty quickly there, kiddo. I went cold-faced. After my words, little Mute, who had relaxed a bit after narrowly escaping, immediately stiffened, her expression freezing. Face away from me, I coldly commanded little Mute. She obeyed, stiffly turning her body around.
梁爷，你要做什么？
Master Liang, what are you doing? I'm punishing you.
怎么罚我？
How? Take off your skirt and you'll see. I'm sorry, what the fuck, my dude? He's gonna spank her, right? Even then, dude, no. Ew. Take it off. Didn't you hear me? I barked at her. The sudden... Oh. He's checking to see if she has any other fucking weapons. Okay. That freaked me the fuck out. I was like, dude, you're supposed to be the nice one. I barked at her, the sudden loudness causing her body to jolt.
我不想脱。
I don't want to undress. If you don't, I'll kill you.
梁爷到底要做什么？
Maybe he's gonna like fix her clothing or something. I don't know. Or maybe he's walking away. What exactly are you gonna do, Master Liang? Her voice quivered, filled with reluctance. I was puzzled, a sudden wave of irritation hitting me. Why was this brat being so difficult? He said I wouldn't kill her and she won't even take a simple punishment. Is she trying to challenge me? This guy just has no idea about like children or girls in general. With that in mind, I decided to go ahead and forcibly remove her skirt. And then she said something that left me stunned.
梁爷，你不能犯法。
Yeah. Master Liang, you can't do something illegal.
弟弟跟我说过，法有规，监幼女12岁以下者斩决。
My dad told me there are rules, and those who rape girls under 12 get executed.
我不满12，梁爷要34。
I'm not even 12 yet. Master Liang, please think twice. Please. Yeah, good. Yeah, I hope you feel bad about what the fuck you were just doing, Leah. Get law checked. It's horrible that this fucking child has to know that. It does add to my theory. Maybe she's like 12 or 13 then. Maybe she's like 12 or 13 and that's why she's pretending to be 9 to blend in with all the rest of these children. And it is just that she's tiny and malnourished so she fits in. But yeah, maybe that's why she's pretending to be even younger than she is. Because I got that feeling about her that she's more mature than she's letting on. Oh my god, this visual novel does not shy away from this shit, because I know this visual novel doesn't actually have any of that shit. I always check that before I stream something, but man, just having to read that shit out loud was disgusting enough. Good, Liang. I hope you feel horrible. I froze, and the attempt to remove her skirt came to a sudden halt, and now he's got to understand why all the girls are so freaked out about, like, having to pee in front of men and all the rest of this shit. Ugh. I didn't anticipate this brat having such ideas. I told her to turn around and remove her skirt, intending to give her corporal punishment. Wanted to cut a piece of the nearby reed and spank her bottom a few times, leaving 3 red marks. I really didn't expect that this little troublemaker thought I was after something intimate. In that moment, my thoughts felt childlike while she appeared mature. Gave me a strange sense of reversal, making my already irritated mood turn awkward, chaotic, and even more displeased.
How should I handle this to teach her a lesson?
Fucking, I don't know, dude. Like, you're not her father. Like, at this point, just run the fuck away. You don't have to be here. You chose this line of work. Oh my god. I will say, I respect that about Liang, that he's just on that level of thing where he just doesn't even think about it. It's like, this is a 9-year-old child. I'm not even slightly thinking about that kind of thing. In a way, that shows a sign that he's not even slightly interested in that. So that's good. We like that in a protagonist. But my dude, have a little bit of like understanding. Oh god. Just now he realized that? I know, right? I don't know. At this point, I just want to hit her because I want to end the conversation, but I don't feel like physical abuse isn't great either. The bar is in hell. Yeah, there's no good way out of this. At this point, just like run away. Just be like, hey, one of them got away. Like, I don't want to deal with that brat. That brat is not a 9-year-old girl. That girl is too fucking scary to deal with. She lives in the woods now. She's free. The bar is in Traitorous. It's below that, man. It's down where the fucking Titans were put. Down under the ocean. Okay. Oh, God. I'm gonna just hit her. No, that's abuse. Go along with the conversation and hope it just leads to him being like, okay, you learned your lesson. Fine. It's just, can we just go back to the rest of the fucking camp? Why not go along with her story and... No! Okay, no. We reload. That's not what I wanted. I thought that was just going to be, okay, that's not what I meant. Let's go. Yeah, no, we're just going to hit her. Spank. I don't want to explain anything there anymore. No more words. Might as well hit directly. Swish. I took the dagger she just used, sliced the switch from the lakeside reeds. As I made the cut, she flinched, eyes shut. Afterward, I measured the reed's length with my hands, assessing its thickness. Perfect. This reed switch was perfect for spanking her. That's an interesting phrase to have to say out loud. This reed switch was perfect for spanking her. Both options are horrible. Yeah, but one's going to make me a whole lot less comfortable. One's a conversation I do not want to be reading either side of. This game goes fucking dark, man. It does not shy away from horrific things. Ugh. Master Liang, what are you doing? Doing what? Of course it's for spanking your butt. Where did your mind wander off to just now? Time for punishment. A solid one.
狼也是要打我屁股，那你打吧，就是打轻点行不行？
Bruh, now she's trying to make it awkward in that way.
Bro, what? She's okay. No, I'm hoping she's way older than she pretends to be, because the way she's wording things is just a constant stream of, I'm gonna make this as awkward as possible so that you don't want to do this, and it's working. It's fucking working. It makes me uncomfy as fuck. I hate everything about this. She has to be. I hope so. Either way, she's way too young. No matter how old she is, she's way too young to be saying this fucking shit.
Are you gonna spank my butt? Well, go ahead. Just make it gentle, please. Take off your skirt. Or should I do it?
我来脱。
I'll do it. I'll do it. The mute hurried forward, reaching for the sides of the skirt, swiftly used her fingers to untie the knots and remove them. The dim light, coupled with tall reeds, obscured the details from my view. Then I heard the soft rustle of clothes hitting the ground, and vaguely saw her exposed skin in the shadows. I don't love this. It seems she did take off her skirt, revealing her bottom.
老爷，我已经脱了。
Master Liang, I was taking it off.
打轻点行不行？
He's up on the spanking, okay? I didn't bother talking more with her. Everything's set. It's time to get started. I raised my hand, lifted the reed switch, and gave her bottom a firm smack.
怎么直接打了？
Why the direct hit?
不敢了，梁爷，不敢了。
won't dare anymore. Master Yang, I don't dare. Please, no more hitting.
Jesus.
好疼，火辣辣的疼，的疼。
It hurts. Stings. Too much.
She wiped her tear-stained face, pulled up her skirt and retied the knots. I gave her 3 strikes. The child's skin is delicate. She appeared frail, offering little resistance. To avoid causing harm to her muscles and affecting her ability to walk in the next few days, I restrained my force. Still, I was certain it would leave 3 red marks. Your life spared for now. I'll keep tonight's event a secret for you. If Tongue caught wind of it, he might devour you alive. I'll be watching you closely on this journey. If you try anything again, I'll kill you, breaking my rule of sparing children. Jesus. It's really fixated on the 3 red marks for some reason. Yeah, I wonder if that's something that he was like taught when he was a kid, if that was like a punishment for him kind of thing. They did a really good job of making that uncomfortable as fucking possible. At the same time, they also did a really good job of making it very clear that Liang has no kind of interest in that whatsoever. So at least it's good to know in that regard. But man, I really did not need like the graphic descriptions. And the voice acting was really good and painful. Props to the writer, honestly. Yeah, it's one that's difficult to read. Like this is that if that had gone on much longer, I might have had to be like, okay, no, this is officially my trigger. But yeah, that was one of those things where it was like just on the limit of like, oh, I fucking hate this. This is disgusting. The consideration of this man. I know. He gave her 3 lashes to teach her a lesson. He's being a good daddy. Oh, God. Feel like they wanted to scare us. Yeah. And so hopefully that kind of topic won't come up again. But at the same time, yeah, I guess it's an idea of like putting it in your head. Like there are much more fucked up people out there that cannibalism, I'm okay with. Not well, let's wrap that back. Cannibalism, I'm okay with dealing with in fiction. The other side of that, nah, don't want any of that near us. So it's painful. The bar is in hell, but the writing is really good. I'll give the writer that. Yeah. And I do genuinely think that the girl is acting. I think she is a bit older than she's pretending to be. I think she is... Like, all of that, it felt like, oh, I know how to make this super fucking uncomfortable for him. I know how to freak him out. Meanwhile, if he had actually wanted to do that, she probably would have tried to dive for the knife again and been like, I'd rather die kind of thing. But seeing that he seemed like a genuinely, you know, he's a fucked up human trafficker, but he has his limits. I think she was trying to make it very clear, like, no, just scare him away in this way. Make it super uncomfortable for him so he'll just freak the fuck out and go away. On the way back, she limped, feeling the sting from the punishment. As she walked ahead, I lectured her from behind. He's telling her off after that. This is why you don't pull knives on men, young lady. God damn it. At the same time, I asked her some questions. The more I think about it, the less you seem like a 9-year-old. How old are you exactly?
11岁，天启元年生人，属鸡。
I nailed that shit. At the same time, I thought the other sisters were 11 as well, so that's my bad. But she is 11, not 13. Damn it. I started to think, oh, maybe she's going for 11 because she's still grabbing at the whole like under 12 thing, which is a disgusting rule. It should be any age gets executed for that shit, but still. Hope she'll drop the manipulation act if it's a defense mechanism for her to try to survive. I hope that we'll have like deep conversations with her in the future where she's like, I'm gonna murder you all. I'm like, actually, I trust you now, Liang. I'll tell you, I need to kill that guy because he may not actually be a swine demon, but he's an evil piece of shit and I wish to murder him. Maybe he really did devour her sister just in a different kind of way kind of thing. Like it is just a man who is eating human flesh.
11, born in the year of Tianqi, year of the rooster.
Oh, you seem small like a 9-year-old. Also, Kushami, I'm going to have to ask you to stop saying things like that during the stream. You're pushing it past the limit where it's like, it's okay that you're thinking that. Keep those thoughts to like other places. Like this is this is a comfy stream, even though it's got some dark themes. Like you know, it's all good. I hope you enjoy the voice acting. At the same time, please do keep those to like places where they are age gated, because that's getting a bit too far, especially with the themes that's going on in the actual game. When it's me actually voice acting things from my own regard, that's one thing, but not from that scene. That scene was uncomfy. Oh, you seem small like a 9-year-old.
我吃的少，长得矮。
Eat less, so I'm short.
What's your name?
满岁。
Mansui.
She paused for a moment, then uttered 2 words. How do you write it?
不会写，只知道岁是吃的那个岁。
Don't know how to write. Just know sway, as in wheat ear.
Your parents truly work as tenant farmers?
真的，到洛阳城后，你可以去查。
Really? When we reach Luoyang City, you can verify.
What if those words are false?
若有假，我全家不得好死。
Again, the voice acting is so fucking fire. Like, she got so serious there. Like, the maturity came back into her voice, even though she'd still doing the childish, like, wording. Like, it was suddenly like, no, this is real. You need to know. It's true.
If I lie to you, my whole family will suffer.
I'll check your story as we travel. No need for oaths. I hate being lied to. If you lie to me, I'll kill you and your whole family. I warned her coldly. After hearing the threat of killing her whole family, she shivered and fell silent. She might have been scared or just been worn out from the crying and yelling earlier. In either case, she walked in front of me in silence, not paying me any more heed. Cute. Damn, okay, sir. Yeah, I know. He's making it clear. He's not a good guy. He has his limits, but, you know, he's fine. And you're good, Kushami. Don't worry about it, because that's fine in, like, other scenes, but that scene was very uncomfortable for me. So I don't want to hear that the voice acting for that one was good. In particular, that one was like, ill. But yeah, no worries. It's just, yeah, there's a limit to, like, the actual things you could say in chat. Feel free to add them to the hashtag, the adult hashtag. The little thing is wheat. That's so cute. I know, it's a cute name for her. You can imagine her as like a tiny stalk of wheat blowing in the wind. Didn't realize there was no music until the music came back. Yeah, that bit was like very serious, finding out about her name and everything. Sorry, Sensei, I didn't seriously read the game's introduction. I didn't handle the boundaries. You're good, Kushami. It's all good. It's just, yeah. That scene was... Moonlight stretched her shadow as she moved through the mountainous woods. From behind, she appeared slender and solitary, akin to a lone young animal. Yeah, a lone young animal. I almost read that wrong. I almost read Yon Lung. From behind, she appeared slender and solitary, akin to a lone young animal. Man Sui. Sui is in wheat ear. I silently repeated her name. This name echoed with the hope of a farming family, like the wish for a field to be lush with golden wheat ears. Suddenly, a series of scenes surged in my mind. It was as if I could see a vast wheat field, the endless field bathed in sunlight, wheat ears linked together like a golden lake. A strong wind stirred, creating ripples on the lake, forming waves. Her family held her hand, running amidst these waves. She laughed and fell into the golden sea, smiling joyfully. Oh. Sui prologue, home. Oh, are we going to see Mansue's backstory? That artwork was gorgeous as well. We get a different art story for backstories? Are we getting shared dreams? It seems like it. It seems like we're seeing her full-on backstory. I don't know if this is magic or if this is just like cool way of like stylizing things. Also, sorry, my headphones got tied up. I'm trying to free them. There we go. The art, I know, it's gorgeous. And we are back into Fadamoru again. We keep coming back to the wheat fields. The writing is making it too realistic, even for me. That was my problem with it. The scene just kept going. If the scene had just been like very short and it had been like immediately like, oh yeah, no, that is creepy when she like worded it that way, it was like, okay, let's back away. But they kept going and made it super uncomfortable, which I'm sure was a choice of the writing, but ugh. The beauty of VA work is that even if you don't understand the language, the meaning still comes across perfectly. Yeah, exactly. Her switching from like the childlike speech to suddenly like a very serious line was so good. Is there magic in this world? Well, there might be a swine demon, so it could well be. Sue's Law. Yeah, let's dive into this. I'm also blocking a man, my bad. This is probably her actual daddy. I will be up here with you guys for now. Perfect. Like the art style of the game, but the story is darker than I expected. It brings up a lot of sensitive topics. Yeah, it does. I expected it was going to lead into like the dark, like gruesome sides, but yeah, that went hard. That went too hard. I think the writer themselves has read how children act in those situations and respond to violence. Yeah, some of the things she said were just sounded horrific.
I knew why Dad named me Mansui. Dad was a farmer working a hectare of land. The hectare he farmed was all planted with wheat. In spring, wheat was green, and come summer, it would transform into a stunning golden color. And Dad would go harvest the wheat when summer was drawing to a close. Back then, I would trail behind Dad, one step after another. Dad prayed for a good harvest every year and hoped that the wheat would fill the entire field. That's why after my birth, he named me Mansui, meaning full head of wheat, and nicknamed me Suya.
小猫乖，小猫乖。
Good kitten, good kitten.
Oh, this artwork is so cute. We're getting so many.
I squatted down and gently stroked the kitten's chin. When I stroked its chin, it would feel good. Raise its head and squint its eyes and start purring. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the kitten. Recently, a kitten had been regularly showing up at our doorstep. A stray kitten came from nowhere and found its way to our village one day. At first, it would wander around the village entrance, and Dad said that sooner or later it would be butchered and eaten. I couldn't stand the thought of that, so I kidnapped it and brought it home.
Oh, what a lovely way to word that too. Hello Raiders, welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a lovely day. What is up, Netherlings? What were you guys up to? What was Zanny streaming today? I hope you had fun. Keep in mind, you may want to dip out if you don't enjoy dark content. This is a game called The Hungry Lamb, traveling in late Ming Dynasty. It's very fascinating so far, but it leans heavily into dark themes. So for one thing, the main character is a human trafficker who is transporting young children across the land for money. For another thing, like there's been mentions already of like cannibalism as well as another bunch of like painful stuff. So yeah, a lot of stuff going on. Its themes are dark. And it's written in a very like serious way. So it might be too much for some people. If you want to stick around, we're only like, technically we've been streaming for 3 hours, but I'd say we're probably only like an hour into the game because of how much I yap. But yeah, this one's got to be one of the darker games that we've ever played, judging by the writing. It's got to lean a bit further into the themes than we usually do. We had a horror session. Oh, awesome. I'm glad to hear you guys had a fun horror session. Next horror game I'm going to play is going to be the new Resident Evil that comes out in a few weeks, and I'm so excited for that one. I'm going to be playing that day one for sure. But yeah, till then, just going to keep doing my fun little visual novels. So yeah, if this is too dark for you, feel free to head out. Also, if you want to watch from the beginning, go check out the VOD when it comes out in a few hours. But yeah, dark times, probably. I don't know if this is going to be worse than Fata Morgana. It certainly so far seems to lean a bit more intensely into certain topics, which are even uncomfortable for me. So yeah, feel free to dip out if it's not for you. Rabbit TVC, Toby, thank you so much for the 5 gifted scholarships. If anybody's new to the membership, please do check out the membership tab. You'll find voice acting things there, like audio dramas, artwork that's upcoming from the story Metamorphosis Lost, and a bunch of other fun stuff. So please do enjoy it. And yeah, baby, I'm excited for Old Man Leon as well. It's only like, what, 3 weeks until that game comes out? It's going to be good. No, it's a bit longer than that. It's the end of February. Roughly 3 weeks. But with that said, we're going to keep going. Currently, we're running through this girl's backstory. We've just met her. She's one of the girls who's being sold across the country. So, yeah, we're learning her backstory. I didn't keep it locked up. Instead, I just let it roam around every day. However, since I'd been regularly feeding it, it didn't usually stray too far from my home. Over time, it became my cat.
小猫，你娘住哪呀？
Hey, little kitty, where does your mom live? I stroked the cat's head and asked it.
Aww. The cat meowed at me once. I didn't understand what it was saying. But my guess was that it had probably gotten separated from its mom and had been wandering for a very long time.
小猫，你最喜欢吃什么呢？
Kitty, what's your favorite food?
I tilted my head and asked it. The kitten meowed again. I still didn't understand what it was saying.
我去给你找点吃的。
Let me go find you something to eat.
Not understanding the language of cats, I smiled and gently patted the kitten's head. Then I walked over to a small clay pot next to the front door. I reached into the pot and took out a small fish the size of my palm. I caught it in the river this morning.
来，给你吃。
Oh, she's catching her own fish already? That's adorable. She's a little princess? Yeah. Cat has a death flag already. A huge death flag. This poor kitty is not making it very far. This is very clearly the sacrificial lamb. This game's called the Hungry Lamb, but this one's the sacrificial lamb.
Here, eat this.
I gave the small fish to the kitten. The kitten joyfully snagged the fish with its 2 paws, licking it fervently with its tongue. And that's when I would take the opportunity to pet it. I put my hand on its back, slowly stroking its fur. It's very well behaved. It doesn't move no matter how I pet it.
哎，小帅儿，你怎么用小鱼儿来喂狸奴啊？太浪费了。
Hey, Xiao Suai, why'd you give that fish to the cat? It's such a waste.
这小鱼是我在河边抓的，反正鱼太小，人吃不了，不如给小猫吃。
I caught the fish in the river. It's too small anyway. We can't eat it, so it's better to give it to the kitten.
哎，鱼小也都是肉，不如让你爹煮了，就着野菜给我们开开荤呢。
Aye, it's still edible even if it's small. Why don't we let your dad cook it and we'll have some fish with vegetables?
Oh, her face. I just noticed her scrunched up face. Like, no, it's for the kitten. I'm feeding my baby.
作孽呀！这年头这么苦，狸奴都比人吃得好。
Oh, come on. It's pretty tough these days. Even cats eat better than humans.
咱家上下一年到头都吃不了几回肉，这熊孩子倒好，用鱼肉来喂狸。
Our entire family barely get to eat fish or meat a few times a year. This naughty kid's actually using fish to feed the cat.
I hear my grandma's non-stop complaints in my ears. As Grandma grew older, her nagging also gradually increased. She complained about Mom the most, and me next. Mom really took good care of Grandma. She never talked back when Grandma was nagging. Instead, she would bow her head, admit her fault, and adjust silently. I thought that was really smart. If you talked back to Grandma, she would counter 10 times, and so forth without an end.
穗儿，别玩了，来给娘帮忙。
Suai, stop playing around. Come help me out.
While I was thinking about Mom, she suddenly called my name.
等一下，
Wait a moment.
不能等，我在给你弟弟喂粥。
I can't wait. I'm feeding porridge to your brother.
帮什么忙呀？
What do you need help with?
洗菜。
Wash the vegetables.
好，我来了。
All right, I'm coming.
I shouted to my mom inside the house.
小猫，小猫，我不能喂你了，你要自己吃干净哦。
Kitty, I can't hand feed you anymore. You have to finish everything though, all right?
Oh, he's so cute. Look at the tail wag. I patted the kitten's head and tossed the fish onto the ground. Oh, he's got his little paws on it. That is the fakest cat meow of all time. That is so clearly a human doing meows in a vocal booth. Meow. The kitten obediently lifted its head and let out a meow as if it understood my words. Such a clever kitten. I sighed in admiration silently. I sighed in admiration silently, then turned around and went inside to help Mom. Mom was feeding porridge to my brother. I grabbed a bunch of wild vegetables piled in the corner of the room. The roots of the vegetables were covered in dirt, emitting an earthy scent. To prevent the house from becoming damp, we washed the vegetables outside. I carried the vegetables washing basket outside and started washing vegetables next to Grandma, who was sunbathing. She glanced at me with her eyes half closed before dozing off again. Admiral Meow. No, we're not... Meow. Imagine if it meowed like that. That would be crazy. It just looks up at the little tiny girl like, meow. Mom already taught me how to wash vegetables. I scooped some water from the water tank and poured some into a vegetable washing basket, then tossed the wild vegetables in. After soaking the vegetables for a while to remove the dirt, I changed the water and used my hands to scrub them. I wanted to clean the vegetables well, so Mom would praise me for being responsible when she sees them later.
今天是5月初6，说来也巧，岁儿诞辰之时也是5月初6。
It's her birthday? And you're making her do chores? It's the 6th of May. Interestingly, Suya's birthday is also the 6th of May.
娘，姐姐几岁？
Mom, how old is Sui?
8岁了，她呀，再过几年就要嫁人喽。
8. Well, in a few years, she's going to get married.
几年？
How many years?
怎么说也得6年。等她到了14岁，头发就可以竖起来，然后便可以嫁人了。
At least in another 6 years. When she turns 14, she can tie up her hair, and then she can get married into another family. God, that's still a fucking child, man.
啊，那我几岁嫁人？
Then, at what age do I get married off?
胡话，你是男丁，不嫁人的。
Nonsense. You're a boy. You don't get married off.
你要给家里传宗接代，以后要考功名，娶媳妇儿。
You'll have to carry on the family line, make a name for yourself in the imperial examinations, and marry someone into our family. I was washing vegetables outside the house and I could hear the conversation. He's my younger brother. He was 3 years old and just learned how to talk last year. Ever since my brother was born, the most adored child in the family has become him instead of me. I felt jealous when my younger brother took away the love that used to be directed at me in the family. There were times when I really disliked him and times when I liked him. In the past year, I guess the liking part has been a bit more than the dislike.
Sir!
Sir! Suddenly I heard a familiar voice, which made me immediately stop my job and raise my head. A man was approaching from the farmland in the distance. He was dressed in burlap fabric and wearing a bamboo hat. He was tall and broad, and there was always a tender smile on his face. He's my dad and my favorite family member.
Daddy!
Oh, Daddy! Oh, she has a little flower in her hair too. I didn't even notice that. I ran over right away and hugged his thigh upon seeing him.
孙儿乖，孙儿乖啊！
Hey, good girl, sweetheart. Dad stroked my head like how I stroked the kitten's head.
孙儿猜猜看，爹爹今天给你带了什么？
Take a guess, sweetheart. What did Daddy bring you today?
什么呀？
What is it? I curiously leaned forward. Dad then took out the treasure he'd hidden for a long time. It was a dark red thing with a weird shape like a wooden ball.
爹爹，这是什么呀？
What's this, Daddy?
听说啊，这叫番薯，海外传来的稀罕货，吃了能长寿。
I heard this is called a sweet potato. It's a rare item from overseas. Eating it can lead to a long life. Oh, they were such a happy family.
你怎么弄的？
How did you get it?
花了一点钱，跟村里的人买的。
I spent some coins and bought it from a townsman. They're going to give it to the boy instead of to the girl, aren't they? Even though he showed it to her.
这2年光景不好，你还乱花钱。
It's been pretty tough this couple of years, yet you're still splurging.
没事儿，偶尔吃吃呗，多下点力气，种更多的地，钱不就回来了？
It's fine. It's not like we're having this every day. I'll work harder on the farms and make this up in no time. Dad explained while smiling, and Mom didn't say anything more. Also, let me get out of the way of the little brother. Cute little baby. It's not his fault. His parents are kind of, well, his mom's kind of annoying. I put my hands on the potato, which was rough on the surface. It seemed like it had to be peeled first before eating.
爹爹，我要吃，
Dad, I want to eat it.
我也要吃。
Me too. I told Dad I wanted to eat the sweet potato. My brother also wriggled on Mom's arms, saying he wanted some too.
哎，什么稀罕玩意儿，我也要尝尝。
What's the big deal? I want some too. Even Grandma stumbled in from outside the house, saying she wanted some.
哎，好，等会儿我就烤了它。别急别急，你们都有份啊。
Okay, I'll roast it in a bit. Be patient, you'll all get your share. Dad chuckled, stroking my head and shouting at us. I looked at my family in the house and felt blissful. I looked up toward the cloudless sky. I wanted to find a cloud that resembled me, but I couldn't. What will I be like when I grow up? Who will I marry in the future? Besides getting married, what else will I do in the future? I have no clue about any of these. I only know that I have a wish. I want to be with my family forever. Oh, that was so cute. Okay. Oh, Liang Chapter 4, Shadow Play, the year 1632. So I overassumed things. I thought it was going to be like the mother being like, okay, no, we give that sweet potato to the boy because we want him to grow up healthy and strong, and who cares about swear. But at least it wasn't that bad. They did add to all of that, though. And now we know that Mansui's been lying. There is no older sister. An older sister does not exist. So we are correct in that everything she's said to Liang so far, every justification she's used for the reason she's acting the way she is just bullshit, which is great. I'd imagine that actually the truth is her family was killed, but different family, different thing. She's making up reasons. She really did lie. Yeah, which means she's so much smarter than we think. There is more going on than we believe. Oh my God. What if she's actually the brother? Oh, no, I don't think so. Because, I mean, unfortunately, fucked up as it is, he did make her take off the dress. It could be, though. You never know. But she's so tiny. I don't think so. There will be more Mansui chapters later. Oh, I'm sure there will be. I'm sure we'll get chapters for the other kids as well. That's father. Yeah, the father was so nice. I'm glad that he, like, straight up just takes care of the kids in both the same way. Like, he's not aggressive against the boy either, but he just still loves his daughter and is looking after her. Not the smartest thing to be splurging money when there's a famine coming, and I'm imagining that's probably what led to the disaster. Maybe her sister's story is hers? Oh, that could be. Maybe she was talking about... Maybe she got sold to the swine demon. To be fair, the swine demon did say he would consider boys, so maybe if it came to, like, younger boys, he was fine with that as well. So maybe he took both of the children. Maybe she... I can imagine that they would sell Suia if things started to get bad. Not the dad. The dad clearly loved her. But oh God, the sense of betrayal you'd feel from that. This game is immediately dark as fuck. There's so much going on. So I wouldn't be surprised if even that loving dad, when it came to like everything going to shit, the farm, like the famine setting in, so nothing was growing anymore and they needed a way to feed their children. Maybe they did prioritize the boy, and that was the final point where even he was like, okay, we'll sell our daughter to the swine lord, whoever this guy is. Didn't like what her dad said about the kitten initially, but other than that, he seemed like a decent guy. And to be fair, like, if you're barely able to put food on the table for yourself, yeah, giving food away is rough. Getting Hinako flashbacks, honestly, depending on if the dad continues to be consistent and if the mother goes a worse direction.
She said she just wanted to be with her family, so she's almost definitely lost her family at this point. Her brother already thinking further ahead than society. Yeah, her brother's like, when do I get married off? It's like, you know what, kid? If that's the dream you want to achieve, good for you. Maybe you don't want to do the imperial examination. Maybe you just want to be like, hey, I just want some rich lady to take care of me. Or some rich man. I want to get married off. I want to be a beautiful princess. In the early morning, a light mist covered the mountain and forests. The sun broke through the haze, shining on our campsite. The birds were already up at this hour, chirping without fatigue, as if signaling to the lambs that it's time to get up. Throughout the night, I remained vigilant to observe the surroundings. I held onto my blade, leaning against a tree, awaiting the break of dawn. Mansue's mindset was surprisingly good. Despite the events of last night, it didn't seem to bother her sleep. Once at the campsite, she soon drifted off, her delicate snores blending with the nighttime chorus of insects. Perhaps my spanking last night left her bottom too sore to lie down, so she chose to sleep on her stomach. With arms crossed on the ground, she nestled her head between them, half dozing with her backside in the air. Even more like a cat. After observing Mansue for a while, I took a brief glance at the other lambs and tongue. Midway through, I took a short nap, attempting to sleep with my eyes open. I tried sleeping with my eyes open several times over the years, but it never seemed to work. After a couple of hours of restlessness, I witnessed the sunrise across the hills as dawn arrived and Tongue woke up.
起来，都起来，我们要继续赶路了啊！
Get up! Wake up, everyone! It's time to hit the road again! Here he goes.
Born to be a whale wife, forced to live in the late Ming Dynasty. True. Still could be a brother. Wasn't it described that he could barely see her because it was so dark? It's quite possible. But yeah, we'll find out in time. Who knows? That would be an interesting twist, actually.
Tongue, freshly awake, promptly urged the lambs to get up.
I hate that every time we see him... Oh no, that's a gourd. Okay, I thought he was carrying a stick to smack them. Okay, that's not so bad.
He paced, shouted, and tapped his dagger on the tree next to the lambs, occasionally poking them. The lambs rubbed their eyes, sat up, and then stood up one by one. After everyone woke up, we hit the road. The sun was in the east, and we walked towards it. After an hour of walking, a lamb suddenly called me.
梁爷，有事？
Master Liang, something's up. Hong called out to me.
What's up? Need to go party again?
不是，是肚子饿，我没肚子饿，我也饿了。
No, we're hungry. My sister's hungry, and so am I.
Oh, I'll go get some grub.
海良，等等，
Liang, wait.
I headed for the saddlebags, and at that moment, Tongue stopped me.
干嘛顺着这小羊？它饿就饿去呗。
Why go along with the lamb? Let her be if she's hungry.
我们不是定好规矩了，每天只有正午和黄昏发粮，这样便于管那些小羊，也不会误了时辰。
We agreed on a schedule, right? Grub is given out only at noon and dusk daily. It helps manage the lambs without missing the appointment times.
Okay. I nodded and pulled back my hand from reaching for the ration. Tongue was right. Rules bring order. Fetching grub every time a lamb is hungry would disrupt the routine and prevent them from realizing their disadvantaged situation. Hang in there a bit longer. I'll distribute rations at noon. I walked over to Hong Air and relayed my message. Their faces showed a hint of disappointment. I glanced at them without saying anything more and continued on my way. We kept going on the mountain path, moving slow to accommodate the lambs. Climbed up a bit, then went down another stretch. Past experience suggested we would pass Shaohua Mountains into Mount Huashan's territory. Dense trees limited visibility. I couldn't spot Mount Huashan's peak. At noon, everyone was a bit hungry, and the lambs were showing signs of fatigue. We decided to take a short break, grab some food. But right at that moment, something unexpected happened.
妈的，梁，快过来！
Damn! Young, hurry!
Tongue, at the front of the line, suddenly yelled. He saw something in the woods, a surprised look on his face.
He waved for me to come over. I was puzzled. I cautiously moved forward, hand on the blade at my waist. A corpse. Clearing away the branches, what came into view was a lifeless body.
A long dead one. Ugh. There is flesh left, but not a ton. Oh my god, yeah, the legs are pretty much pricked clean. Same for the face. The chest and arms still have some meat, and the crow is partaking. Holy, yeah, no, they they are not shying away from this either. Is that skin or bone? It's a mixture. It's skin all around here, but then up here is clearly bone. He's clearly got some skin here because there's, you know, some hair on. But yeah, down here, the flesh all turns straight into bone. And down here at the hand as well. So yeah, I think wherever it's gotten down closer to the ground, the bugs have set in. The little tiny animals have come through and started picking clean the meat. Up here, probably like birds and stuff. Looks like he's been sliced by a sword as well. Could be a tiger as well. They've been worried about tigers, but that is like, it looks like one slice. If it was a tiger, it would be multiple. That might be a second one there, actually. So it might be the tiger that got him. Either way, gruesome. Definitely gruesome. The animals do be eating. It's the, you know, circle of life. We'll find out. I'm sure they're going to check the body to see if it was bandits or a tiger or something else. Lovely CG, though. Clearing away the branches, what came into view was a lifeless body. Leaning against a tree. Probably a man. Shit, maybe this was his body from a few weeks ago. He did leave his kill by the tree. Oh, no. He killed them by the tree and then he buried them. Yeah. The reason I said probably was that he'd been dead for days, making it hard to distinguish his features. Trees connected to white bones, bones fused with flesh, flesh clinging to clothing, all bound together. Shrouded with a black cloth on the head, dressed in a ragged robe, hair unkempt. Face mostly hidden in the shadow of his hair, but glimpses of a bloody hole peeked through the strands. Countless ants crawled over his mangled body, flies buzzing around. They darted in and out of his flesh, feasting on the man's corpse. I was curious why the body didn't stink. When I noticed the insects, the foul odor hit my nose carried by the wind. Gross. Suddenly the disgusting smell of the corpse hit me, filling my lungs and making my stomach churn. Xianghua, who came with us, got a bit scared when she saw the corpse.
Shh! 别叫!
Shh! Don't yell! Tung gave Xianghua a fierce look. Xianghua quickly stepped back in fear. Hong also noticed the corpse didn't stare, just rushed to block Tsuya from seeing. Man Sui got a bit jittery seeing the corpse, but compared to the other girls, she held up pretty well. She kept staring at the body, looking kind of spaced out. Deadly injury on the neck. I held my nose and leaned over to check the body. The man had a neat cut on his neck. Even though the blood had dried, it was clear that his cut ended his life. Dead for over 10 days. Definitely not an animal's doing. Someone killed him. Corpse is in good shape. No big beasts have come to eat it.
那看来，坏消息是附近有盗匪，好消息是附近没有野兽。
Well, it looks like. Bad news, bandits around. Good news, no wild beasts nearby.
Might not be bandits. Could be someone from his same group who did it. This route's not an official road, but we've been through it before. Hardly ever ran into bandits. Nowadays, travelers killing each other isn't uncommon. I shared my suspicion, stealing a glance at Man Sui behind me. Indeed, had I been less cautious last night, I might have been killed by her and left sprawled by the lake. A fortnight later, my remains would be a feast for insects, discovered amidst horrified screams. With that in mind, I felt the urge to give her a stern lesson again tonight. Dude, you already spanked her. You're done. Quit this.
呀，看看他身上还有什么东西。
Yang, check if there's anything else on him.
All right. And during the odor, Tung and I decided to scavenge the corpse. This was our custom. In the forest, we always resembled wolves. Wolves would bite down on prey worth biting, and they'd gnaw on leftover remains.
妈的，什么都没有，早被扒空了，看来真是盗匪杀的。
Damn, empty-handed. Completely looted. Looks like the work of bandits. Not empty-handed, at least found this. I presented Tongue with a unique find. Despite finding nothing on the man, we came across a wooden box nearby. The box was of a rich, dark wood, the specific kind unknown to me. About 3 feet in length, it housed a donkey hide, 2 braces, 3 differently sized brushes and knives, 4 pre-cut puppets, and a cluster of dye bottles.
Oh shit. A shadow play set. That's awesome. Imagine having beef with a presumably 9-year-old. I know, right? No need for that, Liang. I know, right? His pride is hurt, man. Poor kids needing to see something like this on top of all the other nonsense. I know. They're having to go through a lot. I knew these things. The wooden box contained items for shadow play.
这是啥？
What's this? Used for shadow play performances.
影子戏，看来这男的是戏子。
Shadow play? Seems like this guy was a performer.
Not necessarily. Maybe just had to resort to shadow play as a means of making a living. I casually told Tongue, and as I spoke, I began packing up the man's wooden box, intending to stow it in our belongings.
喂，梁，你想捡这破烂？这东西连盗匪都不要，你捡到城里能卖几个钱？
Hey, Liang, you plan to pick up this trash? Not even the bandits bothered with it. How much can you get for it in town?
I just want it.
那你得把这东西和放干粮的地方弄远点儿，不然有味儿。
You've got to place this stuff further from where we keep the food, or it'll smell.
Luckily, this box was already far from the corpse. Saying that, I wedged the wooden box into a gap in the stuff on the pack horse.
妈的，本来就没胃口，给你搞得更没胃口了。
Damn it. I already had no appetite, and now it's even worse.
Good, you don't need your rations. We can give them to the kiddos. We missed lunch by 2 hours. Finding a dead body tended to ruin everybody's appetite. During this time, Xianghua and Hong struggled with nausea, likely disturbed by the memory of the corpse. They held back from vomiting, not wanting to lose precious food. Vomiting would mean one less meal, and it might draw attention, risking a scolding from us. 2 hours later, Tongue and I handed out the grub for the lambs. I took a short nap at noon, and Tongue took the lambs for a bathroom break. Then he also rested a bit while keeping watch. Ooh, relaxing music. That's a change. We haven't had this in a long time. And the girls just said they were hungry too. Yeah, but seeing and smelling a dead body will, turn your stomach, make you like, you know what, maybe we just keep walking. Maybe we don't need to eat any food. That's a lot to deal with. For kids especially, but Jesus, I think, I wouldn't want to eat after that. I love a heartwarming family road trip. Yeah, that just changed the trajectory of our whole lives. Seeing a dead body does that to people. Hopefully they forgot about the body in those 2 hours. I'm sure they didn't forget about it, but hunger would be winning over by now. They're no longer like close to throwing up, so an achievement. In the afternoon, we walked along a long stretch of mountainous trail. It got tougher. With a good stretch of unused trail, we pushed through the weeds, and sometimes I had to use my blade to cut through thorns blocking the way. Xianghua's legs got a bit shaky during this, and there was a moment when she slipped into a mountain ditch. Luckily, she had a rope tied around her waist, and we swiftly pulled her back up. After getting pulled up, she was still shaken. Tongue mocked with a few mean comments, but Man Sui approached, took her hand, and comforted her. Shivering and teary-eyed, Xianghua slowly calmed down with Man Sui's silent comfort. Man Sui took care of things for us. Tongue and I weren't going to coddle the sensitive lamb. Even Tongue had to admit,
Wow, this mute lamb is the most worry-free.
As Tongue said that, I glanced at Man Sui. At that moment, she raised her eyes and looked at me with a hint of smugness, as if to say, "See, I fooled him." Her look made me want to punch her.
I like these two. I don't like the whole, I'm going to punish her later tonight again. But I like the whole, oh, she's so smug. I kind of want to smack her in the face. Just being like, yeah. See, I fooled him. He thinks I'm a little obedient lamb. He doesn't know. I'm actually super mature and looking after the other girls. It's cute. Beef with a kid. Now it's cute beef, though. That was a moment of cute beef. Before it was like, dude, let it go. Now it's like, aw, yeah. Yeah, we've all felt that way occasionally with kids. Visual novel does not only have heavy, sad, horrifying content, not only. Yeah, at least it had some happy moments. I'm sure it'll have lots of happy moments as we go on. And that'll just make the pain hurt even more when they start trying to sell off the kids. I knew she was faking being mute, lied about her age, and was the trickiest, most dangerous troublemaker. But to keep her alive, I kept it to myself, not telling Tongue any of it. Come to think of it, why am I even bothering to keep this girl alive? Why did I cover up what happened last night from Tongue? We may not be best buddies, but after all we'd been through together, why was I reluctant to spill the beans to Tongue? I didn't know. Every time I wanted to spill the beans to Tongue, I felt this tightness in my chest, making me choose to keep covering for her. It was stifling. It's happening. And to be honest, I'm glad they're not rushing it. I'm glad it isn't just an immediate like, oh, I'm actually a bad guy with a heart of gold. See how much I care about kids? I'm glad he is a terrible person who's just like, why haven't I killed this kid? I should have killed this kid. The kid should just die. If the kid died, things would be easier. And he's just like, why am I sparing her? I mean, he could justify it in his mind anyway. It's just like, well, if I tell Tongue and Tongue kills her, that's kind of the equivalent of me killing her. So it goes against my morality. But yeah, this is cute. This is cute. At night, the lambs had another meal of rations and water. After eating, Tongue and I had to get the fire going and arrange the beds.
行，我们把那个小哑巴的绳子给解了吧。
Liang, let's untie the rope on little mute. Nope, she'll find another knife. She'll take my sword while I'm sleeping. Don't do it. Why?
尹三儿本来就说他听话，不用绑。我开始不信，但现在也觉得这小羊乖啊，不绑也行啊。
Insan said she's obedient. No need to tie her up. I didn't believe it at first, but now I think this lamb is well behaved. We can leave her untied. Let's leave her untied while you're on sleep duty. No, not me, bruh. I ain't sleeping with that child untied.
给他解了绑，可以多一个人给我们拾些树枝，让我们每天快点生火和铺床啊。
Untie her. Having an extra hand to gather wood will speed up our daily tasks. Can't trust this brat. I shot a cold look at Mansui and said to Tongue,
你什么时候比我都警惕了啊？放心，一只小羊搞不出什么大动静，在这山里，它想逃也逃不了啊。
When did you get more watchful than me? Relax. A lamb can't stir up more trouble in these mountains. She can't run even if she wants to. Fine. Just untie her at this time every day. I agreed with Tongue and went up to untie Mansui. While doing so, I kept a close eye on her. Of course, I didn't trust her, even though I'd taken away her small dagger and searched her thoroughly to make sure she had no hidden weapons. If she found a chance to grab a sharp stone and attack our necks or poke my eyes, it'd be pretty dangerous. Go. Get us some firewood. I untied the rope from her waist and gave her a stern order. Oh, she looks so sad. She's like, come on, I'm being a good kid. I only tried to stab you in the throat once. And I told you a really good sob story. Are we so sad? She didn't dare to defy, nodded and went off to collect some firewood. Tonight, Tongue would sleep first, and then it would be my turn. I got a couple of hours to spare, so might as well make the most of it. In the next few days, staring at the sleeping lambs wouldn't reveal much, so I needed to find something else to do. I took out the wooden box from my stuff and put it on the grass. It contained items for shadow play, and I went through each one. Briefly, I sniffed them to make sure there was no stench from the corpse. Luckily, the box had only a slight smell, and everything inside was clean. I took a deep breath and laid out the donkey hide from the box in front of the campfire. The donkey hide was thin and had been specially polished. I unfolded the donkey hide, spreading it out in front of the campfire by holding the two corners. The campfire's light, upon touching the donkey hide, spread softly, creating a gentle glow covering its surface. Oh, I remembered. This donkey hide was called a white screen. In Shadowplay, performers set up the white screen with a wooden frame and light it up with lamps. Then the performers could control the puppet behind the white screen. Now the challenge was how to use this frame. How can you support a white screen with two sticks?
不是这么弄的。
She knows Shadowplay too? Oh my god.
This is how we die? Yeah. She's gonna want to be untied again. Bet you any money.
Master Liang, it's not done like that.
Just as I picked up the two sticks, unsure of how to set up the white screen, I heard a voice beside me. Mansui spoke to me in a hushed tone. I glanced at her and took a quick look at the others around. Tongue had his head tilted back, eyes shut, and the rest of the kids were scattered on the ground like a tipped-over basket of radishes. They were all asleep with steady breathing. No wonder she dared to speak up. Know how to do it? I asked Mansui. She nodded, ready to come over and help. However, as she took the first step, the rope wasn't long enough. She looked at the rope around her waist, then glanced at me with a pleading look. Well, let's find out how much Liang really likes shadow plays. She's playing him well. The ellipses, they're both just staring at each other like, fine. She looked at me, and I looked back at her. Okay. I'll undo it for you. Don't try anything. I walked over and untied the rope around her waist from behind. They're still asleep. Let's not wake them up. We'll find another spot, carry the stuff there, and light a new fire to figure this out. I glanced at the sleeping group and whispered the plan to Mansui. She nodded in agreement. Going alone into the mountains again. This will go great. Here we go again. I know. She's playing him so well, though. Whatever this girl was actually here for, I feel like she might have been trained. Although he said, like, the stab with the knife felt untrained, so maybe not. But the glow in her eyes and stuff, maybe she's just really determined. She's filled with determination. Undertale style, but not the pacifist route that I did. Definitely the genocide route. Puppy dog eyes? Yeah, more like kitten eyes. I took the box and went with Mansui to a cliff 50 paces away. The perfect place to be knocked off of a cliff and die. It had a good view of the camp while being well concealed itself. I told Mansui to gather some fresh wood, then I went back to the campfire for a flame. I got some burning wood from the campfire and went back to the cliff. I threw the flame onto the new pile of wood. Mansui and I watched the new fire slowly light up, brightening the cliff surroundings. How did you learn to do this?
爷爷就是弄影子戏的，爹爹也学过，也教过我。
My grandpa used to perform shadow plays. My dad learned and taught me too.
一次，家里的粮快吃完了要换钱，爹爹带着我去隔壁的村里演过戏，还赚了不少利。
Once, when our family was running out of food and needed money, my dad took me to the neighboring village to put on a show, and we earned quite a bit.
How much do you know?
基本都会一点。
I know the basics.
Mansui told me, taking the frame and white screen from my hands. She threaded the frame through a small hole next to the white screen, her wrist thinner than the frame, weaving back and forth, slowly fitting the frame onto the white screen.
梁爷，支架不够高，少了2根，得找些树枝和绑树枝的细绳。
Master Liang, the frame's not tall enough. Missing 2 pieces. We need to find branches and thin ropes to tie them. She got stuck halfway, seemingly facing a problem. You go find some.
可我不知道细绳在哪儿。
I don't know where the thin rope is. Oh, her face is so cute there. She's so expressive. She's gonna murder us. All right, I'll go. Give you enough time to set up an ambush by the cliff. Perfect. Also, she's really smart, man. The fact that she knows all of this, the fact that she even knows, like, oh, you can just use normal branches. We just need to work it out. Just need to be straight, thin branches. But they're describing her as so tiny, too. Her wrist's even smaller than the actual, like, poles. Ugh. She's so baby. I got up and went to fetch what she needed. I went back to camp, grabbed 2 thin ropes from our equipment, and picked up some branches. Returning to the cliff where Mansui and I were, I handed her the items. She started tying the support frame and small branches with the ropes, then threaded the small branches through the white screen. In no time, she'd set up the white screen in front of the campfire.
梁叶，为什么要把白幕搭起来？
Master Liang, why do you want to set up the white screen? After finishing the setup, Mansui curiously asked me. Just bored. I replied casually.
梁叶想让我教你影子戏吗？
Master Liang, want to learn shadow play from me? Sure. Teach me if you know. I'm bored anyway.
好呀，我也正想帮到梁叶。之前惹了你生气，正好想做些什么来赔罪。
Sure, Master Liang. I want to help and make up for making you mad before. Mansui continued checking the white screen, smiling as she spoke. The brat knew how to talk. However, she didn't simply piss me off. She wanted me dead. I kept that in mind.
梁叶，白幕搭好了，可是还少一些东西。
Master Liang, the white screen's ready, but we're missing some things. What's missing?
少了乐器。影子戏一般是2个人演，一人操影，另一人伴奏。这2人中有一人还得唱。
We need instruments. In shadow play, 2 people are usually involved. One manipulating shadows, and the other playing music and singing. All right. When we get to the city, I'll get a musical instrument. For now, see if you can handle the shadows and give me a little show.
没有伴奏唱不出来，而且我也不会唱。
Can't sing without music. I don't know how to sing anyway. Didn't you say you knew all the basics?
我就是不会唱啊，词儿我倒是记得，但肯定唱不好。
I'm not good at singing. I remember the words, but I can't sing well.
以前的时候，都是爹爹在唱，我要么操影，要么奏锣鼓。
In the past, my dad always did the singing. I either controlled the shadows or played the drums. All right. Just use the puppets first. I want to see.
好，我先试试看小人有没有问题。
All right. Let me check if the puppet's working. Aww. She's doing her best. That's actually really good. Surprisingly good. Yeah, she grabbed a stick from the fire. Love how he's indulging her enough to actually think about buying an instrument in the city. Yeah, he seems to really like these shadow plays. Also, again, he looks badass. Hell yeah. Even from the back, he looks really cool. Holding a grudge against an 11-year-old. I mean, I still think she's secretly trying to kill him too. Just now she's realizing like, oh, I'll get him like feeling, you know, comfortable around me again. I'll make him like me. She's saying all the right things. They're kind of somewhat bonding. They are kind of somewhat bonding. It's going well. I think she's going to kill us. But at the same time, it's working. It's working. She's acting adorable. She nodded and went behind the white screen to tinker with the puppet. I noticed she needed a seat, so I fetched the wooden box for her. Oh, he's making her comfortable. She didn't sit fully on the box. Not sure if it was customary for shadow play artists or if she couldn't sit down because her butt still hurt. Feeling bad yet, young? Also, I just realized, like, the thing at the end of each sentence is a little ear of wheat, which is actually very cute as well. It's mine, Sway. I got up and went to her side, watching carefully. The puppet had a body attached to 2 bamboo sticks. She moved the sticks behind the white screen with her fingers. He looks so happy. Look at his little arms. He's like cheering her on. He's like, yeah, yeah. The puppet wore red-robed armor, looking sturdy, and held a long spear-like weapon while riding a bright red horse. I recognized this puppet. Which character was it from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms?
Okay. Everything I know about Romance of the Three Kingdoms comes from Dynasty Warriors, and I feel like Lu Bu wore red and Guan Yu wears blue. I'm gonna save real quick, because who knows, this could be what gets me killed. You never know. But I think Lu Bu? Is it Lu Bu? I got an achievement. Well versed in the Three Kingdoms. Romance of the Three Kingdoms is essential survival. Oh, good. I know colors. I know colors. Not Lu Boo Boo. No La Boo Boo. I'm surprised they never made one, though. If they made a Lu Boo, La Boo Boo, and then they called it a Lu Boo Boo, then it had the armor. Is it Lu Bu? I looked at the puppet in Mansue's hand and asked.
是啊，嘿嘿，良叶竟然也知道。
Yes. So you knew that too.
Wow. That laugh was so adorable. She's such a cute little kiddo.
It's a shame she's trying to kill me.
你看，木箱里还有3个小人呢。
Look, there are 3 more puppets in the wooden box.
刘玄德、关云长、张翼德，还有吕凤仙，这些都是表演3英战吕布用的小人。
Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Lu Bu. These are all puppets used for the performance of the 3 heroes battle Lu Bu.
Mansui pointed to the other 3 puppets. After she said that, I managed to recognize all the puppets. You didn't recognize all the puppets. She literally told you, my dude. Almost got killed by a history check. Yeah, no, I wonder if she'd be like, wrong, stabs in the throat. It's like,
you don't know about Romance of the Three Kingdoms? No life for you.
She's just a really strong fan, man. The black-faced one with a spear is Zhang Fei. The red-faced one with a broadsword is Guan Yu. Yeah, Guan Yu's sword was what? I thought he used like a giant... I thought it was like a halberd kind of thing. I thought it had like a specific name. The yellow-faced one with 2 swords is Liu Bei. The one Mansui was holding, riding a red horse and wielding a halberd, was the invincible Lu Bu. This girl knew quite a lot. She even figured out that these are puppets for the performance of the 3 This girl knew quite a lot. She even figured out that these are puppets for the performance of the 3 heroes battle Lu Bu before I did. Why does only Lu Bu have a horse in shadow play?
不知道，可能这样会显得吕凤仙厉害一些。
No idea. Maybe it makes Lu Bu seem tougher.
The puppets aren't well made. If I made them, I'd give all of them horses.
我可以教良叶做，但是木箱里没材料了。
I can teach you, but there are no materials in the wooden box.
Aw, her face is changing too. She's smiling more gently now. Cute. I opened the wooden box and saw that the dye bottles inside had dried up. We might need to add water to use them. Even if we had dye, there were no spare materials to make significant changes to the puppets. Perhaps the dye in this box was originally meant for touch-ups, and the carving knife had become useless due to the lack of materials. As I thought about it, how did that body really end up dead today? Did he venture into Mount Huashan alone, or with others? Was he one of the shadow puppet performers, and were there more people with him? Could he have escaped from a theater group, only to be chased down and killed? Numerous questions and speculations raced through my mind. However, there wasn't enough information at the scene for me to form a clear judgment. I might never uncover the true story. All right, never mind. Didn't want to think about it too much.
Time was short, so I had Mansui perform for me first. You perform, I ordered Mansui.
好，那梁爷坐到白幕前吧。
All right, Master Liang, take a seat in front of the white screen, Mansui said to me. I nodded, stood up, and went to sit in front of the white screen. Sitting down, I looked up at the white screen. Mansui also sat on the wooden box I had just moved, positioned behind the white screen in the center. She wriggled her fingers, and behind the screen, the puppet of Zhang Fei appeared first. The puppet shook a couple of times, wielding the serpent spear in his hand. To my surprise, not long after, Mansui took a deep breath and softly began to sing.
白袍，恰素宝镜，长发蛇矛，手内我也。
She lied to us. She can sing.
You repeat that, Sensei? Sure. I love how she's doing it, though. She's singing in a whisper. It's so cute.
White robe, black armor, plain headscarf, serpent spear gripped in hand. She said she wouldn't sing, but as she performed, she thought shadow play without sound wasn't as good. To find her rhythm, she started humming softly. Her voice was low, like she was singing to herself, and the tone wasn't professional. She was probably remembering how her dad used to perform for her, imitating and singing along.
情欲，去不去交战，贼命难逃仗义斗哎。
That's so good, actually. The voice actress is giving it her all. It really sounds like she's figuring out the words, like remembering them as she goes. Like some are straight up whispers, and then some she remembers the actual tune of the music to go with it as well. She's so cute. Yeah, she's so cute. I'm adopting her again. I don't care that she's going to push us down the mountain. This is adorable. She's winning me over. Maybe she's trying to lure us into like sleep. Maybe she's trying to like trick us to falling asleep and then just like drag us over the cliff. But either way, it's working.
Now facing Lupu in battle, no way that scoundrel escapes my Zhang Fei's hands.
催马，来至两军阵，叫马贼人来交锋哎。
Urging his horse toward the two armies, challenging the traitor to fight. Mansui kept singing in a hushed tone, while Zhang Fei brandished his serpent spear, shouting on the battlefield, ready for the imminent appearance of Lu Bu. The puppet's shadow swayed behind the blurred white screen, seemingly alive. The serpent spear twirled, and a bright beam erupted from its tip, dazzling my eyes. The scene played out again in front of me. Back then, my dad and I were also enjoying a shadow play. The lamp flickered, drums echoed, and the heroes of the story clashed behind the white screen. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff, hitting the white bone demon. The staff lit up with a golden glow as it struck the monster's head. Just as I was cheering for the performance, the sparks suddenly grew stronger and turned into a bright light. In an instant, the intense light burst out from the white screen, accompanied by a loud boom, swallowing the entire world. Bang! With a thunderous sound, everything was consumed by the intense light. All I could see turned into a fiery ball. Ugh! I shouted, jolting up from where I sat.
梁爷，怎么了？
Master Liang, what happened? Can't watch. Shouldn't watch. I got up in a daze, my hands and feet unsteady, eyes wide open. I looked down, palms facing up, lifting both hands in front of my chest aimlessly. Sweat covered my face and back. My heart raced. My trembling hands couldn't stop shaking. I quickly scanned the surroundings, then stared blankly ahead, unable to focus. I repeatedly confirmed that I was in a dark environment, safe from the imaginary burst of intense light. I thought I could gaze at the flames again after many years. Thought I could watch shadow plays once more. Now it seems I still can't. I came to my senses and found Man Sway looking at me with a worried expression, trying to figure out what had come over me. I'm fine. Just not up for it today. Can't watch shadow plays anymore. Let's head back to camp. Don't want anyone getting suspicious about our absence. I gestured awkwardly to Man Sway and muttered some explanation to her. Then, I dared not glance at the white screen behind the flames. I put out the campfire, turned around, and stumbled back toward our original camp, paying no attention to whether the wooden box was neatly arranged or not. Even now, I kept avoiding it. Over the years, I thought I'd changed, grown stronger, shifted from a lamb to a wolf, free from fear. Yet I still couldn't shake off the nightmare of that year. The 6th year of Tianqi. I stayed in the capital with my father, a traveling merchant, for a few days. On the 6th day of May, at the hour of snake, white light consumed everything. When I came to my senses, there was only a sky filled with blood rain and shattered corpses. For many years afterwards, I could never escape the nightmare of that day. And even now, Liang Chapter 5, Official Soldiers. I was going to say, yeah, May 6th is her birthday as well. We saw that in her flashback. So yeah, on her birthday was also when his trauma happened. I wonder if that's a historical event as well, because that sounded like an explosion to me. It sounded like he was sitting there watching a shadow play and then things went boom and everyone exploded. The idea of like blood raining down and all the bodies everywhere. Oof. The way he worded it with the whole like, I thought I wasn't a sheep anymore, I thought I'd become a wolf. That was done beautifully, showing the idea of like that being PTSD, yes, but also being a turning point in his life where he decided, I'm not going to be the one who's hurt anymore, I'm going to be the one who hurts others. I'm going to pretend to be strong and act aggressive so that other people won't prey on me. I'll become the predator. I'll become the monster. But yeah, intense PTSD. How can you not adore this little kid, Liang? She's so cute. I know, she's so adorable. And she sings so good. He's remembering his trauma. Yeah, he got the full PTSD. Thought he wasn't a lamb anymore. He was probably just a little kid. Yeah, probably just a little baby. And so he really is a wolf in lamb's clothing. And I mean, he's even named after a sheep. So it all fits. I think we'll do one more chapter before we end for the day. Maybe... I mean, shit, they're still telling the story here. They're still doing the 6th year of Tianqi. So I wonder if this is going to be from... No, she's too young. There's no way if it was from his childhood. Baby girl would remember it. I was thinking maybe we'll get the other perspective, but they're just diving into it further. They do say that those who are insecure and cowardly are the ones who end up thinking they need to hurt others. Yeah, you lash out at others because you're like, oh, I don't want to be hurt, so I'll hurt somebody else. It's a really good way to depict someone's trauma. Most people don't try to depict trauma in that way, but this is great. Yeah, it is. He freaked out, had a little daydream, and then, yeah, remembered everything exploding around him and all the dead bodies. And then he had a little bit of a panic attack about it, which makes sense. Didn't she say she was born the last year of Tianqi? I may be misremembering, though. I don't remember the year, to be sure, but who knows? I don't know how old she actually is either. Maybe she's telling the truth about the swine demon, and there is actually magic in this world, and she's a cultivator. Maybe she was an incredible cultivator who had achieved a golden core at like age 10. So she's actually several hundred years old, but she just looks like a baby. Anyway,
I'm going to do one more chapter and then we'll probably stop for the day and wrap it up. But yeah, I'm liking this game. It makes me uncomfortable in some points, which is good. And it also, like, yeah, the cute points are really good. The writing is okay sometimes. Sometimes it just repeats words a couple too many times in a row that feels more like a translation problem than the actual story itself. But yeah, it's been good so far. I'm enjoying it. Voice acting's great. Music is awesome. Artwork is beautiful. I didn't expect all these cut-ins with, like, the black and white, but with, well, more of like a black and brown kind of tone. The 6th year of Tianqi, the capital. A sudden white light engulfed everything in sight. Houses turned into ruins, people into corpses. My father turned his face towards me, smiling, as if trying to say something. However, behind him, a white light suddenly flared up. I reached out to grab him, to pull him out of the reach of the light, but in the moment I grasped his arm, we were swallowed by that white light. Immediately, we were thrown backward like swatted mosquitoes. My head hit something, momentarily robbing me of consciousness, and I blacked out. Upon awakening, my father was gone, and I found myself amidst the debris. The area was filled with the remains of buildings and burning fires. My ears were ringing, unable to hear any sound, only sensing blood oozing from my ear canals. The actual ringing sound coming in there was so sick. Yo, we really get that moment of tinnitus. My clothing lay in tatters, and numerous people lay naked on the ground, their bodies mutilated. The world turned into a storm of blood rain, dyeing my entire body and the ground below in a deep red. I hoped the blood rain would put out the flames on the buildings, but the fires only grew, refusing to be extinguished. Where was my father? How was he doing? I slowly got up, wanting to search for him, only to realize I was holding something in my hand. Is that what's left of your father? Oh, God. It was my father's severed left arm. I woke up from the nightmare, my back drenched in cold sweat. After watching the lasses shadow play last night, memories of that year flooded back. Later, I sat in the camp, lost in thought for a while losing track of time. 4 hours later, Tung took over the watch duty. I attempted to catch some sleep, trying to escape the nightmares, but I tossed and turned, not sleeping deeply. For the next 2 days, I was lost in my thoughts. My mind buzzed in chaos, and my spirit felt like it had lost its way. I walked, ate, and slept in silence. I didn't continue studying Shadow Player with Mansui. That day, she packed up and took everything back to the pack horse. She must have wondered about my unusual behavior, but I didn't feel the need to explain. Of course, there's no need to explain anything to her.
哎，亮，这几天你都怪怪的，像中邪了一样，这咋了呀？
Young, you've been off lately, like you caught some bad vibes. What's up?
Yeah, survivor's guilt as well. That's so sad. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how he managed to survive an explosion surrounded by everyone else who died. It sounds like his father's body protected him from the blast. So his father was literally the shield for the explosion. And then he just woke up after the explosion with the hand. Oh, God. No wonder he got PTSD. Yeah. Yeah. Gore was ingrained in him young. On the 4th day of the journey, Tung pulled me aside. Just reminiscing about that explosion.
天启大爆炸？
Tianqi explosion?
Uh-huh.
怎么突然又想起这事儿了？
Why now?
No idea. It just hit me.
依我看呐，就是你捡了前2天那个戏子的东西，因此撞了邪。快把那些丢了吧。
Damn, that was long. Sorry, I started voicing that line thinking it was over, and it was not. Sensei's voice is so nice. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Game's been great so far, too.
I bet it's that stuff from the play you picked up. bad juju. Toss it. Not happening.
也罢，你一直都倔啊，我说不了你。
Fine. You're stubborn. I won't push.
杨啊，我们在山里走了4天了，估摸着也快走到潼关附近了。
Yang, we've been in the mountains for 4 days, nearing Tongguan.
尹三儿在潼关附近的水沟村安排了接应我们的人，到了那里后就能吃顿好的，也能躺1天了。
Yin-san arranged for help in Shuigor village. Shui, probably, actually. Yin-san arranged for help in Shuigor village near Tongguan. Once we reach there, we can eat well and rest for a day.
All right.
Tung hinted for me to tough it out. Walking through the mountains for days, the monotonous scenery and constant vigilance against beasts and bandits got us down. Hopefully, once we reached a place with people and could feel the local vibe, I would perk up a bit. The road to Shuigor village was tricky. We learned to stay sharp in times like these. Seems like a real historic event. Want details? Nah. I'm sure the game will tell us. If by the end of the game we haven't figured out exactly what happened, then yeah, I'll probably look it up or ask people. But for now, it might spoil some of the things that happen on later kind of thing. Like if it turns out the event like started that way and then there was a famine so everybody turned to cannibalism, it would be like a spoiler for like, oh, okay, so he's already tried human flesh as well. Or if it's something like all the kids were like kidnapped and sold into slavery after they got exploded and stuff. So yeah, I think we'll wait to see what happened and see like how it affects the main characters. Not knowing about it, probably better. Sure, that's why I asked. Yeah, just in case it does drop any spoilers. Imagine if he healed and ended up traveling and performing shadow play with the kids instead. That'd be cute. If he manages to get over his fear, he saves the kids, and then, yeah, he just raises them, and they just go on travels together. They become his little helpers. He trains them to do the little shadow puppet play. He plays instruments, and they learn to sing. Oh, that would be so cute. And my gut feeling was spot on. On the morning of the 5th day, we had to cross the official road to confirm the way to the village. Trouble hit us. Hold up. I spotted something and stopped. At the same time, I raised my right hand to signal to the others behind me.
Yang, 怎么了?
Yang, what's up? Someone's here. I pointed ahead. Tung looked over. About 30 steps away, a group of 6 people came into view. They all wore iron helmets, green iron armor, and had swords at their sides. Walking through the woods, their helmets glinted in the sunlight.
是盗匪.
Bandits? Doesn't seem like it. They look like soldiers.
官兵怎么会走小道过山?
Soldiers on this trail? Don't know, but we gotta avoid them. Tung and I huddled. Doing this kind of job, soldiers were the last thing we wanted. Sure, the world's a mess now, and the soldiers busy with rebels as they are probably wouldn't care about us. But it would still be bad to run right into them.
小羊们，现在谁都不许说话，不许动，都蹲下。我们等那队人走过。
Shh! Everyone quiet and still. Crouch down while we wait for that group to pass. Tung let out a deep breath, eyes wide, and whispered orders to the lambs behind us. We all squatted down, watching the soldiers tens of steps away. Great. They weren't heading our direction. Just had to wait a bit. Just a bit longer, and they'll be gone. I stared at the soldiers in the distance, watching them move in a single direction. Their leader disappeared from view, followed by the others getting farther away. They'd be gone soon. But then, something unexpected happened. You are now. He's the tiniest baby. I bet it's like a bug on her or something, but that's fucked. Out of nowhere, I heard a lamb yelp. I spun around. Tsuara, the lamb, suddenly stood up. She stomped her feet and hastily stepped back, almost falling over. Snake! Snake! She pointed to a patch of grass ahead, her face pale with fear, tears welling up. Other lambs, hearing her, quickly fled from the spot she indicated. Suddenly, the silent woods echoed with lamb cries, screams, and frantic footsteps turning into chaos.
妈的!
Damn it! Tongue cursed and hurried to Tuyer, trying to cover her mouth. But it was too late. The soldiers spotted us. They changed direction and came towards us.
Who's there?
The leader yelled from a distance. All 6 soldiers stopped. They pulled out their swords, ready to fight, facing our direction. What now? I asked Tongue. He usually knew what to do in situations like this.
妈的，这油棚的死小羊，早不叫晚不叫，偏偏这时候叫。
Oh, darn it! These noisy lambs couldn't keep quiet at the wrong time.
梁，我先去稳住他们，你快把小羊们的绳子给解了，免得他们起义。
Liang, I'll keep them busy. You quickly untie the lambs before they get suspicious. Tongue said to me, and I nodded. Yes, we needed to untie the lambs first. When the soldiers got closer and saw the ropes around the lamb's waist, they'd surely figure out we were traffickers.
关老爷，稍安勿躁，稍安勿躁啊！刚刚是我们的女娃在喊。
Officers, calm down, calm down. It's just our girl making a fuss. Tongue walked towards the front of the line, about 10 steps away from us, yelling to the soldiers as he went.
你们是谁？
Who are you?
良民。
Just regular folks.
哪儿来的良民？是做什么的？
Where from? And what are you up to?
华州来的，我们是走商的，要去洛阳。
From Huazhou. We're traders heading to Luoyang.
在原地别动，我们这就来看看。
Stay where you are. We're coming over to check. Our girl fake dating, I see. The ship sailed. It took a while, but now we know why he's named Tong. This is actually a good thing. Please save those kids. That's assuming the soldiers are any nicer. I bet you any money the soldiers are going to look at the girls and have horrible ideas as well. They'll probably be like, meat. We've been marching in this woods for a long time. This game loves its cannibalism. Probably going to have to save the girls from the soldiers. But yeah, if the girls are any intelligent, they will be like, Mr. Soldier Man, they actually are trying to sell us. But yeah, don't trust soldiers. Never trust soldiers. Tongue and the soldiers were yelling at each other from far away. I just freed Chonghua and was about to untie Mansui, but they were getting closer fast. Bad. Couldn't untie all the lambs in time.
那边那厮，我说了别动。
You there! I said don't move!
I wanted to sneak over to Hong'er and Suyer to untie them, but the soldiers spotted my move and stopped me quickly. They came closer step by step, and I checked out their outfits. They looked like the border guards near Tongguan. Not too tidy, but all with the same gear, even up the same swords. The leader had a taller helmet and carried a short bow on his back. Seemed like their officer.
刚才是你们女娃叫的。
Was it your girl who just yelled just now?
是的。
Yeah.
她为何要叫？
Why'd she yell?
哎呦，撞见蛇了！
Spotted a snake.
你们刚才说走商是吧？
You said you're
要送什么
traders,
货去洛
right?
阳？
What goods are you taking to Luoyang? The head shoulder asked sharply.
Tongue was stumped. We knew we only had food with us, nothing else. If we made up goods and they asked to see them, we'd be caught. Phew. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. We're ferrying folks. I chimed in when Tongue couldn't answer, talking to the soldier.
运人的。刚才还说走商，怎么成运人了？
Ferrying folks. But earlier you said you were traders. How does that turn into ferrying folks?
Ferrying folks is still trading. We've been asked to take these kids to Luoyang. I replied calmly.
好啊，运人！你们这不是承认了吗？可就是人牙子。
All right then, ferrying folks. So you admit it, you're human traffickers. No, it's the kids' parents who asked us to do it.
那你们为什么不走官道？
Then why aren't you on the main road? Didn't you avoid it? I calmly replied to the soldier and ended with a jab. It did seem a bit odd. Usually soldiers like them would stick to the main road. Why didn't they take the main road out of Tongguan? Could it be they had something to hide? Could it be they were deserters?
喂，梁，你怎么跟关老爷说话的？
Hey, Yang! Watch your words with the officers!
关老爷，你 别跟我兄弟一般见识，他这人不懂怎么好好说话。
Officer, don't mind my buddy here. He ain't good with words.
确实，我们是运人的，之所以不走官道，是这几年灾情不断，官道都是逃荒的难民啊。
Indeed, we're ferrying folks. The reason we're not on the main road is because of the recent disasters. It's packed with refugees fleeing famine.
我们听到传闻，逃荒的人都心狠呐，会抢小娃娃吃。我们怕粮被抢，娃娃被抢，就走了山路啊。
We heard folks fleeing disasters are desperate. They might grab kids for food. We didn't want our food or the kids taken, so we took the mountain path.
所以你们到底是做什么的？是不是人牙子？
So what are you up to then? Human traffickers?
说来话长了。
It's a long story.
我们是受渭南一大户人家所托，送他们家的一位小姐去洛阳完婚。
We're hired by a rich family in Weinan to escort their missy to Luoyang for her wedding.
Tung had a bright idea, like he'd figured out a plan.
谁是小姐？
Who's the miss?
他是
Ha!
Tung pointed out Chonghua. Chonghua was put off guard by the sudden attention. Stood frozen, her face pale, clearly surprised to be singled out.
你是要去成婚的小姐吗？
Are you the bride-to-be? Soldier squinted and looked at Chonghua, asking her a question. Chonghua remained silent with her head bowed. My and Tung's hearts jumped to our throats. Bad. If Chonghua swilled the beans about us being human traffickers now, it'd be all over.
是，官老爷，我是。
Yes, officer. I am.
Huh? Right when Tung and I were tense, Chonghua suddenly spoke up. She nodded pleasantly at the soldier, speaking quietly without looking at him. Why? Tung and I were both surprised. We didn't think Chonghua would help us
看起来
lie.
挺小，竟是要去成婚的？还有，你为啥穿着平民的衣服呀？
You seem pretty young for a wedding. Why aren't you dressed fancier? Damn, he really insulted her wedding dress. That's messed up, man. Chonghua fell silent, looking scared as she kept her head down.
是这样，官老爷，我家小姐看着年龄小，其实快到成婚的年纪了。
Officer, Miss looks young, but she's almost at marrying age.
婆家想先见见她，并让她先去洛阳住一阵子。
Her in-laws wanted to meet her first, so they sent for her to stay in Luoyang for a while.
至于她为何穿着平民衣服，这是我想的主意。
I suggested the plain clothes for safety.
我们这一趟路途遥远，难免可能遇到盗匪。小姐穿庶民的衣服，才不容易被盗匪绑了呀。
With the long journey, there's a risk of bandits. Plain clothes make her less of a target.
Although he still frowned, looking skeptical. It's unclear if he bought our story.
那其他小孩为啥被绑着？
Why are the other kids tied up then? Suddenly, another soldier chimed in. Next to the leader stood another slightly chubby soldier. I can't read anymore. He had a long black bag slung under. He had a long black bag slung over his back, maybe carrying a spear. He hadn't said a word before, but now he noticed the ropes tied around the lamb's waists. Realizing only Chonghua wasn't bound, he raised his suspicion. Tung again couldn't respond, just kept quiet. The soldier's eyes sharpened, coldly scanning us. Not good. Can't explain. Chonghua's cooperation was surprising, but these soldiers were digging deeper, picking apart our story. If we were taking Chonghua to get married, bringing a bunch of kids her age didn't make sense. And why these kids were tied up was even harder to explain. I placed my hand on the hilt of my saber, and the soldiers took a slow step forward. No one spoke. Silence hung heavy, broken only by the chirping of insects. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I knew a fierce battle was about to erupt. Should I strike now, take out the leader, or bide my time, wait for another opportunity? I personally think I should wait for another opportunity. I think Manswei's going to get us out of this. Although Liang's not going to be, not Liang, Tung's not going to be happy about it. I'm going to wait for an opportunity. If there's 6 of them, we don't want to fight when there's just 2 of them. We want something more opportune. Tongue twister? It wasn't even a tongue twister. It was multiple things in a row. My mouth was just brain frogs. It was the brain frogs. Let's wait for an opportunity. I kept thinking about drawing my blade, but I held back. 6 soldiers were too many to take on. They had good gear. I wasn't sure I could take one down in a single slash. Even with Tongue's help, it would be tough to handle them all. But what good would waiting for a chance really do? In the midst of the tense standoff, Mansue's voice suddenly broke the silence. Her soft cries grabbed everyone's attention. Huh? What's she doing? Mansue went to the pack horse beside her. She opened the bags and got out the wooden box she stored there a few days ago. It was the box for the shadow play. Mansue opened the wooden box and showed what's inside to us and the soldiers. She stared at everyone there with big eyes.
这是什么?
What's in here? The head soldier looked blankly at the wooden box. Ah, I get it now. Mansue was trying to tell us something. With the shadow puppets and all, it's pretty clear. I suppose she wanted me to say, Officer, these are props for shadow play. The kids, except the miss here, are part of a traveling theater group. Facing the officers, I gestured towards the wooden box and then towards Mansue, Hong'er, and Si'er. The journey is long and the master worries the young lady will be bored, so he arranged for a few theater troupe girls to accompany her. They're all from humble origins and will accompany the young lady as her attendants. If you don't trust us, they can show you, I calmly suggested to the soldiers, and they glanced at Mansue once more after I spoke. Mansue was setting up the shadow play screen, placing it on its stand.
不必了.
No need. Soldier A waved his hand, gesturing for Mansue to stop. He stayed quiet, looking at me and Tongue, then at Chonghua, Mansue, Hong'er, and Si'er.
我信了你们说的话。倘若你们真是人牙子，这些女娃也不至于帮你们扯谎。
I trust what you're saying. If you were really bad folks, these girls wouldn't help you lie.
我就好奇问一下，出个嫁阵仗倒不小，这是洛阳谁家的小姐啊？
Just wondering. Seems like quite the procession for a wedding. Who's the girl going to Luoyang?
老爷，是洛阳赵老爷家的人。
Officer, she's from the Zhao family in Yaoyang.
哦，这样。哦，我知道那赵老爷有点名气。
Ah, well, heard of the Zhaos. They're quite well known.
是。
Yeah.
The soldier and Tongue were talking back and forth. I figured Tongue didn't know Master Zhao, and neither did the soldier.
行，你们走吧。我劝你们还是要多走官道。
All right.
哪儿来的这么多
Off
机
you
密？
go.
别累着你们家小姐啊！
Stick to the main roads, mind you. Don't want to exhaust your lady, eh?
谢谢关老爷，谢谢关老爷。哎呀，我们明白了，一会儿就走官道。
Thanks, officer. We'll stick to the main roads.
Tongue bowed deeply, showing his gratitude. Thanks, officer. I also thanked the officers, and then they turned around to leave. Finally, the tension in my chest eased.
还有个事儿。
Wait, one more thing. Suddenly, he stopped walking and turned back around. Tongue and I immediately became alert again. What's he up to now?
想起来了，刚才你们翻行李的时候，我看到有不少粮。
Remembered something. When you were checking the bag earlier, I saw plenty of rations. Ah, that's his game. It's like, yeah, they're totally deserters. They couldn't arrest us properly anyway. They could definitely kill us. They outnumber us. But it's just like, well, since you have so many rations, you wouldn't mind sharing with the soldiers, would you? Surely you care about the Empire and all that.
这里离潼关不远了，你们不用担心余粮啊。我们赶着去剿匪，暂借你们一些粮。
It's not far from Tongguan. You don't need to worry about rations here. We're off to deal with bandits, so we'll borrow some of your rations for now.
行，关老爷随便拿，不用借了，直接给你们就好了吧。
Okay. Help yourselves, officers. No need to borrow. Just take what you want. Tongue fawned as the soldiers started grabbing rations from our pack horse. After they took most of it, they finally got ready to leave.
妈的，该死的王八兵真是喂不饱的狗啊！花这么多钱买的干粮，都被他们抢了一大半。
Damn! Those greedy soldiers ate up half our rations, but with hard-earned coin! Half an hour after the soldiers cleared off, we pressed on, and finally Tongue found the nerve to let loose his tongue.
不对，我想起来了，都是这死崽子害的。要不是这死崽子，王八兵也不至于找上来。
Wait, I got it now. It's all that blasted kid's fault. If it weren't for her, those pesky soldiers wouldn't have found us. Don't blame the fucking kid.
死崽子，害我们差点丢了性命！我剁了你！
You little rat! Almost got us killed! I'll chop you up! Tongue suddenly remembered it was Suar's yelling that brought those soldiers to us. Tongue drew his knife and approached Suar, ready to strike her down. Oh, she accidentally called him Master Tongue as well. That doesn't bode well either. But yeah, she's a baby. I hope this is when we get rid of Tongue. Tongue has gone too fucking far. Besides, it was the other girl who saved us from getting murdered by all 6 of them. No, stop, Master Sing. Don't hurt me.
星爷，不要动我妹子，要多走动我，不要动我妹。
Master Sing, don't hurt my sister. If you must, hurt me instead.
敢拦我！今天我把你俩一起剁了！
Move. Today, both of you will get it. Tongue swung his blade at Hong-er and Suar. I quickly intervened, blocking his swing with my blade. Enough, Tongue! Sure, the kids attracted the soldiers, but none of them sold us out when they showed up. If they had, we'd kill them. Since they didn't, there's no need.
又不是真要杀他，我就是断他一只手。
Not like I'd really kill her. Just chop off her hand. And then what? Missing hand means we pay. You'll cough up then. Besides, it's still a ways to the nearest village. Can a kid with a missing hand make it alive? After hearing me, Tongue didn't go to kill the lamb anymore. He probably figured out what was at stake and that he shouldn't kill or maim the lamb.
妈的，不杀他，不弄残他，那也必须要罚，狠狠罚。
Damn! If we're not killing her or hurting her, she still has to be punished. Punished hard! Yeah, punishment is necessary. Remember your rule? Cry or fuss on the road, no food for a day. Let's stick to that. Tongue glanced at me, his eyes flashing with anger. He seemed to think the punishment wasn't harsh enough. But it was the littlest lamb who caused the trouble. If I hit her like I did with Man Sui yesterday, especially if Tongue joined in, things could get out of hand. I kept looking at Tongue seriously, and his anger slowly faded away under my stare until it was completely gone.
他妈的，别让我再听这死崽子叫了！他欠我一刀啊！再叫早晚被我宰了。
To hell with that! I don't want to hear that brat's voice again! She owes me one, and if she keeps yapping, she'll end up on my blade. With a grumble, Tongue sheathed his dagger and stomped forward. He finally agreed to spare Tsuyar.
谢谢星爷，谢谢良爷。
Thanks, Master Xing. Thanks, Master Liang.
谢谢良爷。
My God, that voice acting's too good. Stop. Thanks, Master Liang. The 2 sisters were scared by Tongue's rage just now, crying and thanking me over and over. No more tears. Keep crying and I'll give you a smack even if I spare your lives. With that stern warning, I pressed on ahead.
Oof, poor babies. And they even thanked Tongue, that piece of shit. Imagine having beef with a 6-year-old. Yeah, just because she was scared of a snake, man. And they saved us. Otherwise, we would have died to those 6 dudes. Still killing her from the pain. Exactly. Cutting off a hand is no fucking joke either. Borrow means you're returning. Yeah, soldiers can really say what they want at that point. It's like, hey, we just need to borrow your rations. And I mean, you know, we're soldiers, you know. You kind of have to treat us now. I mean, what were we going to do? Say no? I would have argued down the amount they took at least. I would have been like, well, could you at least let the kids have some food before you leave? Maybe share a meal with us. It's like some of their rations, but yeah, I guess they just wanted rid of them. It was like, okay, we're living through this. This is fine. Plus, the cover story is flimsier than wet rice paper, but better than to let it keep escalating on both sides. Yeah, if you lived, you lived. You got past that thing, and yeah, if they're close to Tongguan, is it Tongguan? If they're close to the next village, at least they can afford to just buy more food rations, even if, yeah, they're losing money. Tongue is terrible. Tongue is a piece of shit. Tongue is irredeemable from the way he's been talking. He's fine with like torturing people. He takes pleasure in people like feeling fear and terror and pain. So yeah, he's the genuine like bad guy who is horrific. Caitlin Jane, that's the second time you've announced that you were going to leave, and that is against my rules. So I'm putting you in timeout for the next 30 minutes. Head out, but just please do read my rules for next time. No announcing when you leave. Just head out. It's all good. And I saw you like half an hour ago say you were going to bed before that. So yeah, enjoy the VOD when you get a chance. Just don't announce when you're leaving anymore. See a snake on the screen today? Where? I see no snake. These poor babies. Yeah, they're just happy to be alive at this point. Having to thank Tongue just for not killing them. Ooh, that's rough. Loving this game though. Dark as it is, it's so much fun. And we're getting the little cute moments too. We got to the main road just before night. Tongue and I checked the signs, guessed how far Shuigor village was, then crossed the road and kept going toward the village. We camped by a stream nearby. At dinner, Tongue did as he said, didn't give any food to Suar, and even spat in her direction as she lay there. Suar watched us eating dry rations, almost crying with hunger. Thinking about how she almost got us into trouble today, tears streamed down her face. Trying not to cry out loud, she wiped her eyes silently with her hands. I saw Man Sui secretly take a piece of her own dry ration and give it to Suar. I also saw Hong-Er do the same. Suar ate it quietly when Tong wasn't paying attention. I turned a blind eye, pretending it didn't happen. Oh, that's so cute. And I love how he kept it a secret, realizing like Tongue will be a bitch about it. Ku-sensei keep blem. Yeah, I don't know why. Every now and then, like maybe for 2 or 3 days in a row, every couple of weeks, I just like get tonguey for some reason. My rigging just decides it's like... Strange. Ku said melancholy. True. Late at night, Tongue snoozed while I kept watch. I freed Man Sui and motioned her over for a chat. I wanted to talk about what went down during the day. Sir, that is your daughter. Every night you call her out to spend some precious time together. You are enjoying this. You have adopted her. You need to just accept this fact. You now have a child. You did good today. When the official soldiers came, you helped us with the lie.
因为那些官兵不像好人，我不能信他们。
Yeah, those soldiers seemed shady. I couldn't trust them.
他们没走官道，行军的时候也没什么纪律，很可能是逃兵。
They didn't follow the main road and had no discipline while marching. Probably deserters.
Again, can we talk about the voice acting? Like, she stopped sounding as much like a little girl. Like, she still has the tone. But yeah, she's like, they had no discipline while marching. This girl knows way too much. This girl was trained in some sort of way. She's undercover or some shit. But yeah, no, I love the voice acting as well. Because like,
normally she's up really high like this. And then while actually discussing this, she's like, have no discipline while marching.
She's just like listing things out. Like, yeah, no, this is no longer her pretending to be a child. This is her like analyzing. You said she was a cat, so the cat distribution system has, against its better judgment, assigned you as a parental figure. Yeah, It's too late. They're bonded now. They are a bonded pair.
若是想逃兵求救，他们把我们带走，待我们还不如良夜呢。
If we sought help from deserters, they could have taken us away, treating us worse than you, Master Liang.
Okay, I didn't. That was a bit of a barbed way to say it, and you're not wrong. But, ouch.
Mansui spoke her thoughts to me. Little brat had some smarts. Came to the same conclusion as me. Those soldiers today seemed like they were running from something. With Tongguan always in battle, it's odd to see a small group of soldiers wandering like that. If they got caught, they wouldn't get 100 lashes. Not much different from being caught a human trafficker.
They would get 100 lashes. Whoops.
So they were like bad guys, ready for anything. These deserters, even if they thought we were up to no good, might just let it slide. Once we gave them a way out, they probably didn't want to poke around too much. But I was still not sure about today. Mansui seemed smarter. She knew those soldiers weren't good. So why did the other kids, especially Chonghua, agree to help us? If they wanted the soldiers' help, that was the time.
哦，良夜，有件事想和你说一下。
Hey, Master Liang, there's something I want to tell you. Just as I was wondering, Mansui spoke up.
They're all a group of assassins together. It's a whole family of assassins. They're all in undercover.
What's up?
除了星野外，大概都知道我不是哑巴了。
Well, except for Master Xing, I reckon everyone knows I'm not mute now.
那些官兵来的时候，我给琼华说过话，红儿和翠儿也听见了。
When the soldiers showed up, I talked to Changhua, and Hong'er and Su'er heard it too. Oh, I get it now. It hit me all of a sudden. While Tung was busy chatting with the soldiers, I was totally focused on him. I didn't catch Mansui whispering to the other kids, but it made sense. She was probably telling them, keep quiet. Don't spill the beans about us being human traffickers because those soldiers aren't the friendly type. You did good this time, lass. Seems like you deserve most of the credit for dodging those soldiers.
Actually, yeah, pretty perfect. She did all the hard work. She figured out the best lie to get us out of that. She warned the other kids to chill. We'd have been dead without her.
I chuckled a bit, praising Mansui.
我也是觉得良夜信得过，才这么干的嘛。
I trusted you. That's why I did it.
对了，良夜，今天还想学影子戏吗？
Hey, Master Liang. Still up for learning shadow play today? Not interested anymore.
为什么呀？良夜之前是为什么那样啊？
Why not? What's up, Master Liang? Mind your business. Just don't feel like it anymore. I replied coldly to Mansui, then decided to head back to sleep. This girl, she's sharp and wise beyond her years, not like most kids her age. She's just as I imagined her from the start. She's like a cat.
I'd say, yeah, Baby Tiger works pretty well. Liang Chapter 6, Desolate Village. Still 1692. I don't think we're going to leave 1692 after all. This has been a lot of chapters. Mansui is very capable. She deserves all the head pats and tea and pastries. As an older sister, I feel legally obligated to spoil these kids. Yeah, they deserve head pats, cookies, some nice actual food, not just dry rations. This does not look like a place they're going to get proper food. Shit. At this point, they might not get any food. They might be fucked. Maybe that's why the soldiers were like, oh, you'll be fine getting food at Tongguan. Maybe deep down they were like, oh yeah, no, that village is fucked. You're screwed. Think you wanted to stop? Yeah, no, we're going to stop here. It was just like looking at the village while saying that sentence. I was like, oh no, they're not getting food. And they're almost out of food. 1632. Whoops. I skipped 60 years. My bad. Oh my god. She's very observant. Yeah, she's very, very smart. And I like her like trying to butter us up as well with the whole like, well, it's because I trusted you. And I'm like, it's not that you trusted him. It's that you realize he's the lesser of two evils. He's someone you can manipulate. He's someone who has some level of morals, that at least will not eat children and will try not to kill children and doesn't even slightly sexualize children, as it fucking should be, which is, you know, adorable, even if it led to a very strange moment. I have a feeling Chonghua just might not want to go back to her family/nobility, to be fair. Understandable given most of them were hunted down, demoted, or banished. Yeah, I guess she basically has nowhere to go back to. Especially with the way she flinched at the idea of like a switch just the first time. Maybe her family was shitty as well. Or maybe she was already like being like, yeah, tortured. Who knows? I wonder if we'll ever get her backstory. Or if it's only going to be Mansue's backstory that we get. Because they don't seem to be giving too much personality to the other kids. We get like little hints here or there. But honestly, it's just like big sister, little sister who's tiny and, you know, kind of helpless. And then the noble who is, yeah, being sold off. So invested? Yeah, I'm so interested in seeing how this story continues. That explains the soldiers cutting out. Yeah, maybe they were just like, we're done with this village. Maybe it got raided and they just didn't want to deal with shit. Mao Tien, thank you so much for the 5 gifted scholarships. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I hope you're having a lovely day. And thank you so much. That's so lovely of you. I hope she didn't see her family get persecuted by the Emperor's Guard. It could be. Yeah, it could be that she watched them being tortured, maybe questioned, or maybe like straight up murdered. I mean, they said like, oh, she won't miss her, but maybe they're still keeping some of the information from these guys as well. And they're just like, her family's dead, but maybe she's supposed to be killed as well. But if they just give like Liang and Tong like insufficient information, then it's less... You know, they're less worried about it because they're like, oh, so her family's not going to be looking for her, rather than, oh, her family's dead and the Emperor still kind of wants her dead and we're transporting a fugitive, kind of. Very solid visual novel so far. Definitely looking forward to the rest. Yeah, me too. The characters are interesting. And it made me uncomfy, which it takes a lot to do. I think I was only made uncomfy like 2 or 3 times in Fata Morgana. This one did it within the first hour. That's pretty fucking impressive. Is one event interesting so far? The one event interesting so far was the explosion. Seems like a big event that happened years ago. Yeah. I imagine it was like a historical event as well, since they keep listing it. Like they name the location and everything. So I'm sure that's going to be very important to the main character. And possibly to more of the storyline as it goes down. I don't think the lambs are hungry. I think they're traumatized. Well... I think the hungry lamb actually is about Liang himself. I think that's probably a reference to when he was a kid, when he was a lamb. When he decided he would no longer be a lamb anymore and wanted to become a wolf kind of thing. Probably. So yeah, probably got that feeling of like, I'm no longer a lamb. I won't hunger. I will kill and eat when I need to. Also, Kendra Braden, yeah, I'm glad you got it gifted. I'm glad you got a gifted Riki da da da. If you want to check out the membership tab, please do. I'm going to be posting a quick thing in there sometime over the next few days because I forgot to do it while I was off this week, unfortunately. But yeah, basically saying that we're going to have like a double one this month, and we've got a really beautiful chapter of the webtoon coming up. I'm not sure if that'll be at the end of this month or if we'll save that for 1 month later because it's tied into the main story, but... Oh, Chris did such a good job. She teased it on Twitter and Blue Sky, and it looks so gorgeous. Feel so bad. I want to protect the babies. I know they deserve all the protection. Also, I'll head back to the bedroom for this, since we're just chatting at this point. Kids in pain are very much not your thing. Understandable. Kids in pain I can take. That makes me sad, but it's like, when it comes to like kids... facing that kind of attention, blah, 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 blah. And you know, there's a certain level that a visual novel can go through where I'll be like, oh wow, this is gross, thanks, I hate it. This one absolutely hit to that level. This one absolutely hit to the level where I was like, I don't like this, I'm uncomfortable as fuck. If it had gone much further, it might have been like, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm the person to play this game anymore. But I'm glad it stopped where it did, because it was super uncomfortable without going to like a... You know, there is some level where it gets to the point where it's like, oh, this isn't supposed to make me feel uncomfortable. This is for the people that are far too comfortable with this shit. That's when I get to games like that, it's like I can skip over those scenes sometimes if I'm really invested in the story. But yeah, it's like, nah. Nah. Let me put on... I feeling this theme today, actually. Go with that one. But yeah, I know that's not the same for everyone. So I'm sure there are going to be some people that are going to look at that part and be like, God damn it, Kuchan, just read the visual novel. Nut up, bitch. And it's like, yeah, we all have our own things. We all have our own things that we deal with. And that's just one of the ones that does make me, I wouldn't say squeamish, but yeah, very uncomfortable. So I'm glad it stopped where it did. It felt like it was meant to make us incredibly uncomfortable, but it also, the voice acting was a bit, He is traumatized. True, he is also a traumatized little lamb. He's also a traumatized little lamb trying to get through his own trauma, but taking it out on other people for sure. Neither are Liang and Tung, especially Tung. Liang, I'm holding out the benefit of Duck. Tung's gotta go. Yeah, Tung needs to die. Tung is 100% a terrible fucking wolf who is going to harm incredible people. His visual novel is really good, but really bad for the kids being killed off as young as they are. Oh, sold off as young as they are is crazy. Yeah. Meanwhile, yeah, some of the things we're hearing about this story, the idea that even if she was living like her best life with her family, it was still like, hey, you're going to get thrown to the wolves when you turn 14 anyway. At 14, you get married off. And that law about like under 12 is, ugh. I will become a monster. I will become a monster. Rah, rah, rah. The funniest, sweetest, saddest, and horrifying parts are still ahead. Oh, lovely. I hope they don't go any further down that direction, but if I'm very invested in this story, I might just need to take breaks when we get to bits like that, but yeah, we'll see. Voice acting makes it worse. Yeah. That scene freaked me out too, and I know some gave up on that point. Yeah. I'm glad they stopped when they did, though. Got that vibe too, though. Yeah, if it had gone much further, it would have been like, you didn't need to ride it this much. You could have stopped. It was uncomfortable like 10 minutes ago. If it didn't make you uncomfortable, that'd be weird too. Yeah. For you, Sensei, below what age do you consider someone to be a child? It depends on the type of child. Obviously, legally children under the age of 18. But for me, if you're 23 and younger, you're not an adult yet. I think 24 is really the point where I'm like, okay, you could have gone on a bit of a journey through life and even then, you're not really like figuring yourself out. I feel like 24, for quite a while, you're still figuring yourself out. So you're definitely an adult there, don't get me wrong. But you're still kind of like, I don't consider you the person you're going to be for the rest of your life until you've had like a part-time job, which has been sucky and you don't like, but you stick it out because you want some money, and then decided what kind of career you like and figured out like what you actually want to achieve in life kind of thing. And that takes a while. That's not something that just happens because you finished college or because you got a career. Like, yeah, and it keeps changing as you get older. But if nothing else, I feel like you need to be out of college. You need to be, you know, living with other people, away from your parents, trying out a few different jobs, trying out a few different things. So yeah, from that age kind of thing. But when it comes to like other children, it's like, you know, I feel like you're a baby until you hit like age 11, maybe age 12. Until that point, it's like, oh, they're just baby. And then from like 12 to 17, it's like, oh, these kiddos, they little kiddos. And then it's like, okay, now you're a kid who's figuring yourself out from like 18 to 25. But yeah, at this point, all these babies are still babies. If you're not in double digits, you are a fucking baby. Because I'm still a child to Sensei. Yeah. There's a certain level of growth where people just can't take. So far, I feel like this is hitting a nice balance, but not shame to anyone who can't continue on at all. Yeah, and that's why I always throw no shade at anybody who ever sees a game that we're playing and is just like, I can't go any further. There are definitely like bits of Fata Morgana where I understand why people would just be like, no, I couldn't, I need to back out. It is one of the most beautiful stories of all time, but there are some serious dark things in it. With this one, I would just say like the way it kept doing that scene was a problem for me. And again, that's no offense to other people that are better with that, because everybody has different things is the whole thing. For me, that is a big trigger where it's like, I don't want to see this. It makes me super uncomfy. For other people, it's like the same thing that I say about like gore and violence. Like I was just staring at that dead body for a while being like, oh yeah, look, here's the gash along the chest. Here's like the face that's been all like mutilated. Here's the bones here and there. Like that for me is all just like, that's fine. Other people can look at like other things and be like, it's fine. It's just fiction. But yeah, everybody has their own triggers, whether it's based on their own like experiences or just things where it's like, it just sits wrong. I think one of the big things is, you know, when it comes to fiction, it's okay to be like, it's just fiction, because it is just fiction. It cannot like actually change your worldview unless you let it. It should be that way. However, there are some things that have been written by people not because they were like exploring some things, not for any artistic value, but instead because like, oh, this is what you really wanted to explore kind of thing. And sometimes you can feel that in a piece of work and you're like, you just feel like, I don't like this. And again, sometimes those are different for every person as well. It's okay to step back and visit later when ready. Yeah, exactly. I might have to do that as this story goes on. But there's also like, it might also be, there are things in the future where I just like, I get to something and I'm just like, okay, this game isn't for me. This story isn't for me, like whatever. There are just some things where it's like, the vibes are not cool. I'm done. I was really surprised when they made it worse. Better than Fada? For me, this never happened before. Oh, better than in Fadamoru for me. This has never happened before. Oh, so you actually liked like how dark it went kind of thing? Got ya. The VA is so good that it really settles you on the situation and immersion. Yeah, and that is the great thing about fiction. It's one of the things that I always talk about. The voice actress is 18. The storyline is fine. It's just, yeah, as long as it's meant to make you uncomfy, that's fine. Depends on the person. I can't take Fadamoru, but this one only made me a bit uncomfortable. There we go. Yeah, everybody has their own different things. No worries, sensei, if it made you uncomfortable, no problem. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm just glad we kept going through it because the storyline seems amazing and I just hope they don't push it much further than that. If they push it much further than that, like, ugh. It's really uncomfortable so far, except the uncomfy part, but oh, wait, what? It's really enjoyable so far, except for the uncomfy part, but I think it had the effect it was supposed to have. Exactly. And if that was supposed to be the effect, then it was delivered perfectly. Also, one of the funniest fucking moments when I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to punish her, so I guess we should keep talking about it instead. And then we did keep talking about it, and his first line is like, oh no, I'll play along with her and scare her even more. And I was like, nope. Nope. That was like, nope, clicked the wrong decision. My bad. That's not what I thought you meant. I thought you were going to explain to her that's not what you were thinking, rather than doing a tongue thing and being like, oh, let me roleplay a little bit to freak her out even more. Dude, she's fucking 9 as far as you know at that point. Actually 11, probably more like 13 or 14. I still don't trust her. I don't believe shit that she says. I like how this game uses lambs and wolves to describe the character's states. Yeah, that's a really good way to do it. To show like the mind view of these main characters who just see everybody else as like either lambs or sheep. Sheep to like be herded, to be used, to be devoured. Lambs, which are just like gonna grow into sheep anyway. The wolves, everything else. I saw somebody else say, I wonder if the tigers are actually like code for something. And that interested me. Because I don't know if tigers actually hunt in packs or not. So for me, it was like, maybe when they mean tigers, they mean something unlike wolves. They mean like men who are out by themselves, murdering people. Men who are out killing indiscriminately, eating, feasting, doing horrible things, but ones that prefer to be like by themselves, whereas wolves prefer to run around in a pack. So that was an interesting thought that I saw somebody else have. I didn't manage to grab it and talk about it because I was like in the middle of reading other things, but I wonder, maybe we're going to find out later that tigers refer to a different group of people as well as like the sheep and the wolves as well. And the fox. We got like one fox character and a cat little girl as well. Because of the VA, my dog sleeping nearby turned his head to look at me. Your dog judged you. Your dog is looking at you like... Your dog is just like, I may not understand human, but I understand those sounds. In this game, according to the background, girls could marry at 14. It's super early, still a kid, but the times were horrible. Yeah. I wonder if that law was really true as well about like if they're under 12, you get murdered for it. So up till that point, it's like still a crime, don't get me wrong, but it's like, you know, maybe we bring that back, that law. 30 next year and I still feel like I'm a kid and not mature enough. Well, you learn that as you get older. I think by the time you hit like 25, you realize that you're never really... You realize probably around in your early 20s that nobody ever really hits a point where suddenly they know exactly who they are. You realize that you're always going to be developing, you're always going to be changing, you're always going to be learning things, you're always going to be becoming a different person every single day. So yeah. Yeah. It's just for me, like there are certain levels where it's like, okay, you've like possibly been able to finish university. Even if you didn't finish university, that means you're like able to step out into the world around 21 to 23. And then you've got like a few years where you need to like try some things, be out on your own. You're no longer a student. You are an adult doing adult things, having to pay your own way in life, having to pay taxes. And then you figure out some more stuff. And then it's like, okay, now you're functionally an adult. I hope that turning 23 this year would give me adult privileges. I was going back to college and I was finally away from my hated office work. Well, I hope you find something good, but yeah. I'm okay with cannibalism. Actual quote from this stream. Yeah, in fiction. I saved it. I went back to it immediately. I immediately said, like, let me fix that. In fiction. Even if you haven't figured out your life after 23, that's all right. Just means you need to gain even more experience before you can stand properly on your own 2 feet without stumbling much. Yeah, you're learning your whole life and you realize, because especially I think when you're young, you're like, oh man, my parents had this all figured out. My parents had kids when I was their age. And then you realize like, oh yeah, no, they were just faking it. When you become a parent, you just have to kind of fake it in front of your kid and be like, yeah, I have an answer for everything. And yes, everything's always going to be okay. But you don't necessarily actually know that. You're just doing your best. If anybody ever thinks like, oh yeah, no, I understand everything and I can protect you from everything, that person is just delusional. If anything, it just shows you like how much more terrifying the world is and that you're just doing your best. Fake it until you make it, I guess. Yeah, fake it until you figured out who you are, what you want to do, and you're like going on the journey. For me, I'm okay exploring most dark themes in fiction as long as it doesn't feel like the author is trying to make me uncomfortable. Not convince me it's right. Exactly. That's the exact thing. If an author tries to make you uncomfortable and does it well, it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up, but you can feel it. And even if they, like Lolita is written in such a fucking good way in which it does like hit you with the whole like, the main character is describing things as if this is his reality, but you know the whole time like, oh, this guy is fucked up, and the writer knew he was fucked up, is saying the kind of creepy shit that people like this normally hide inside their mind and get away from for a long time. And I don't want to talk about it, but shit, the real world stuff that's been revealed recently, how long that shit has been covered up and is still being covered up is just like, yeah. Personally, I think people only mature enough to be called adults around the age of 30. In Chinese, there's a saying, 30something something, which means that around that age of 30, a person should be able to stand on their own in the world, establishing their character, career, and family, and forming a mature self. That's a good way to look at it. 30, you get 3 decades. 1 decade of being a kid, 1 decade of being like a child, an adolescent, 1 decade of like figuring out who you are as an adult, and then from 30 to 40, it's like, okay, you kind of run out of time now. Now you need to start like buckling down. If you ever play League of Legends, sir, you would love the lore of the character Kindred. What does the character of Kindred do? What are they up to? Do they murder bad guys? The only things I know about League of Legends come from Arcane. There are a lot of animals. Funny we have this talk about what people think which animals are too. Yeah, and I didn't go through that homework. I'm supposed to go through that homework tomorrow on the Just Chatting stream. Tigers are solitary in nature. They usually only come together for procreating or if it's a mother with cubs. Okay, interesting. I never thought about it until they said it in the game, because when I thought about it, I was like, don't tigers have prides? And then I was like, well, I just assumed because lions have pride. I'd never thought about like how tigers might be different. It was just like they're big cats. Surely all big cats do the same thing. We just realized we become self-sufficient at one point, one way or another. Yeah, you learn to like not be afraid of the night. You learn to not be afraid of the shadows. You learn to like just take care of yourself, figure out like taxes and all the other shit that like life throws at you, all the adult responsibilities. You figure them out bit by bit, and then you're like, I guess I've got this shit figured out. Do I feel like I have the responsibility to take on another life yet? God, no. Back then, maturity comes so early, especially if somebody comes from poor families. Yeah. The girl's being married off at 14. Oof. The guy is expected to like sometimes take off a job at like 10. I mean, even nowadays, it's a similar thing where if you happen to grow up in a farming family, they put you to work on the farm at like age 7 sometimes, maybe even younger for all I know. But I've definitely known people that were like 7 and 8 and already working on the fields for like 3 hours a day while going to school. And then when it comes to summer, it's like you don't get a summer vacation. You're suddenly working the farm for that summer period. When you reach the age you had, it's like, oh, you should have been at the club, girl. Wait, were you just like, oh, I should have like spent more time partying? That what you mean? Age of consent checks out as 12 of 1373. Punishment was death from hanging. Fair shit. Fair shit. Parents, I mean. Oh, okay. You mean like parents should have been like, got ya. Fake it until you make it is actually a large part of being an adult. Especially in front of kids. In front of kids, you're just like, yeah, no, it'll all be good. Everything's got to be fine. Sure. Humans are in a constant metamorphosis. That's the great part of it. Caterpillars have the great joy of dreaming before becoming butterflies, after all. Yeah, and we're always developing. We can change so much. Even our brains, which are how we actually perceive the world when it comes down to it, are plastic. The plasticity of brains is so important. I was actually like looking into things recently. Why was I looking into things? Oh, because I was doing like a bigger deep dive into like brain rot and stuff, and how our attention spans are becoming so much shorter, and that's being used against us in the way that like we consume news and media nowadays. A lot of fucked up shit going on in the world, controlled by the people who control like social media companies and other media companies and all that other fun stuff. Oh, why is my microphone suddenly getting weird? There we go. Sorry about that little clicky sound there for a second. Oh, my microphone got weird. But I was also looking into it because of another one of the short stories I read by that same author that was talking about brain plasticity. And they had a story where humans had managed to figure out how to like digitize brains essentially. And some of them were using like technology. Others had invented a way to like just make the biological version stronger. And so there was a battle going on between the two groups essentially, where the ones who had like digitized memories remembered everything perfectly. So they had perfect memory recall. But because of that, like any trauma that they got stuck with them essentially. Any trauma that made them a bit terrified of something would be there always in their mind, able to recall with perfect recall and essentially torture them. And then meanwhile, the ones who had gotten the upgraded like biological system, the brains still had the plasticity in it. So when they recalled things, it would slowly fade, it would slowly change. And so it was just like a general message of like, without brain plasticity, we don't really develop. Everything very much becomes like us turning into computers. We are guided by the things we've done in the past. Like we start to just decide like, oh, I like having red wine during the sunset. It pairs well. And therefore you only ever do that. You only ever base yourself off of things you've done in the past, and just it's like X to Y kind of simple algorithm thing. It's like, you're happy when you do this, so do this. You're sad when you do this, so don't do this. They basically start becoming robots themselves, even though the idea was just to be able to like have better memory recall and stuff. But yeah, it was interesting. It was a good way. Can you remember the name of that story? I think it's the first one in the collection. 1 second.
Oh, the true story. I haven't finished it yet though, because it's one of the longer ones. It's one of the like 40-page ones. So I need to keep going through it. I'm about halfway through it. I don't even think that's the main story. The main story is about some sort of like rocket crash thing, but it's by the same author who did both Zima Blue and Beyond the Aquila Rift. But yeah, it was interesting, and especially combining that with the shit that we've got going on nowadays, where brain rot is like fucking up our mental capacities, making it harder to actually focus on anything. I saw a thing basically saying that humans are starting to unlearn how to read because we can't focus without constant like distractions, essentially. We like the way our phones constantly go off. We like the way the dopamine hits our brains. And then it was pointing out things like the fact that Mark Zuckerberg doesn't let any of his children use social media. And the person who runs Amazon makes sure to keep them away from certain things. And it's like, so the people in charge of these companies specifically make sure that their own children stay the fuck away from their things while making a ton of money, like giving it to everyone else. It's like, that seems like a thing we should pay attention to. Tigers are pretty solitary animals, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, people were saying that in the chat, and I just kind of rolled with it. But at that point, I was like, are tigers solitary? Do they run in prides? I just believed the game. The game could have lied to me completely, and I would have been like, cool. Kindred is a character born from death splitting itself in two. So there's Lamb, who represents gentle death, and Wolf, who represents violent death. Damn it! That is a cool idea. Now I need to look up their design. They better be sexy as fuck. Kindred. League. Images. Oh, they look like that. Okay, so they go for more of like an Anubis kind of thing. They're cool looking. Not what I expected. Badass. Okay, that's fine. That I can deal with. That's cool. Yeah, no, that is a nice idea. So you've got like the evil death who just snaps things up, and then the more gentle death. To me, it feels like the moment I think I figured something out. Something surprising comes behind the corner, and then I realize I do not have everything figured out. Yeah. Life's always got to throw weird things at you. I mean, you got to remember, like a couple hundred years ago, we thought the Earth was flat. We thought we were the center of the universe. We thought the sun revolved around us. Humanity as a species has gone through so many different levels of like evolution, of figuring out different things. So what we think now, like, give it a couple another 100 years, and it could be people look back on us and think like, they didn't understand that time is just a construct. They didn't know how to like slip out of the third dimension and go into the fourth dimension. Stupid freaking humans. You never know. You never know. Heliocentrism mentioned. Time to shill orb. Oh yeah. Always time to shill orb. Orb was great. Didn't like the final episode. I got what they were doing, but it was like, I wanted one more episode. I wanted like a clearing up on the story. I didn't want like an AU kind of thing. Short attention span nowadays starts with kids getting bored easily. And adults not having all the time in the world, because obviously, God, you have two adults trying to take care of trying to take care of a child while both having to work an 8 to 10 to 12 hour job a day kind of thing. Having to also entertain a child. Like, obviously, parents are going to rely on things like screen time. They're going to rely on distractions. Not everybody can afford somebody to actually take care of their children the whole time and just actually play games with them and, you know, engage their minds the most healthy way. So everybody relies on some level of like interactive toys, screen time, videos, stuff like that. And apparently Coco Melon is super fucking bad. Like, that shit is just like super condensed brain rot. But yeah, we'll figure out more about that as like proper psychiatrists like see the damage that we're doing to ourselves in the future. The shit that we're doing with like chatting to AI bots, the stuff that we're doing where we're constantly like throwing short form 1 minute at the absolute longest videos at ourselves. Just anytime we have a spare moment, we never let ourselves get bored. We just whip out our phone. It is what it is. And you know, obviously there's balances for everything, because people used to do the whole like, oh, video games are going to rot your brain. TV is going to rot your brain. It didn't rot our brains. It was just something that we kind of had to adapt to as a society. So this is probably something that we're just going to have to adapt to as a society. This isn't one of those things where I'm like, brain rot is going to kill us all. But brain rot is dangerous. Brain rot is like a next level thing of like, you know, keeping you excited all the time, giving you dopamine hits. And so many people get to the level where dopamine just kind of overwhelms them. So yeah, we're just definitely going to have to find ways to like deal with this. Q battling the short content with long streams. Exactly. Because I like my long streams. I like to dive into video games for a long time. And definitely it would be better if I just did like this silly little short content, but it's not like it's easy content to do anyway. It's also, I'm just not good at that shit. I'm not good at being entertaining. I just like to play my long games and discuss things. I don't get to do like this is a really funny thing I could do in 30 seconds. Unfortunately, that's something very noticeable nowadays. People just do have the patience or time to sit down and, don't have the time to sit down and think anymore. Which is why long form / slow content doesn't do as well anymore. Yeah, I mean, I have that problem sometimes as well. I found like the whole thing with Netflix movies where they go out of their way to explain the plot line multiple times throughout the movie. Like they've talked about that. They've talked about a decision that they've made where they expect people while watching a movie on Netflix to also have their phone up, to also be like scrolling Twitter or TikTok, watching other things. And so they go out of their way to make like very simple plot lines and then also repeat the full plot line 3 or 4 times throughout the film out loud, which is crazy. I forget who it was that said it. It was either Sean Penn or Matt Damon did an interview recently, because before that it had been like suggested that they do that in their films. And I don't think there's necessarily anything super wrong with doing that in a film, making something that's like a simplistic story and repeats itself a couple of times. It's not like highbrow art where you have to like pay attention the whole time. Like I watched a movie last night that challenged me a lot. I think it was called Decision to Leave, which was about a detective investigating a murder but becoming interested in the main suspect. It was really good. It was done by the director who did Parasite and The Handmaiden. No, not Parasite. Old Boy. The director who did Old Boy and The Handmaiden. I was like, those two are, that's Bong Joon-ho. But the director who did Old Boy and The Handmaiden made a movie, I think like 2 or 3 years ago, called Decision to Leave. And that's really good, but so much of it is based around like subtle things that the characters say, the cinematography in certain scenes, the way that they talk to each other, facial movement. Like, ooh, it was such a good story. But by the end, I had to like literally Google things. I was like, well, what was the symbolism of like the mountains and the rivers and stuff? Because they had like a bunch of different conversations going on that were really deep. Where I was like, I want to know more about that. It like brought back like things about Confucianism and like the cinematography played into it and all kinds of other things. And it's nice to discover things like that. If anything, it'll be nice to watch it another time in the future at some point and be like, oh, and now I'm following along properly. It's always good to have movies like that that really challenge you. You have to pay attention the whole time, and then watching a second time can be even more rewarding. But yeah, that one threw me through a loop. But at the same time, I like the silly movies too. Been working hard and recovering my attention span by reading a lot. It's definitely a choice that we've got to work on consciously. Yeah, I've been working hard on that and trying not to use my phone before bed, which is hard. It genuinely is hard sometimes to be like, okay, at 11 p.m. the phone goes away, and just to hear the notification sound going off and be like, nope, I'm going to get drawn into it. It's going to be a notification about some news story, or somebody's going to send me something beautiful, and it'll be nice to like read that, but then I'll spend like 10 minutes going down like a rabbit hole and reading some interesting things and Wikipedia fact checking things, and I'll end up like checking my notifications on social media while I'm there, and then it'll be like an hour later and I'll have to go to bed because I'm tired, and it'll be right after using my phone and my brain won't sleep so good. It's so hard. It is. Airplane mode is great. Airplane mode makes things safer. But yeah, no, it is definitely like an actual decision you have to make to just be like, I would like to be able to think better, because I've been noticing it recently just doing streams and stuff. Where there are certain days where when I do a stream, it's like I need to be playing a video game, because if I'm talking, I just ramble about the most dumb shit. part of a book club outside the Pupals, and me and an acquaintance were talking about how this other book club she's into can't seem to even finish short stories. Yeah. A lot of people are starting to think that just like reading a synopsis is equivalent to reading a book. And that's the thing, like if you read a synopsis of something or you watch the movie thing of something, it's a different experience. And there's nothing wrong with enjoying a movie adaptation or reading a synopsis and being like, oh, the story is really cool, and just not having the time to read a book. But if anything, they can like guide you into doing that. And some people just don't like reading books too. But yeah, anyway. What I'm saying is we might start a book club at some point in the future. I kind of want to read 1984, and that would be fun. It'd be fun to read 1984 together and then just like pick out quotes that we really liked and talk about them. Like as part of like the Oshiete Yoku Sensei thing, to be like, I got through like 6 chapters this week. How long did you guys do? We might do something like that in the future, because I'm thinking about doing like more proper reviews, like the way that I sometimes put into the scrapbook, like what I've watched recently, and just talk about it a little bit. I'm thinking about doing little short, like 1 or 2 minute snappy reviews that can be turned into shorts like super easily, just for a bit more engagement as well. I actually wrote out a script for one, and I'm like, maybe I'll perform that in the next one. Maybe I'll try to like make my content a little bit more snappy. Not snappy, but like a little bit more like rehearsed. Thank you for your donation, Tribe Princess. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for always supporting the channel. Thank you for donating to the allowance on Streamlabs as well. And from next week, I'm going to start reading the Streamlabs at the end of every stream as well, just to make sure that I get to those. Not this week, though. This week, we're catching up on all the Streamlabs that have been like over the last 3-4 weeks, maybe. On Saturday's stream where it's just chatting. This is a good question. I like using Ku-sensei's not safe for work content to stimulate dopamine in my brain. Me too! In fact, I just read some of the not safe for work fan fiction the other night. I was very interested. I'll talk about that in a second. Should I quit it like people do with social media? I don't think so. It's just a matter of balance. Porn addiction is a real thing. I will say that much. Porn addiction can hit you really fucking hard. That is a way that you get a lot of dopamine, a lot of serotonin, a good cocktail of like reward things in your brain. And it can also fuck up the way you like interact with actual sexuality. As a lot of people know from the way that like young men treat women quite a bit when they haven't actually ever been with a woman, and they think like, oh, porn, this is how I'm supposed to treat women, right? I'm supposed to like dominate and degrade and treat like shit. And it's like, no. Like with consent, maybe if that's their fetish. But Jesus, so many people start to think like, oh, this is the place for a woman, this is how a man should act, and then fall down that whole rabbit hole of the men that try to teach men that that's how it should be. And oh, Jesus Christ, let's not even start on that. Balance is important for all things in life. Exactly, balance. If you're doing it every day, 4 or 5 times a day, that's probably an issue. Meanwhile, as long as you have a healthy balance and you're taking care of your own life and not, messing yourself up with it, it's fine. But yeah, okay, so the not safe for work stories that I read. I can't list off all of them, but I will say there's one very good one. There were a couple of ones that were written before I debuted, so they weren't like the proper character personas yet. There was one that was like naming me as Feileacan, but it was very clearly like me, Cú, with a minotaur. That one was pretty interesting. That one was written in very much a PWP kind of way, and it was fun. And then there was another one which was like me and Feileacan, which just, where? These are all on AO3. I stumbled across somebody who posted one short not safe for work story on my adult tag, and I was like, oh, they uploaded it to AO3. Let me click on the Féileacán and Cú thing on AO3 and just see what else we've got. So yeah, there's one with like Féileacán and Cú with a minotaur, and it was supposed to be a long series but got stopped pretty quickly, unfortunately. I guess the author didn't enjoy it as much as they thought they were going to. But then there's another one which is straight up like, I think it's based off of the audio drama, or it's just like a very similar idea, because it is the idea of like Féileacán feels everything, and it's like Cú teasing Féileacán and being like, oh, so you did feel that, huh? Like trying to tease him and being like, did you never do it? Is this embarrassing you? And then Féileacán doing like an Uno reverse and being like, oh no, I will show you. You think you know how to pleasure yourself? I will show you true pleasure. And like putting Cú in his bottom position. It was so good. It was so well written. It was like not necessarily a slow burn either, but it was slower than I would have liked. I will say. I've read that one. Let's go. Let's go. The author of that one was good because that's what I mean about it being slower than I liked, because it was like, oh, I love the tension of this. I love the way it's building up. It's like there's almost romantic issues to this rather than anything else. It like takes a good amount of time, but then when it gets into it, it's really good into it as well, and they tease it really slowly. It's like scintillating. Scintillating is the word I would use, where it was like, just do it already. Do it. Come on, Féileacan. Put him in his place. He's a brat. He needs to be tamed. So yeah, written really well. Thank you, author. I think that one, I won't say the name just in case, but I'm pretty sure I know who the author was. But if you just go on AO3, search by Féileacán and Cú, you'll find a bunch of them. There aren't too many adult ones. I've only found like 3 adult ones. All the other ones are like cute, fluff, light, adorable, which is cute. But yeah, I was reading the adult ones the other day just because I was curious, and it was like, damn. A Minotaur? A freaking Minotaur. A PWP Minotaur. Oh, God. Sensei, how could you say that? Yesterday, the other Pupals and I were writing the fic you wanted, but you only predicted 3 main story chapters. It's really hard for us to grasp Feli's personality. I know. It'll take some time to get to know Feli. This is why I love slow pacing for stories. The payoff only hits as hard because of the setting up. Yeah. You get to that point, it's all foreplay. It's all foreplay at that point when it comes to like slow burn romance. Because obviously not foreplay and it doesn't have to be sexual, but it's romance. The romance is the foreplay. You get like the little moments of like hand touching. You get the little moments of one teasing the other where it's like, come on, just go all the way. You both want it. You both clearly want it. You're teasing each other bit by bit. Tantalizing. Scintillating means witty / lively, I think. 1 minute. Let me Google this. Tantalizing is a good word too, but I think I've heard scintillating used that way. Sparkling, brilliantly exciting, cleverly or skillful. Fluorescent. Ha! You are right. That is the correct term of it. Scintillating. That's strange. I've definitely heard that used as like attractive. Oh yeah, no. Brilliantly or exciting, cleverly or skillful. Interesting. Scintillating. Definitely I've heard that used in that way, but I guess they were using it as like a metaphor, which there you go. Very good metaphor because it stuck with me that long. Up until this point, I've been imagining scintillating because it has the sound of like something that's spicy, something that scintillates. Now that I know it just means like shining and or clever. Interesting. But yeah, okay, tantalizing. I'm still going to use the word scintillating because to me, very much so. The tension's so good. Been stuck on HR for too long. It's time to explore new grounds. Wait, which HR? HR. What's HR? Sensei reading fic about him. Yes, put it into place. I'm excited for the Feileacan stuff next week. I'm excited to write my own when we do that stream for Valentine's Day. I've also decided what we're going to do for White Day as well. So Valentine's Day is going to be like focusing on Féileacan kind of content. It's going to be like a bit spicy. We're going to go through like some of the quizzes and stuff. We're just going to have like a silly little time. But then White Day is going to be like the opposite. White Day is going to be like cutesy. White Day, it's going to be like pampering pupils. So it's not going to be like sexual content. But what it is going to be is it's probably going to be like gentle talking, role play, like gentle talking, a little bit of role play of like, oh, come on, little pupil. Let's brush your hair. Let's give you a little bath. Let's tuck you into bed. Let's sing you a bedtime story. Let's tell you a bedtime story. Give you a little lullaby. That kind of thing. It's got to be like more gentle of like, oh, at least pamper the pupils. At least take care of the pupils. So yeah. Valentine's Day, we're going slutty. So sorry to anybody who sometimes looks at those things and is like, yeah, Valentine's Day is probably going to be pretty leaned into that direction. Oh, heated rivalry. Okay, got ya. We still need to watch Heated Rivalry. It'll be a while until we can write Feli without going OOC for a while, to be fair. During the early Metamorphosis Lost days, but Pupals will always do their best. the person who wrote, I will say, the person who wrote that like slightly slow but still adult fanfic did a really good job of it. Because they had Feileacan being like kind of emotionless, stoic, because that's what he is. He's a kudere. I would say maybe not even the dede, maybe just mainly Cú. Feli is Cú. You know what I mean. Feli's stoic. Feli doesn't show his emotions. He's kind of just like an emotionless, like not bad, not aggressive, not angst. I think that's the one thing that people like got confused by. A lot of people thought, oh, so he's got to be a dick. He's got to be like super aggressive. He's not super aggressive. He just gets his job done. Other than that, it's like, you know, as long as you're not getting in my way, you're fine. So yeah, kind of like he was in the first chapter where it's like, I'm not a bad person, but if it's a choice between me failing my mission and having to kill a child, I'm gonna kill the child. I'm gonna throw the baby off the cliff. Like, that's just how it works. You said we can have a watch along and I'm waiting for it. I know, I should do one. Maybe we'll do, Can you take us to McDonald's Playpen Bouncy House and get us the combo meal? No McDonald's. That's bad for you guys. You guys want snacks? You're going to have to get proper snacks. Why did I think the Pupals were bald? You said about brushing the Pupals' hair. They have very, very tiny hair. It's more like fur because they're half dog and half caterpillar. And then half butterfly and half dog once they're fully grown. But yeah, no, they have fur. It's just very, very short fur. They're like soft and fuzzy. Soft and fuzzy. And they have exoskeletons, but their exoskeletons are more like a takoyaki shell. So they're like crunchy, but still like squidgy. They're not like hard, perfectly hard. They're like, you can give them a little squeeze. You can come in a little squeeze. Like peach fuzz? Yeah, like peach fuzz. Not like, it's not long enough that it would like stab you. It's short enough that it just like, it feels good. It feels good. I have to complain again. Féileacán and Cú can only on the train. It's really hard for us to write sex scenes. And then Sensei will want to freeload off of our work. Just kidding. Hey, I'm putting in the work next Saturday. Next Saturday, I'll write some Féileacán Cú as well. I'll write some Féileacán Cú. I will voice act some Féileacán Cú, and we'll also be voice acting you guys' Féileacán Cú scenes. And keep in mind, they don't have to be sexual. Like I said, the highest we can go is NC-17. We can't go R-rated. But if you want to do cute little fluff stuff, I think that would be adorable as well. I am probably going to write one that like bounces between the two. I'm probably going to write like one spicy one just for the fun of it. And then I'll probably also write one where it's like, what if Cú actually got to meet Feli's kids and tried to like be a father to them? Tried to be like, okay, Feli, here's where you're going wrong. This is why Widow's a spoiled brat. And this is why your other two kids are not acting like children. Kind of shit. So yeah, we'll probably write something like that where it like balances between the two. Jaded Artworks, thank you so much for donating the allowance. McDonald's money? Don't give any of your money to McDonald's. It's not worth it. Just find a way to make their Mac sauce. Their Big Mac sauce, honestly, fucking banging. So high sugar, so bad for you, but that shit does taste good. Everything else in McDonald's, never worth it. Don't listen to the people that say that fries are good. The fries are just fries. Get you some steak fries. Get you big old chunks of potatoes. Get you a thicker burger. Get you a less greasy burger. Their burgers, too sludgy. Too sludgy. You need thicker meat. Even if you get a smash burger, that shit will be way better than a McDonald's burger. With the Mac sauce and pickles. Little onion. Little lettuce. Maybe even a tomato. Sometimes you want a tomato. Sometimes that distracts from the pickly goodness. Now I'm hungry. Now I do want a burger for dinner. But still, no McDonald's. I'll make sure to let you know once I get in. Oh, something completely unrelated. Lore question for reasons. Do Pupals defecate? Do we poop little gems or do we have to use a litter box? You guys defecate. You guys eat food, you poop. And you cry normal tears. If you wish to write your own Pupal Sona that does not, you can. But you guys eat, you guys are spirits. But you guys do eat food. You do poop out poops. They're not gems. Your tears aren't gems. But if you want to make your Pupal Soda be like, nah, I don't want to poop, then fine. You can do it. It's fine. Glitter tears, surely. Again, not canon, but you can headcanon it. Absolutely headcanon it. I like the idea of Pupals like crying out little opalescent tears. It'd be beautiful and sad. It'd be like every shoujo anime where the girl runs away like, back, with the tears sparkling in the light as they run away. Yeah, like that. Rainbow tears. But I'm a pink Pupal. I can't poop. There you go, Clowny. So you're fine. If you want to headcanon your own Pupal Soda doesn't, that's fine. But in the world of Cashlan, in that universe, they are spirits. They do consume things. They do poop. Cloudines, thank you for donating the allowance. Usually I prefer you to games before me because I need to shut up when I know if your speculations are right or wrong. But I really like you discovering the Hungry Lamb. I love your voice acting. It's the perfect experience. Aw, thank you. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. I hope you continue to enjoy it. And yeah, thank you. You've kept saying like, oh, it gets better. So I'm glad that you like this game. I'm glad this one was recommended to me so much. And yeah, I'm very excited to see where it goes. We can sell those tier guys. Keep it going. What if you did poop gems? If you pooped gems, eating is just an investment. The more you eat, the more you're just investing in the future. Oh my God. There are copycat recipes online. Yeah, I've never found one that was perfect though. Even the ones where you straight up have to like heat up different combinations of things. It's never been perfect. I wish they just sold it. And they don't sell it because they know that there are people like me that will just buy bottles like every month and just be happy with that. Just buy a bottle of that every month, have my like weekly burger. Do I have a weekly burger? Buy a weekly burger. I definitely have a burger every 2 weeks. I fucking love burgers too much. But yeah, I definitely have a bi-weekly burger. But yeah, I would just buy the sauce and then never have to worry about it again. I'd be on my 600-pound life. You'd just be eating nothing but burgers. Honestly, you get to the point where it's just like mac sauce on everything. I don't know how it works with chicken nuggets, but I'll try it. That's how they get you. Exactly. That's how they get you through the door. Probably like once every, I'm going to say like year and a half. I'm like, I could really go for McDonald's. I'm like, you know what? McDonald's probably isn't as bad as I remember, and I really want a Big Mac. And then I get like a Big Mac and 10 chicken nuggets. And then I eat the Big Mac and 10 chicken nuggets. And then I feel disgusting without fail. This has happened for like the last 7 or 8 years in a row. Ever since I quit alcohol. I feel like alcohol makes McDonald's bearable. Without alcohol, it's kind of a thing of like, my stomach feels heavy afterwards. Like I can eat a goddamn feast of Korean barbecue or hot pot or stir fry or anything else. I can like stuff myself and be like, oh man, I'm so full, and it's fine. Meanwhile, I eat just like a fucking Big Mac and 10 chicken nuggies, and I'm like, you feel it in your stomach. It feels heavy. It doesn't feel like it's being digested properly. They do something to that shit. I don't know what it is. McDonald's soaks up the alcohol. It does do that. But you know what's better than McDonald's? A nice greasy kebab. A nice greasy chicken shish kebab with yogurt sauce and then spicy chili sauce. Ooh, that's so greasy. You get like the bread of the what's that thing called? The pita. You get the pita bread underneath. You get the bed of like salad to go with it. So you have a salad, you have greasy meat, you have spicy sauces and a calming sauce. That's perfect. That's perfect. Cheeky kebab on a night out is unmatched. It is. It is. Get creative with the homemade spices on fries. Oh, and you're set. I know someone who makes theirs with lime, and it's honestly delicious. At that point, you're basically just making like, yeah, crisps, potato chips for our American friends. You're just making thick potato chips with different flavors on it. They're doing some crazy flavors of crisps nowadays as well. I mean, I guess they've always been like slowly moving to, I need the cucumber chips. I need cucumber crisps all around the world. I had them once, the Chinese crisps that are like cucumber flavored. That shit is so good. I've recently got into pickle chips. It's got a similar thing, but cucumber is just like a lighter flavor, less of the vinegary kind of thing. Cucumber chips are so good. They are. I've only had them once, but they were so damn good. Filet-O-Fish, nuggets and fries only for me from McDonald's. Hotcakes too. I've never tried McDonald's hotcakes. And I've had a Filet-O-Fish. I've not actually liked it. I'm surprised by how many people like Filet-O-Fish. Coo's American sides manifest with burgers. It really does. Because I've gotten over pizza. I've eaten probably one pizza in the last like 3 years. Because when I was younger, I probably used to eat like a pizza like every 2 or 3 months. That was like one of my go-to things, but I don't know. Those got like disgusting very quickly in my life. Burgers are just like the one thing I hang on to where it's like, oh, I've had like a really rough time. I just really want to like stuff myself with something disgusting and greasy. Yeah, smash burger. Smash burger with whatever like burger sauce they have at the local shop. How can you get over pizza? It's just like, it's cheap, but it's also like, it's just too much. It's just too heavy. If you just have like 1 or 2 slices, it's like, okay, but then you don't feel like you've really eaten a meal, you know? You can have like 1 or 2 slices as like a side dish, I guess, and then it's fine to like pair with like something else. But that's the thing. Pizza just never really makes me content anymore. I don't know. It's just too much dough. It's just too much dough. And that's not even like a calorie counting thing or even a carb counting thing. Because don't get me wrong, pizzas are horrible when it comes to carbs. But yeah, no, it's just like, even if I did like eat a pizza, it would be like, now I just feel gross. No lamb burger today? I could go for a lamb burger right now, actually. Lamb burgers are amazing with mint sauce. It's a really like greasy meat and it's kind of gristly, but when you put it into like burger form, with like the mint over it, so good. I'll be a hungry lamb today. Just not long pig lamb. Just, yeah. Not long pig lamb. Not like the game. We're not going to turn ourselves into a swine demon. Usually pair my pizza with salad. That's cool. I feel like pizza paired with like pasta might be... Well, no, that's more carbs. But pasta at least fills me, even though that's like super carb heavy as well. That at least like makes me feel satisfied. I just don't get satisfied by pizza anymore. It's one of those things where it tastes amazing, but it's like, it doesn't content me, if that makes sense. I don't even know how to explain it. When I was a kid, that shit was banging though. It was like, yeah, pizza. Claudine, thank you for donating the allowance, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Carbs on carbs on carbs. Here's what we do. We get a pizza. We take away the cheese, because that's protein. We don't need no protein. We take the pizza. We make a sauce that's super sugary, so it's carby as well. Pizza with a burger sauce or with honey. Then we add pasta, extra carbs, empty carbs. Then we add potato chips. A pasta, potato chip, pizza with honey. Nothing but sugar. Nothing but like starchy carbs and sugary carbs. Stop. I don't like this. Yeah, no, that's how you put yourself into a coma. You're not diabetic, but that will crash your blood sugars so hard it doesn't matter. Your body will shut down. Your body will reject it. We already have chocolate pizza. Oh, true. There are dessert pizzas. Okay. Pizza, Nutella, pizza, Nutella, some sort of pasta on top. You need like some sort of pasta for the ridiculous carbs, and then potato chips. You know how people like to dip their potato chips into like a a chocolate milkshake? So yeah, Nutella with potato chips would work. And then maybe throw some like Dippin' Dots or something on the top just so it's extra disgusting. Every day I listen to my stepdad's keto diet talk. Keto diets are good if you actually, if you like them. And especially if you have to be low carb anyway, but going too far down them. The people who eat like raw meat and stuff, scary. Maybe when we finish I almost said when we finish lamb kebab. When we finish the hungry lamb, we should all get lamb kebabs to celebrate. I mean, we could. It would feel a bit dirty eating them afterwards. As long as we get a happy ending, that's the thing. If we finish it on a sad ending and the children get eaten and then I'm just sitting there with like a lamb kebab in front of me like, I don't think I can eat it. I don't think I can eat it. So yeah, we have to make sure we're going to get a happy ending before we decide to commit to buying a lamb kebab. Dissing carbs on carbs when the Irish came up with potato bread is crazy. Potato bread is a side dish, to be fair. You don't expect to eat like a ton of potato bread. Potato bread's great, by the way. Oh, potato bread fried in bacon grease. Good shit. Good shit. Bad for you, but good shit. But no, potato bread is meant to be paired with like other meats and stuff. And yes, occasionally also other potatoes. Because the Irish love their potatoes. But it's not expected that you'll just eat. I bet you money somebody has made a potato bread pizza. Sorry, I just came up with the best fusion idea ever. Let me Google it. Potato bread pizza. I bet that would be banging, actually. Potato, easy potato. No, not potato. Oh, okay. So there's potato pizza already, which is like a potato crust pizza. I'm going to search Irish potato bread pizza. This sounds like something that they might do in like a quote-unquote Irish pub in America. Oh yeah, here we go. Other people have thought of this before. I figured they would. It seems like such a simple idea. You add cheese to potato bread. I've never had cheese on potato bread, but I bet that'd be good. Irish potato bread pizza is a must-try. Yes, there's a bunch of people that have made potato bread into pizza. That would be a good dough for a pizza. Ooh. Sensei, please spare me from this American nightmare. I'm too European. My bad, my bad. Cheesy potato bread looks good. Yeah. Add a bit of like, probably not even pepperoni, probably like bacon. That's just like part of an oyster fry, just added together. That'd be good. Remember to this day when I went to Londonderry and the lovely lady who was my host introduced me to potato bread with fries? That I've never heard of. Like fries on the potato bread? Because that would be scary. That is straight up carbs on carbs. Potato pizza is normal. A little bit. A little bit. If you had a bunch of potato, it becomes a different thing. Ever had potato bread with garlic sauce and lime chicken on the side? No, but that sounds banging. Potato bread by itself, like potato bread as a dip kind of bread is good. Because it doesn't absorb the sauces as much, but it has that greasy feel that you get from like some Greek breads, some like Turkish breads, where if you dip those into like a nice thick sauce, you just get a combination of sauces. Most delicious and worst thing I ever made was pizza mac and cheese. A big thick layer of pepperoni and cheese on top of the mac with tomato-based cheese sauce. Honestly, not the worst thing I've heard of, Chewing. I've seen some people do some crazy things. I mean, I think one of the common ones, people make like buffalo chicken mac and cheese, where it's like buffalo sauce mixed in with mac and cheese with some chicken in it. I just don't like mac and cheese. I don't know why. I feel like that's something, I just didn't grow up with it in the UK. Like, it just wasn't a thing. And by the time I was old enough, it was like, it's cheesy pasta. It was like, I've had better carbonara. Like, so yeah, I feel like that's a kid meal where you get addicted to it as kids. Same as tater tots. We never really had tater tots in the UK. So by the time I got tater tots, it was like, they're okay. It was like, they're fine. I'd rather just go for some proper chips. There's Chinese potato pancake, and sometimes they put cheese filling in it. Ooh, that sounds good too. I mean, my Irish bestie calls potato a meat. It's not a meat, unfortunately. If it was, oh, the world would be so much happier. If mashed potatoes were protein instead of carbohydrate, I would be such a happy boy. Mashed potatoes are my comfort food. Mashed potatoes are just like one of the things I can eat like an entire fucking bowl of mashed potatoes for a meal. It will kill me. But I could 100% do that. That's one of those things. I'm not one of those people who can just eat like just chips for dinner. I know so many people who are just like, oh, I'm not too hungry. I'm just going to get like a small serving of fries and just eat that. And I'm like, you got to have meat, man. You got to have a main dish. That's a side dish. Same for like people that just eat crisps. It's like, that's not a meal. That's not a meal. But mashed potatoes, yeah, no. I could just eat like a giant tub of mashed potatoes, make myself sick and just be like, but it was so good. I'd be like that raccoon that snuck into the alcohol store and is just like, ah. I'm asleep. I'm passed out. Do with me what you will. Speaking of pizza, Taiwan's Pizza Hut has released many strange pizza flavors that would make Italians angry, such as bubble tea and cilantro. No, Italians started doing it first. Italians made all kinds of strange pizzas, and then the rest of the world did it too. But honestly, at this point,
just nothing is sacred. It's nice to have the traditional recipes and to appreciate those, but at some point you've also got to realize nothing is truly traditional. If we want to go back to true traditional things, you have to do that kind of shit that Max Miller does, where he gets like the really weird cuts of meat and prepares them in a weird way, and all of our food is filled with plastic anyway, so. Oh my god. Sour cream, chives, and potatoes is super good too. Oh yeah. That's champ. That's champ. That's an Irish recipe, actually. That's champ potatoes. Sour cream, chives, potatoes, a little bit of like milk. That's what we call those. We call those champ potatoes. That's actually an Irish recipe. That's one of my favorite things. When I was a kid, I always used to love like putting ketchup on top of mashed potatoes. But yeah, champ. Green onions simmered in milk so that they're getting like nice, soft cooked in the milk, and so that the spring onion flavor like suffuses into the milk. And then you pour that over the potatoes before you mash them. Then you add the sour cream just near the end and mix that all in together so they're buttery smooth. Banging. Banging. And a little bit of pepper. You need a little bit of pepper as well. Now we know what to bring if we're going to kidnap Sensei. Mashed potatoes? I'm not like a kid with candy. You can't open up the back of a white van door and be like, "Hey, Kuchan, you want some mashed potatoes?" I'm not going to fall for it. On a bad day, on most days, I'm not going to fall for it. On the worst day, I might be like, oh, what's the worst that's going to happen? Misery? I've read that book. It's kind of fucked up. Do what you will. Protein keeps you satiated. Carbs/glucose give you energy. Fruit/veg give you fiber/vitamins. Sugar/fats give you happiness. True. True. You gotta have a balance of everything. Otherwise, you'll just feel sick. You need a lot of fiber. It needs to come out of you, too. That's why I advise Pupals to bring snacks to the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna go get dinner. In fact, it's not super... Oh my god, it's almost 9. I did yap for about an hour. I said we were only gonna yap for like 15 to 30 minutes after streams. My bad. My bad. An attempt was made. An attempt will be followed through at some point. Tomorrow we literally have a just chatting stream after the gaming stream, so that's fine. But I'll get better. I'll get better. With that said, we're going to head out for the day. Thank you guys so much for being here. You tried. I know. I know. I just like the chatting session so much. Everybody have a lovely evening. Let me see if I can raid you guys into somebody else on my way out, since we got the lovely raid from Zanny. Also, if you don't know, Yusan's about to drop a new song tomorrow. So be sure to check that out. It's going to be dropping worldwide, different times for different regions. Nobody's streaming right now. That's unfortunate. But I will. Yeah, no, it's all just free chats. That's fine. That's fine. I'll send you guys back to Junken Pom. Junken Pom raided us as well. It looks like they have a stream set up for later. I don't know how long later, but they're going to be, February 6th at 8 p.m. So yeah, in a couple of hours. I'll send you guys to their waiting room, because they're also hanging out with Josiji Shinri. So yeah, everybody have a lovely evening. As always, my pupil. God, my brain has been all over the place recently. Burn bright, my pupils. And as always, I will catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. You got this, Cú? I do not, in fact, have this. But I'm going to go get some food, and then things will be better. Have a lovely day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Such a long way together, walked the roads and saw the days go by before we had a chance to find a separate meaning. But I kept searching for a place, not a general direction. All the paths they point to you. It took me time, but then I knew that I could not go back.
I would never forget you
Won't be
guys.
the same
I'm just also thinking about 1,000 other times at the same time. I almost said, burn bright, my hungry little lambs. And I will catch you guys next time.
Far away from you, it's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me. If I rest my head upon your shoulder, let the tears fall down and hide away inside your open arms, to stay like this forever.
Oi.
To
No eat sensei.
grasp at one more day. Find a way to go beyond the unknown. Let it all just fade away until there's nothing more to say. That I'm not holding back, just falling down to be where you are. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me. On the road, I don't wanna go alone. No, through the changing weather, we stay so warm.
Damn.
Is it really true? Then again, you always knew. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me.
Thank you for donating the allowance. Burn bright, everyone. Get off my head!